And it looks like we are live. Give me just a second, guys. I'm going to grab all of our Facebook pages and everything and get everything ready to go. Great show lined up for everybody. Obviously, the NFL draft starts today here in about 13 minutes. The Jacksonville Jaguars will be going on the clock. Guys, welcome in to the Huddle Up. Is it the Huddle Up podcast or is this the Mile High Roundtable? What exactly are we doing here? Regardless, guys, welcome into the Mile High Huddle's NFL draft coverage. I'm your host, Lance Sanderson, for the night, at least for right this second. Joining me, as per always, is my good friend and colleague. He is Mile High Huddle's senior NFL draft analyst, the one and only Erick Trickel. And also, we have Nick Kendell and Scott Kennedy, the guys from Broncos for Breakfast. Fellas, first things first before we get into this, how is everybody doing today? Nick, what's up, buddy? It's been a long time since we got a chance to talk to each other. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Excited for this low pressure, no pressure night with the Broncos. More about cheering against the Chiefs and the Chargers today. That's bringing us together more than what the Broncos are doing. And also pulling for the Falcons for Scott's benefit here. Maybe they get a good trade down or something. But excited to be here. It's one of the best weekends of the year. It's an exhausting weekend. The next 3 days are going to be just a fever dream. But wouldn't do it with anybody else. And really excited for all the people coming in the chat right now. I see Paul's in the house, Kathy's in the house, Dylan Von Ark's in the house, Bobby's in the house. We'll say hello to some of you guys as we come in. But welcome in, guys. Draft day. Super excited for it.
Yeah, same here. Scott, this is the first time you and I have been able to go live with each other. Eric, I think this is the first time you and Scott have got to go live as well. You're behind the scenes all the time. It's great to work with you. It's great to have you on together with us doing this as well. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. And just a programming note, we are simulcasting to all Falcons and to my YouTube channel, which has a lot of different fans because so many people come in for the Senior Bowl highlights that I've posted. So while you see a lot of Broncos colors and stuff, the Broncos aren't even drafting tonight, fellas. So this is going to be an NFL draft type of show. And we'll obviously talk a lot of how these things affect the Denver Broncos. But we're going to be talking a lot of Atlanta Falcons at number 8. See if they stay there. We're going to break down every single person you're looking at here is a huge fan of the process. Multiple mock drafts. They do big boards. We do all of that stuff. I was director of scouting. I always joke, I root more for the names on the back of the jerseys instead of the name on the front. That's not my joke, but I've taken it. So even though you might see a lot of Denver stuff, this is a programming note. This is all Falcons. This is Mile High Huddle. I am Scott Kennedy. That is Nick Kendell. That over there is Erick Trickel. And we've got Lance Sanderson over here as well. So we'll have people coming in and out all night, and we will be talking draft all night. So you're in the right place, even if the window dressing looks a little different. So Chaz, thanks for being here. My first all Falcons guy to leave a comment.
Chaz, welcome in, man. It's great to have you. Obviously we're going to get a lot of new names, a lot of new faces in here. Make sure you guys bring in all your super chats, stars, donations on Facebook, stuff like that. It really helps us out on the channel and everything like that. Eric, we got to bounce it off to you, dude. This is your day. This is like Christmas for you. This is what you do best. I mean, obviously, as a senior NFL draft analyst for Mile High Huddle, you've been scouting the NFL draft for 10, 11, 12 years, something like that. And I mean, I know the work that you put in as my co-host on the Dove Valley Deep Divers podcast. So, dude, how excited are you not only for today, but for just to get this entire process rolling?
I mean, I'm super excited. This is, I believe, my 10th draft doing this. And this year, I feel like I put in more work than ever before. Of course, being full-time for Mile High Huddle, I've been able to, focus on doing that aspect of it. Super excited. And adding to the excitement is that I don't have to stress out about what Denver's doing for tonight. Don't have to stress out about the quarterback position for the Broncos or anything like that. It's, hey, we got Russell Wilson. We can move on and focus on other things and just sit back and relax tonight and talk about these players and their other teams and how they fit, and again, not have to stress out about the Broncos aspect of it.
Yeah, it's super great to be here with everybody. We've got another guy behind the scenes here. He just joined into the show, Luke Patterson. We'll get him on here in just a couple of minutes. But first, got to say hello to everybody in the chat, and then I'm going to get Luke in here. I'm going to bounce out, go grab some food really fast, let Luke handle the first part of this draft. But we got to say hello to everybody here. We got Kenny Booker in the house, Jay Roper, DeAndre Weatherspoon, Philip. This is a new name for me jumping in here, throwing a generous super chat here. Good evening, guys. Good evening, Philip, and good evening to everybody everybody here in the house. We got Scott Dillon as well, Joe Cannon over on Facebook, Mark Schrader, another Facebook user. I can't see your name, so make sure you go and check those settings. Allow us to see who you are. Brad D, Porter Hobson. Hello to everybody in the chat, and we'll bring in Luke really fast. I know we were supposed to keep only 4 guys on, but I want to say hello to Luke Patterson, see how you were doing, dude. I know that you're just as excited about this as everybody else, but it's been a long time since we got to talk to you, Luke. How you doing, man?
It's the best time of the year, man. It's draft day. I don't care if the Broncos don't have a first-round pick. You shouldn't either, Broncos country. Russell Wilson is in the house. I'm really pumped, man. It's cool. Vegas has been waiting a long time for this draft, and I think I just heard 600,000 plus in Las Vegas just for round 1 tonight. And they're definitely putting out a really, really cool display of talents, entertainment, tons of commentary. So I'm pumped to be here.
Yeah, man. I like I said earlier, I think we're all just so excited about this. I mean, we all put in so much work going back even to September, early August and stuff like that, watching these players, getting scouting reports and stuff built like that. I have 135, I believe it was, finalized grades, and have scouted over 300 different players. Luke, I know you put in a whole bunch of work. Eric has like 500 scouting reports, finalized grades, putting together. Nick, I know, does a lot of work as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is our culmination of what we do. Like, this is what we do best. Not only cover the Denver Broncos, and also, since we are streaming live on the Falcons page for Scott Kennedy here, but like, this is what we do best, covering the NFL draft. And we are so excited for everybody to get in here. Nick, I'm going to let you take this away. And Scott, I'm going to bring you back in here. Go ahead and get us into the crux of this conversation. Start breaking down what we've got going tonight, all the rumors, all the juicy details and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited. I mean, what an exciting draft this is going to be this year. We have no idea who's going to go off the board 1 overall. There's going to be a lot of movement. Who knows what the Texans are going to do? Are they going to take somebody wild at 3? Or are they going to trade up? So I guess I want to go around first. Let's get a couple of these supers first. Tom coming in saying, "What's up, guys? Good time, even with no draft pick." It's the best time with no draft pick, because the Broncos got Russell Wilson, and we actually have a legitimate quarterback. So God bless, no pressure. Just enjoyed if you guys, dip out for a little bit to watch Russell Wilson highlights. Maybe do it on mute and have us talking in the background to guide you through the first round today. But it's a good time to be in Broncos country, not picking in the top 10 for the first time in a couple seasons here. Earned that pick last year, but not sitting there right now.
Yeah, what's up, Tom? Appreciate all the support. Our good friend and MHH Super Chat superstar Kathy Lund coming in here wanting Mr. Unlimited. You're going to hear that a lot this year, Broncos country. Get ready. I mean, voluntary minicamp, we all see the throws. You know who Russell Wilson is. This draft is about getting Russell Wilson help. Now, a couple positions are probably going to fall to the Broncos. From the first to the second, what's that slide going to look like? This is why you have to pay attention to the entire draft, starting with the first round. What is there going to be a run on in a specific position? Things of that, those trending things like that, Broncos are definitely keeping their eye on for round 2.
We got Paul coming in here saying the Los Angeles Chargers and the Kansas City please draft a quarterback, a kicker, and a punter tonight. Let's not leave the long snappers out of here. Let's see Kansas City back-to-back long snapper picks there. Maybe you can get in a fullback too. But yeah, thank you, Paul, so much for the support, the $10 super, and hope you're doing well out there in Boulderland. Good to see you, Paul. I'm really excited. So, Scott, we're coming up to it here with the Jacksonville Jaguars' first overall pick. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be?
Travon Walker. It seems like that's almost the consensus now. And Mark, I actually ducked out voluntarily. Lance put me back in. So, I'm fairly humble on stuff like that. Either that or I like to martyr myself. I'm not sure which one of those it is. But everything, as much grief as I give Todd McShay, he says 95% Travon Walker, then Aidan Hutchinson. After that, who knows? And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's how we could see it break down tonight. Travon Walker, what a rise that he has had. On the younger side, and just an absolute athletic freak. I know that word gets thrown around a lot, but we're talking about a guy that could go number 1 in the NFL draft. Yes, he is a freak of nature. 6'5", 6'4", 275 pounds, running in the 4.5s, jumping through the roof. And he did a job. That was the thing. Well, he only had 9.5 sacks. It's because his job was to hold down the edge. Do you think a guy with that type of athleticism can get after the quarterback? The Jacksonville Jaguars are about to bet 8 figures that he can.
Oh man, what are you thinking there, Eric? Is that the right direction to go if the Jags do go Travon Walker, or would you go a different direction?
I mean, it seems like a normal Trent Baalke type pick, going with the athletic, the young kid. That's what he did when he was in San Francisco multiple times. So I think Walker's the pick. I don't think it's going to be Aidan Hutchinson. I thought that there might be some chance at offensive tackle, but I think that kind of went away when they extended Cam Robinson. But so we'll see how it turns out. As Scott was saying, he had a job at Georgia and he did the job and he did it quite well. He'll be 22 by the season's over. He'll just have turned 22, and tremendous athlete. I mean, you can't turn on anything about the combine, Google anything about the combine without seeing something about Travon Walker come up. And I think that there's the concerns about him as a pass rusher are a little bit overblown. He's definitely has the traits to be more effective in the NFL if he's used that way and not having to hold the edge like he was in college. So I like it. And a lot of people are talking about how he's only gotten this high before it. There are a lot of analysts that had Travon Walker in the top 10 even before the combine. Yeah. So it's not it helped him, but it wasn't this meteoric rise since the combine.
Yeah, I love his hands. I love his reach. And, I love the fact that the Jaguars are going to, speaking of reach, the Jaguars, they're going to get a good defender, but let's not discount the fact that, Ashad Khan is just out of control. He's like the new age Jerry Jones. He's not allowing people that he puts into power to actually create a team. So while we originally thought Hutchinson initially, for me, I think I like him as a pass rusher just a little bit more, but Walker, man, he's looking sharp on the field, looking sharp off the field. I don't know if you guys saw him, man. He's looking like a Mississippi good looking dude, man, just a Southerner in this nice, I think it's like a pinkish kind of suit with the hat, the funky brim hat. And I mean, I like a guy with a little bit of style off the field too.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing you're talking about there with Travon Walker didn't have the production, obviously, at Georgia, but that was a case of I guess you can look at it as just too many guys. I would say the Georgia defense this last year was the defensive equivalent of that Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson style of offense at LSU a few years ago. Just too much talent for one guy to really eat. And we kind of saw as a case study, Jermaine Johnson go from Georgia to Florida State, almost no production at Georgia the year prior, and then kills it at Florida State. I think 12 sacks is your ACC Defensive Player of the Year. I do think that obviously it is a little bit of a risk going for that home run swing with Travon Walker there, given you haven't seen his ability to corner. Already an elite, he can walk into the league and by the end of the season be a top 10 edge defender against the run, given his strength and his length. But pass rushers make money, right? That's where it is. So the Jags are banking on the upside there. It's a home run swing. I would probably go Aidan Hutchinson or Kayvon Thibodeaux because I've seen their ability to corner a little bit more in production. That production there does matter, a little bit more pressure rate from them. But I totally get betting on the traits. If you're going to bet on the traits at any position, it's the defensive line, it's the edge rushers. So really curious to see what happens with Travon Walker. Shout out to Dane Brugler, who had Travon Walker, I think 6 overall on his first big board. And everybody's like, oh, what are you doing? That's terrible. He's not going to go first round. Might be going number 1 overall. Dane might have been underselling him there.
Well, yeah. And then Matt Miller said the same thing today. I mean, just kind of echoing, a lot of these analysts and it's the week of lies, right? The day of lies and everything. We're about to find out the truth real soon. But when you start to see things like this come from so many respected names, I mean, you just can't help but feel the Jags are going to go that direction. And Travon Walker's a damn good player.
Yeah, absolutely. Rodney coming in with the support. Thank you so much, Rodney. Coming back to Tom here. Tom, thank you so much for the support. He says, awesome. Thanks, and I want to shout out thanks to all of you for all your hard work with all the coverage, but a special shout out to Eric, all the profiles we're getting. Yeah, shout out to Eric. Make sure you guys are checking those out. If you are curious about any of these players, Eric started working on these draft profiles well before the Broncos traded back from 9-40, or not traded back, but traded away 9-40. So there's going to be draft profiles for everybody in round.
Yeah, check those out at milehighhuddle.com. Lance Sanderson has a few up too. I've seen these guys we're putting so much content out there at milehighhuddle.com. And one of the coolest things about Mile High Huddle, there's no subscriptions, nothing like that. You don't need to pay to read our content. We love this. We're draft nerds, draft analysts, and we can't wait to get this going because it's time. I mean, it's happening right now. Cannot wait to see what the Jaguars do. I think they're officially on the clock. Tom, thank you so much for all your support.
Yeah, and for those of you who want to check them out, if you guys go to my Twitter account, my pinned tweet actually has a link to a Google sheet that has the links to every single Mile High Huddle Finding Broncos scouting report that we have up. I knew that would be the easiest way to go find him.
All right, programming note here. One of the things we want to do is we're going to give PFF a little love here because we're going to use them as our mock draft simulator here, except we're not going to simulate. We're going to use those to keep track. So it'll look a little bit like this as we're on, and we'll be able to keep track. We'll make picks as they go along, and we'll keep track of best available per PFF's board. So we will be talking about what makes sense, who is gone, who's on the board, and it'll be a nice, easy way for us to keep track for everybody. Wanted to say hello to some folks coming in. Jim Gauger. It almost looks like Googer with like a cougar almost. But Gauger, possibly, that's a newer name for me. So appreciate you coming in. It's a salute. Who do you think the Broncos take at 64? I think after Zach and I went for about 70 minutes yesterday and finally got to the topic, I said Abraham Lucas might be the best pick for me at right tackle. That is realistic for the Denver Broncos at 64, but I don't know that he's going to be there at 64. I certainly wouldn't let him slip that far. That's for sure.
Well, you're going to see teams reach for quarterbacks, right? It happens every year, and it's going to happen this year. I mean, Malik Willis has, I think, all the talent in the world in this class. He's got to be leading. Kenny Pickett's, behind him, but you're going to see teams reach. It happens every year. When that happens, players fall. We don't know if it's going to be offensive tackle. There's a buttload of those edge rushers. I mean, crazy things happen every year, but quarterback going to go off the board more than one, more than two in round one.
And that leads me to a pivot that I'm really fun to talk about now that the Broncos aren't in the scenario, but who's the first quarterback off the board and where are they going? I don't know. I know Lance is probably itching right now. The Texans might take Malik Willis at 3. Who knows? But
they should. If they were smart, they should. I totally agree with that.
Malik Willis could go from 3 to 30.
Yeah,
3 to 50. It's the weirdest thing. It is the weirdest thing. That's again. It's like we might. It's like everybody says. Well, this might be a spot for Malik Willis, or can insert quarterback name here. Everybody drink. We're all going to be running to the bathroom every 15 minutes because if there's a run at quarterbacks, they could go quick or they could just fall. They could just free fall and literally into the second round because most of these guys in a normal year are second round at best quarterbacks. And Andrew, what's up, MHH fam? Thank you for the stars, Andrew. It's NFL Christmas. Just hoping our brother teams don't get better gifts than us. Peyton needs to hit this on the draft, but I talked about it's like, my little brother got a better bat than I did, but I swing the bat better than he does. So it doesn't really matter. So this is Christmas. And then we'll see how it goes from there. And Wyatt Horning coming in also with some stars. He says, Nick, where's our guy Tyler Linderbaum go?
Man, I think he's going to go early, round 2. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams like the Jets or the Giants who maybe don't take an offensive lineman with the first 2 picks there end up taking him. Obviously, the Jets have 2 of the top 6 first-round picks there. You also have a team like the Browns
Cincinnati
at 44.
Bengals.
I think the Bengals maybe at 31 will take him. I'm hearing more Logan Hall love there at 31. It's either cornerback or a pass rusher at 31, which is probably smart of them. Hard of me to disparage Tyler Linderbaum, but I'm still a positional value guy at heart. But I think his floor is pick 44 overall with the Cleveland Browns in that outside zone scheme there.
Gary Lee
coming in stars. We appreciate it. And I like Cop 16's comment here also. He says the Giants might get a quarterback too because they didn't pick up Jones's 5th-year option. So I think they did the smart thing here, honestly. They can tag him if they need to. They can tag and sign him rather than commit to him. There's no need to commit to him right now. Yeah. Hey, play on a contract here. Get it done. And you'll make $25 million. Actually, I'm sorry. Top 5 for quarterbacks. You'll make $40 million next year.
What's up, Rodney Garcia?
Coming with the stars. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, awesome. So, Luke, who is the first quarterback off the board? Where are they going?
Malik Willis, Carolina. I could see Matt Rule trying to reach. I'm not saying he should. I'm not, but I don't like Matt Rule. I've made that known ever since I saw him in bed at the Senior Bowl. I just don't think you can coach and govern a team the same way that you did in college, Matt Rule style, in the NFL. Grown men do not respond well to getting yelled at, especially when they're elite talent in the National Football League. So I could see him reaching. His job is on the line. Otherwise, it's back to college if you're Matt Rule. What's the best way to do that? You try to attach yourself to the most dynamic quarterback in this class.
Yeah, 100%. Eric, what do you think? You're probably as plugged in as anybody. I'll maybe call a shot here. I'm going to say Kenny Pickett surprises us at 6 because the Panthers kind of poop themselves after 3 of the offensive tackles come off the board, or the rumors of Evan Neal with the injury knocking him down, with Cross going off the board at 5 and an offensive tackle at 3 or 4 before that. So what do you think, Eric?
I mean, there's been a lot of Kenny Pickett love coming out of Carolina, and Matt Rule has a connection to him. So we could see it. I mean, I would go Malik Willis there, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if it's Kenny Pickett, the first one off the board at 6. I don't think we get a surprise at 3 or 5 with one of the quarterbacks going there. So 6 is the first spot, I think, unless somebody manages to trade up. And there's quite a few teams trying to. The New Orleans Saints have been linked to trading up, Pittsburgh Steelers, a few other teams, and they're supposedly looking to move up for either an offensive tackle or a quarterback.
Rock Chalk Broncos coming in with, I think, our very first super thanks. Not just the super chat and the support, but the super thanks is a new feature that is available on the MHH channel. That was part of the comments on a live stream, and gave you a shout out this morning. Hope you were able to watch Rock Chalk, because thank you again. He says, good evening, everyone. The NFL draft is finally here. Thank you for the great coverage and analysis of the draft and everything Broncos. Denver Broncos for life, MHH for life. And let me just, as a reminder, let me see. I saw someone come in. Now I can't find it. It said, go Birds. As a reminder, we are simulcasting to all Falcons on Atlanta Falcons, because the Falcons do pick at 8 and will be in action tonight. And we wanted to loop in our channels as well. And EJ has been bouncing back and forth between channels. He says, thanks for all your hard work and insights. EJ, it's because of folks like you that we are able to do this. So thank you, my friend.
Scott, no one's caring about the Falcons right now. I had to say it, buddy. I had to say it. I love Scott. I give you
except for all of those that are drafting in the top 10 again, which is, about 600,000 people in Las Vegas do care.
Well, I kid, and it's funny because the Falcons are at a crossroads themselves. They just they shipped off their quarterback to Indianapolis, so is quarterback a position to need for Atlanta? Not a lot of people are talking about Atlanta maybe in the quarterback conversation. You hear Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett's attached to the Panthers, maybe the Steelers, teams like that. What about the Falcons? Do they need a quarterback?
They need a quarterback. I just don't know if they want to get one at 8. That doesn't make a lot of sense for me. I like Malik Willis. I don't love him. I want to love a guy I'm taking in the top 10. I don't want a quarterback in the top 10. When I came back from the Senior Bowl, y'all asked me, what are your main impressions? I said my main impressions was that I don't want a quarterback in the first round, let alone top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the other thing about the Falcons taking a quarterback at 8 is this isn't a team that's ready to take advantage of that rookie cost-controlled contract. Also, I mean, that's one of the biggest cheat codes in all the NFL right now. And first off, I mean, Malik Willis is a quarterback you're probably not going to be playing very much as rookie year anyway. And that leaves you with the Desmond Ridder. That leaves you with the Kenny Pickett. Is this Falcons team with their... God, I mean, I think we might be playing wide receiver for the Falcons next year with the way that roster looks right now at wide receiver. So it's going to be rough for them. They probably need to set themselves up with some foundational pieces, edge rushers, offensive tackle, cornerback, maybe defensive tackle. And then they're going to be bad this year. Like, make no mistake about it. I think they have the worst over-under as far as win total from Vegas, if not one of the top. They're going to be picking top 3 next year, I'd bet. Look out for them with the Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, maybe somebody else pops. But I think that they're set up for 2023.
Well, and speaking of bad, they just showed Derek Carr in like the home of the Las Vegas Raiders, right? Getting ready to kick this draft off. And he's got this faux hawk thing going. I know he just recently got paid or something, but I mean, good Lord. Anytime I can take a shot at easy breezy Derek Carr cover girl, I'm going to do it.
Yeah. And they're talking about the Broncos. Oh, go ahead.
It's worth noting that the Jaguars are officially on the clock and the NFL draft is underway.
Ice Cube was right there with him though. So that makes up for that because he's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had Arvid coming in here saying go Birds. Probably the Falcons there, but he didn't say Dirty Birds. It could be maybe
There
the
you
Eagles
go.
here. 2 first-round picks today. I did share this channel with a few Eagles fans as well. So let us know, Arvid, what's up? He said no wide receiver, so I'm actually guessing he is here for the Atlanta Falcons, the Dirty Birds. Kathy Lund coming in saying faux hawk there. I'm all about the Derek Carr tattooed on eyeliner. You know, if you're crying so much, you need to have it tattooed on. Otherwise, it's going to run down. But Derek Carr, good quarterback, worse than the AFC West. Really curious to see how that team looks. Another team that is not picking in the first round, not picking in the first and second round this year, and then paying for a 30-year-old wide receiver. We'll see how that works out for them. History's not kind for that kind of move, but Devontae Adams is a damn good wide receiver.
Rodney Garcia coming back in with some more love. Appreciate Rodney, Tom, everybody for joining Mile High Huddle special draft coverage as round 1 is just started. You guys be sure to get at everybody on this channel, including Lance, who's waiting to get tagged in the back, running the 1s and 2s. You've got Nick, Eric, Scott, and yours truly. Thank you for joining us. Find the mothership at milehighhuddle.com, on Twitter at Mile High Huddle.
They're showing Aidan Hutchinson just destroy my Iowa Hawkeyes right now. It's PTSD at the Big Ten championship game. Make sure you're like Luke said, make sure you're following us at Mile High Huddle. And we're going to be not going just live today, guys. Obviously, the Broncos don't pick, but we're going to be live Friday all day until after the draft is over. We're going to be live Saturday. Luke and I are going to be there. Eric's going to be there talking day 3. I mean, the Broncos, I expect George Payton to walk away with more day 3 picks than they have right now when that's all said and done. So should be a lot of fun. And just because the Broncos aren't picking in the top 50 this year, don't pick until 64, doesn't mean we're not going to have plenty to analyze, plenty to talk about the entire draft, just like we did last year. So let's get it going here. The Jags are on the clock here. They're showing Aidan Hutchinson a lot. Final call here on this one. I guess we're going to pick it out here. Travon Walker, is there going to be any surprise here? I do think that if I was Doug Peterson, I do see the appeal for Ikem Ekwonu. Now, I know they just paid Cam Robinson, but Juwan Taylor has not been very good at right tackle for them there. When Doug Peterson was incredible with the Eagles, they had not even debatable. They had the best offensive line the year they won the Super Bowl. And what's the most important thing for the Jaguars' long-term perspective? Getting a good player here is great, but the most important thing is making sure Trevor Lawrence hits and B's the guy. And I see some people already saying Trevor Lawrence is a bust here. So I do think there is an argument for an offensive tackle here, like Ikem Ekwonu, like an Evan Neal, assuming there is not the medical flag that has been discussed recently. What do you think, Eric?
I mean, they could go a few different ways, but I think that I mean, it was Aidan Hutchinson, it was Ikem Ekwonu. There was a time where it was Evan Neal, but I think that it seems to be Travon Walker, as we've talked about and we've mentioned multiple times. They seem set on that. Just basically, everybody's hinting at it on Twitter that that's the way they're going. Just waiting for something, something confirmed there. I've gone back and forth on if this is what I would do or not. I mean, obviously the need to get after the quarterback is so important. And also with them in the division they're in, being able to stop the run is going to be a big thing. So I get it. But I mean, you just invested in that quarterback and you got to protect that quarterback. So I'd probably lean tackle here. Ikem Ekwonu is my number 2 player overall on the board. So big fan of his. That would be the way I'd go, but don't think that's the way they'll go.
So you would go Icky. It'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. More interesting, though, than the first overall pick. Franklin Peterson coming in with $20 super. Thank you so much, Franklin. Showing us the love, keeping us going here. Love you guys. Go Broncos. I don't normally get on at night due to the responsibilities, but I watch everything on YouTube, and I usually get to see most of Broncos for Breakfast Live. Yeah, Franklin, we recognize you. Thank you for joining us. He also says, just my little donation to help out. It's more than a little donation. It helps out a heck of a lot. And even just joining us, I mean, obviously not everybody's in a position to financially contribute to the show, but even just, sharing it on the live streams, following us on Twitter helps us so much. So we really appreciate you, Franklin. And let's get the good time, keep the good times rolling here. EJ also saying just some support for Scott's channel as well. Great content on both channels. God bless you.
Love
EJ.
you. Appreciate you coming in. I can look over. I'm keeping an eye on this channel for the chat right now. It's just me and you, EJ. I saw Eric Miller come in as well. But if you're watching on my channel, hit the comments. There's enough time between while these gas bags are going for me to jump in a chat too. So there's enough time for me to do that. And what doesn't show up, what I'm definitely keeping an eye on, is someone like Michael Ranquillo coming in with what would be a big orange super chat on Facebook. So thank you for the stars, Michael. Huge, always supportive of everything we do. So thank you so much. We've got to be getting close here. It's got to be, the pick has to be coming in.
The pick is in.
The pick's in. And they showed the war room for the Jaguars, And going up to this, there seemed to be a big battle going on between the owner and general manager and the coaching staff. Between, Doug Patterson, wanting an offensive guy, and it looked like the coaching staff was a little unhappy, whereas the front office and the owner were a little happy. So that should give an idea on which way the pick is.
Pass rusher, so 2 or 3. It sounded like the ownership was more interested in Aidan Hutchinson. Sounded like Balky was leaning in on the Travon Walker hype, and not the offensive line. That's okay, Jags. They might be able to find an offensive lineman of quality there with their round 2 pick. I know they took Walker Little in the 2nd round last year, who was a pretty high pick for them, and obviously paying Cam Robinson as well. But got to keep Trevor Lawrence upright. It's the franchise sinks or swims with him, so we'll see. Michaela Parker coming in. Good to see you, Michaela. I know she's mostly on the Huddle Up shows with Zach and Chad, but Zach and Chad are live in Vegas, so she's going to have to deal with us tonight. Good to see you, Michaela. Saying, anyone notice the Jags owner con looks like Gargamel from the Smurfs? My God.
I think he's also got a little bit of a Ron Jeremy thing going on, if I'm going to be honest. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he kind of like that greasy hair. The mustache does him no favors, but the man's got money.
Yeah, he does. Good mustache, I gotta say. And I know that his son has been the one that's had some issues. Is it a good mustache? If you can grow a mustache, then it's a good mustache. I'm in. My wife absolutely hates them. So Lance is out here rocking the good mustache too. I can see him. It's a shout out to Lance. Give me a thumbs up.
I love saying Hutchison, which makes sense because
fantastic if that's the case.
Because Todd McShay said it was 95% Travon Walker.
It's gonna be Walker.
It's Travon Walker.
It's Walker.
I feel bad if it's Hutchinson.
It's confirmed. Really NFL tweet on NFL and the Athletic has gone up. It's Travon Walker.
Okay. It's Walker. Right. Okay, so I can click on this officially. This is how we're going to keep track of it, y'all.
All right, so the buzz was real for once. Today, we finally found out.
Go ahead and go Travon Walker and hit draft. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
That's Travon Walker, defensive end, Georgia. All right, let's kick this off. Let's do a round table. Nick, let's start up top with you, and then we'll just go all the way in order. What are the Jacksonville Jaguars getting with Travon Walker?
I mean, a pterodactyl dinosaur on the field with his arm length. Just what an unbelievable specimen as far as the athletic traits that you want. And length matters so much. I mean, you guys are going to hear me say it 100 times on this show. Percentile and arm length. Travon Walker is up there 95th percentile and above with the arm length. Came in, I think the Georgia played 285 just a couple years ago, got down to about 270 this year. So he's got some inside-outside versatility as well. They're going to have to work on some twists and stunts with him, I think, early on while he develops his hand rush plan, because I think he's much better linearly attacking the quarterback right now. But an athletic freak, I think he's going to be a really fun pairing there with Josh Allen on the other hand, who's more of that classic, more speed style stand-up edge rusher, with Travon Walker being more hand in the dirt. And they bet on the traits. We'll see if it plays out for them. I do think that people keep talking about Walker. He's definitely going to be a bust. Maybe not worth the first overall pick if he's not going to develop into a pass rusher, but he's got an amazingly high floor as an edge setter as well. Like even just that, it's going to be day one. He's going to be one of the best edge setting run defenders, versatile defensive linemen in the league. So I don't hate the pick at all. I remember after the combine, I was very upset because there went my dream of the Broncos taking him at 9. The dream turned out much better than that. The reality turned better than the dream, but good pick. I'm excited about it.
Well, and you mentioned Jacksonville Jaguars edge rusher Josh Allen, who I believe the 5th-year option was picked up on him today, if I'm not mistaken. Eric, what do you think that the Jaguars get in drafting this versatile, powerful pass rusher from Georgia?
Well, I mean, I think one of the biggest takeaways here is that Josh Allen's a very capable pass rusher. Clayveon Chasen's a capable pass rusher. Both of them have some issues against the run. And look at who's in the division. They have to figure out a way to stop Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry, and this seemed to be a little bit targeted at that, helping out that run defense that was really poor last year, and betting on the upside as a pass rusher. I like the pick. Again, I think I bet with Trevor Lawrence and the investment in him and how important the franchise quarterback is, I still probably would have gone offensive tackle because that offensive line has so many issues. But it makes sense still for what the team needs, what the team has, and figuring out a way to help out that defensive front.
And apparently the Lions pick is in. We should hear about it soon. But Scott, your thoughts on Walker as we're going here? I know that you were a big fan, mocking him to the Falcons a lot at 8 overall when he was available. Obviously lower on this PFF simulator than what turned out to be reality.
Yeah, and I want to say to Broncos Sunrise, you know, we the man of many names, many faces coming in, but the Sunrise that Orange always stays coming in with the big orange super chat. Glad we are being able to get some entertainment for you because it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night, so we're going to try and add some different perspective and such. Travon Walker. You think about Aidan Hutchinson, it's like, oh, he's safe. He's better than that. He's a really good athlete. But you think, okay, high floor. Well, how high is a floor on a guy who can basically come in at 6'4", 275 pounds and lock down an edge, even if he's not rushing as much? Let's say he might not live up to a number one if he's not able to get to the passer, but he's going to be a pro for a long time and have a productive career. And I would be willing to bet that, and just like the Jacksonville Jaguars did, that he's got better upside, that the upside is there. He's a better athlete. He's a better athlete right now than Aidan Hutchinson. So solid pick. There's 7 or 8 guys I think here that are a notch above everybody else. And Travon Walker worked his way into there. So it looks like Hutchinson, we can go ahead and put him on the board too.
Yes, sir.
Hometown boy. All right.
Yeah.
Going with Kneecaps Campbell there. I think this is a cool story that we all probably saw coming, right? He actually seems like the only person that's excited to be going to Detroit. And how can you not be? This is a team that he grew up watching. He stayed in state for college, and what a beast he was at Michigan. I love that he wrecked those Hawkeyes, and I'm going to take a jab any chance I can. I love it. I love Aidan Hutchinson. I think he's Bosa-esque with culture. I think he's going to bring a new meanness and accountability factor to that defense in Detroit, but it's Detroit, so you got to kind of look at it with a little bit of a grain of salt.
Yeah, and Hutchinson going here to Detroit. Really excited about this pick. You mentioned it, kneecap biter. Came into the year kind of a middle first round pick after dealing with an injury-plagued 2021 season, but he was awesome this year. Maybe not the most length player or explosive player compared to Travon Walker, but what really stands about Hutchinson athletically is his agilities. I mean, his 3-cone and his short shuttle were outstanding. I think I heard Michigan has 20 key metrics where they measure from their strength and conditioning program, and Hutchinson set a lot of records for the Michigan program specifically in these athletic measurement metrics such as flexibility and explosiveness, where they use GPS data, I believe, to track that. So really good player here, very high ceiling, and Detroit needed to get an edge rusher here. I think that Charles Harris actually played pretty well from them last year. They're moving on from Trey Flowers, and they just couldn't get after the pass rusher. I mean, we kind of saw the Detroit Lions last year against the Broncos. Broncos were a bad team. Lions were much worse. I know they were dealing with the sick bug when they played the Broncos, but this is a very good pick for them, and they do pick again at 32. I'm curious if we'll see some movement up for them, if any quarterback slide.
A home run hit for the Detroit Lions, landing a hometown kid. And speaking of a home run hit, Mark Schrader coming in with an extremely generous super chat. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And he's saying, I love me some Broncos for breakfast, but all of you guys do a fantastic job. Thank you all for your hard work and content. Mark, thank you. We can't tell you how much we appreciate all of your support. Broncos Sunrise coming back in again with another generous $20 super. Thank you guys so much. This is Mile High Huddle's special draft coverage. And here we go. The Houston Texans are on the clock, and Timbo Slice coming in with the Texans are at a need with every single position. Lovie Smith, right, trying to figure out what's going down post Deshaun Watson and the mess that is the Houston Texans. Where do we think the Texans can be going here, Eric?
I mean, the word going in has been offensive line or edge rusher. Kayvon Thibodeaux is still available. There's been a lot about his character and issues off the field coming up with him. Some medical stuff there. Evan Neal has medical stuff. Ikem Ekwonu sitting right there. He's one of the guys that people thought was right up there for the first overall pick. It's going to be an offensive tackle or edge, just not sure which one.
You don't think there's any chance of it being a cornerback? There's been some Derek Stingley hype of recently. I know that for that cover 2 defense, they put a lot of stress on the length and tackling of the cornerbacks there. I mean, I mocked Gardner there to them, but I could see Stingley as well.
Well, I didn't think it was going to be a corner, but it's Stingley.
It is going to be Stingley. Okay.
Ooh, Nick. Wow. There you go. There's the first curveball. I like it, Nick. Calling it, man. That's interesting. I I would have figured edge myself, because Eric kind of alluded to a point I really hadn't considered when you talk about the AFC South and trying to figure out how to stop those running backs, how to get after the quarterback. I mean, you got to load up on your own end at pass rusher, and I would have thought that the Texans would have gone that route. But Scott, what do you think they're getting with Stingley?
I like them a lot. You know, when the Falcons were looking at that, like I watched the top 10 probably more than most of y'all, but just because the Falcons were a lock for a top 10 pick this year. And Derek Stingley, he's big, he's physical. I think he answered some of the questions about his want to with the injuries. Like, you know, he was better as a freshman than he was as a junior. Well, he played through injury all year as a junior when he could have just bailed. You know, he could have just went out. So all of a sudden he went from, he was okay, I'm worried about the injury, to, man, this kid's tough. I like his character. And it's amazing how quick something like that can flip on a guy. He had a really good pro day. I wrote at the time, I said he may have just run his way back into the top 10. He did. How about the top 5? So
Top
I can
3.
go ahead and lock that pick in. I think it's a very interesting pick. And if you had done this 2 years ago, Derek Stingley Jr. was probably in the top 5.
And I want to pivot this real quick because this is mostly a Broncos-centric show. Patrick Surtain was in this draft. If Patrick Surtain was in this draft, would he have been the pick here? Or would it still be Derek Stingley, you think? I think Derek Stingley is probably a little bit more of a pure man cornerback than Surtain, but Surtain's a little bit much more physical, I would say, actually. Better tackler, better length.
Better instincts, I would add too with PS2. Yeah. I think, and you know, that's splitting hairs, because I really like this kid out of LSU a lot, but I don't know, Eric. It looked like you wanted to weigh in real quick before I spit some knowledge on the Jets.
Well, I mean, last year everybody knows that I was a little bit lower on Patrick Surtain than most of the other guys here, Luke, yourself included.
Mm-hmm.
But this year, he would have been my top corner. I wasn't super high on Stingley, and it wasn't because of a tape. It was just because throughout the process, there's been a lot coming up about some issues from the injuries that he had and being lingering concerns there. So I dropped him a little bit, but I mean, on the field, he's great. Surtain still would have beat him, had a higher on-field tape grade than Stingley did. So I would have gone that way. So I think
it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that they went corner. But you got to know Lovey loves that D, and he wants to get an answer for some of the quarterback changes that are going on in the AFC South. And real quick with the Jets on there, I'm wondering, they got to go wide receiver right here, because you know that they've been trying to get every wide receiver out there, whether that be Tyreek Hill. There were some rumors about Deebo Samuel, but it just seems like the owner is so desperate to get a wide receiver. Couldn't you see that reach here?
I don't think they go wide receiver here. I think they'll be looking right there at 10. Drake London, Garrett Wilson. Here, I think all the conversation seems to have been about Ahmad Gardner, who was my top corner, or a surprise edge rusher in Jermaine Johnson, who supposedly Jets are extremely high on.
I've also heard a lot of Ikem Ekwonu talk here for the Jets. They
just named like 5 of the 7 guys that we like. I mean, and 3 of them are gone. So yes.
I'm going to go with Ikem Ekwonu here. I called cornerback in the last one. I'm going to call Ekwonu, and it sounds like the relationship between Mekhi Becton, first-round picked a few years ago with the Jets, and the current coaching staff is maybe beyond repair. So I could see them going an offensive tackle here like Ikem Ekwonu. Great scheme fit, too, for that wide zone scheme fit. Nobody targets the second-level moving defender like Ikem Ekwonu does.
So that brings me
Stone Cold Timbo Slife coming in on Twitch saying, Scott, I know everyone's giving the Falcons a wide receiver, but what are the chances of them going quarterback? Now, I went and looked this morning, and between NFL and ESPN, it was actually 4-3 edge versus wide receiver. So it's not quite everyone. It might be everyone else, but on those between Kiper, McShay, Jeremiah, Bucky Brooks, Charles Davis, that group, it was actually 4-3 edge against wide receiver. But they could go quarterback here. I think the best case for them is that every quarterback is there at 8 and someone trades up to take one because they put out enough smoke that they're willing to take a quarterback. It wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't want them to take a quarterback at 8, but it wouldn't totally surprise me if they did. I just don't think they should. Like I said, I don't think there's a first-round quarterback in this draft, let alone a number 8, a top 10 quarterback, for goodness sakes.
So something Nick said, I wanted to ask Nick, but he jumped out of here. I think we're getting Lance in here. So I'll ask Luke and Scott. If the Jets take an offensive tackle here, and the soured relationship that's reportedly happening between Becton and the coaching staff and front office. On the Broncos aspect of it, should they be looking at Mekhi Becton?
No, I don't think so. I think that they've gone as far as they want to go in free agency with the offensive tackles, and I think George Payton, he's constantly talking about character. I just don't see it, but I could see the Broncos trying to grab an offensive tackle. Obviously, you guys alluded to Abraham Lucas a little bit earlier, hovering around day 2 tomorrow. Is he going to be there when the Broncos are at 64? The Broncos going to move up? I don't think that Mekhi Becton would be on Denver's radar. It's an interesting question because George Payton said we're going to be in on every deal. I think that we're going to see some draft day trades, including players. I don't know if that's going to be in round 1 or tomorrow or Saturday, but I think you're going to see not only picks being exchanged, but possibly personnel. And if that's the case, maybe another team wants to take a shot on Mekhi Becton.
I'm not sure that I'm very keen on getting Mekhi Becton. I don't think that his movement skills really work with this offense that Nathaniel Hackett's bringing in. I mean, he did well enough at least last year in New York, but it's not necessarily the best fit here. Speaking of the New York Jets, it sounds like their pick is in, and it also does sound like we're going back-to-back cornerbacks here with Sauce Gardner, the cornerback out of Cincinnati, a guy that I really like. Cornerback 1 pretty much across the board, good length, good athleticism, good physicality, did not allow a touchdown in 3 years at Cincinnati. Eric, what do you think of Sauce Gardner at number 4 to the Jets here?
I mean, I'm a huge fan of his. I mean, he was my top corner for this year. He's got some technical issues that need to be cleaned up. One of his biggest is that when he presses, he has such a wide base with his press. He's got to be a little tighter with that, and his footwork overall needs to be a little bit tighter. But I mean, he's a baller. I mean, he's a dog. He's a ball hawk. He consistently goes for it. He wasn't tested all that often at Cincinnati. He has the makings of a shutdown corner in the NFL. It's just cleaning up a few technical aspects to his game that really doesn't need a whole lot of work to actually get cleaned up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he does with Robert Saleh. I mean, this is a guy that just loves defense and he loves players. And this feels to me like a very hand-picked player from the head coach. And I agree with you guys. He was my top corner as well. 6'3", 190. Would like to see him put maybe just a couple pounds on that frame, kind of lean. And they'll do it. And that's what they do with these rookies too, especially when they get into the league. They feed them and they're going to eat well. But it's just one of those things where he's a 4-4 corner. I mean, you can't coach speed, and he's able to move, use those lateral hips, has great click and close. Sauce Gardner, absolutely love the pick for the Jets.
Scott, what do you think?
Hitting the button.
Say what?
I said, I'm hitting the button. Here we go. Locked in.
Sauce Gardner locked into the New York Jets. And speaking of New York, I believe the Giants are on the clock. Here we go. Now, the Giants we talked about earlier, they've got a lot of needs, right? Not picking up that 5th-year option on quarterback Daniel Jones. When or if they go quarterback, I mean, they're sitting at 5-7. Where do we think that would happen here? 5, 7, which quarterback would it be? What other positions of needs are we looking at for the New York Giants? Let's just kick it off right. Round robin, however you guys want to do it. What are the Giants looking at?
I think they're looking at tackle. That offensive line's been an issue. I think they'll look at a quarterback at some point. I think that the name to watch is Sam Howell or Matt Corral comes early 2nd round, maybe trading up into the late 1st or even trading back from 7 and potentially getting one. But I think right here, there's 3 tackles. 2 of them I think are realistic options here. So I think they'll go tackle, I'm pretty sure.
I'm with you on that one, and I just got to say, God dang the Houston Texans for ruining my 3-pick parlay on the exact order. I had them taking either Ikem Ekwonu or Evan Neal, put money on both of those, and they decided to just kind of screw everything. They also screwed my Derek Stingley over 9.5 on his draft position as well. So I lost a lot of money here tonight, guys. Not for real though. I do think that the Giants do go with a tackle here. I think that it's probably going to be Evan Neal. From the sound of it, that seems like the guy that they like, despite the injury concerns. I would also give a shout out to Charles Cross here. Because they desperately need to increase that pass protection. And Charles Cross is arguably the best pass protector in this draft class. Maybe not the best in the running game, which doesn't necessarily fit well with what Brian Dable wants to do in that power scheme, but he's at least serviceable enough. He gets out there, gets in the way. But you really got to protect the quarterback. Daniel Jones, and honestly, I think that quarterback for the Giants at 7 is a realistic possibility as well. Been putting that out on Twitter here over the last couple of days. Malik Willis. If there's any coach in this league right now that I trust with a raw, big-armed, athletic passer, it's Brian Dable. And that would be the guy to me, that would shake up this entire draft. Nobody's heard any of that buzz. I mean, there's probably a negative % chance that it happens, but Malik Willis to the Giants is a very intriguing option to me.
I like it. Nick has given us some obvious points that you might have missed as we are just rapidly going through the draft here. But the first 4 players, all defense, right? Who says that defensive players are devalued? No, the Giants, man, offensive line, you guys have all hit on it. They need help. You need offensive tackle, you need offensive guard, you need center, and then you look at linebacker and edge. But quarterback, that's the thing that wins championships. And by not picking up that 5th-year option on Daniel Jones, that says a lot. Maybe Daniel Jones gets moved in a draft day trade. Who knows?
That would be intriguing if they went Willis and then went Daniel Jones and moved him to Carolina. Maybe even Houston.
Ooh, to Carolina or Houston or Seattle.
Seattle maybe.
Seattle needs a quarterback, and who knows what's going on with Baker out there in Cleveland. I mean, weird things happen, especially in the first top 5, and it looks like the pick is in for the New York Giants.
Eric, what do you think, man?
I mean, I was just going to say I don't want Daniel Jones in Seattle. I want Baker Mayfield. I want to see that quarterback room of Baker Mayfield and Drew Lock.
That's Geno Smith. And Geno Smith. Don't forget
Geno Smith. Just see how it works out.
That's competition. That's a lot of eccentric personalities there. I mean, Drew Lock is what is it that they're calling him out in Seattle? He's authentic or something like that is their talking point out in Seattle, with Drew Lock. He's not this corny guy, this guy like Russell Wilson, who's out there, creating catchphrases like "let's ride" and stuff like that. Apparently that's a thing on Seattle sports talk radio. So I don't know, but if you get Baker Mayfield, I mean, the guy grabbed his junk on live television in college back at Oklahoma. That guy's cocky and arrogant as it all comes. I mean, and then there's Geno Smith, this soft-spoken, quiet guy. That's an eccentric quarterback room if you've ever seen one.
Do you guys remember?
The Giants pick is in, and the slide for a certain edge defender is kind of coming to an end. So they're waiting on tackle. So they're going to go on the defensive side of the ball, which was another big need for them.
Is it Kayvon Thibodeaux here?
Call it.
It's Kayvon Thibodeaux.
Wow.
Oh, okay, interesting. So, and there's a 6. Giants come right back at 7 and showing that edge that they have got to get a pass rusher back in the division. Man, I love it. I can't wait to see some of the Giants-Cowboys games now. The Cowboys have a great offensive line. Dak knows how to move around, but with a number 5 overall pick, you are going to be expected to come in and get sacks immediately in this division in big-time games, a big-time rival with the Dallas Cowboys.
Eric, what do you think on Kayvon Thibodeaux here? Why is the fall ending here with the Giants at 5? I know that there was some rumors going around about him having some attitude issues, but is there anything else that you can kind of glean from the stuff that you've heard from the people you talk to?
I mean, I think that attitude stuff, it's a matter of who you talk to. Some people, they weren't going to be rubbed the wrong way by him, because that kind of seemed to be what it is that he wasn't the person for everybody, kind of like myself, that he rubbed some people the wrong way. And seems like the Giants were a team that they're perfectly fine with that for what he brings on the field. I think that if the picks 3 and 4 were offensive tackle, I think they go offensive tackle and wait on edge a little bit. But I think with 3 tackles on the board, picking at 7, they will either try to use that to get more out of moving down from 7 for a team looking to get up for an offensive tackle, or just take their offensive tackle then.
Yeah. Scott, this was a guy that was widely linked to the Falcons there at number 8 overall. Kayvon Thibodeaux, obviously the Falcons need a lot of different things. Quarterback is definitely in the conversation here, wide receiver, but Kayvon Thibodeaux is a guy that was widely linked to the Falcons for several weeks now, even going back to the Senior Bowl. How does this affect the Falcons moving forward?
Well, 6 months ago, he was the number 1 overall pick.
Right.
So I think the team that was doing the most bad mouthing was probably the New York Giants. They're trying to tank him down and to get him to. To me, it's pretty ridiculous. I think they got good value here at 5. How does this affect him? What it does is it push Ekwonu and Neal 2 spots, 1 more spot closer. So those are I think I mentioned 7 or 8 guys, including Jermaine Johnson. If I'm looking at the board here still, we got the Panthers on the clock. I don't want Cross at 8. Ekwonu would be okay. Evan Neal would be good. Kyle Hamilton would be good. And Jameson Williams would be good. So there are 3 picks and 4 players to choose from at least without having to go wide receiver. So I think they're in really good shape here. But we have a phrase here of in the South in Atlanta of calling falconing it up. So they've got a really good chance to falcon this thing up at number 8, but we will see.
I got to give a quick shout out here to Jeremy Tollefson. He's trying to send in a super chat. No money, but go Broncos. Jeremy, just keep trying, man. I'm not sure exactly what's going on the back end there, but
he's just saying he's not financially able to right now, which is fine,
right.
Dude. Just a like and a share. That's a huge help for us, and we're glad you're here.
That's fair as well. We are very glad that you are here, Jeremy, and we appreciate you for joining the show. We appreciate everybody for being in here. Lots of new names. We are streaming live on Scott's show on his channel, on his Falcons page as well. So we appreciate everybody for joining us here as we cover the 2022 NFL draft. Now, Eric, I want to go to you really fast because at number 6 overall, the Panthers have a lot of different directions they can go in. They can go tackle here. They can go quarterback, potentially even go a receiver here if they want to add to the offense, kind of build around Sam Darnold. They can also go Jermaine Johnson on the edge to pair with Brian Burns. Where are your top guys available and what seems to be the best fit to you here?
Well, I mean, my best guy available is Ikem Ekwonu. Evan Neal is also available. That's my number 2 and 3 players left. Kyle Hamilton's my top guy left. I mean, I think that at this point, after listening to what the Matt Rule and their new general manager, whose name escapes me, after listening to their pre-draft press conferences, it seems that either offensive tackle or quarterback, and so they have their pick of the litter of both of those. So I think that's the way they go, and that's what they need the most. I mean, Sam Darnold, they didn't. So they definitely got to get a quarterback. And if they want to roll with him again, they got to do better at protecting him.
Luke, what do you think?
What do people do when they're drowning? They reach out and grab on to whoever's next to him. And that's what Matt Rule is going to do here with the quarterback position. He's going to draft Malik Willis. And within a year, you're going to see Matt Rule get fired and a new hot offensive mind come in ready to mold Malik Willis. I definitely think quarterback is at play here, and I'm just going to call my shot. I think Malik Willis is the guy here at 6. Could be Matt Corral. Eric mentioned that as well. There's been a lot of connections with Matt Corral earlier on, some Kenny Pickett and stuff like that, but quarterback for the Carolina Panthers is at least my position.
I don't disagree with you on that one, but the one that I would probably go as far as the connections are concerned is Kenny Pickett, because Kenny Pickett committed to Temple when Matt Rule was the head coach there before he moved over to Baylor. Point. So like there's a connection there. They know each other. They've worked with each other before. And then Kenny Pickett went on to have a decent career with more of a one-year wonder level of play at Pittsburgh this last season. Lots of fumbling issues, but I don't know if Carolina can figure out a way to build the tackle depth around them. That to me is where I would go here. Like you've got Ikem Ekwonu, you've got Charles Cross here as well. That offensive line needs help in a lot of different ways. See if you can't continue to build around Sam Darnold, and if he's not the guy, I mean, you're moving on from Matt Rule, you're moving on from Sam Darnold, and you're still picking high in the draft next year with some more capital to go and get a guy like a CJ Stroud or a Bryce Young or excuse me, maybe even like a Casey Thompson who just transferred to Nebraska. There's a couple of really good quarterbacks in next year's class that Carolina should punt here on the quarterback position and take one of these tackles because they're the best players available and it's not a reach for them. Like they got lucky that Ikem Ekwonu fell right into their lap.
I like that you talk about connection, Lance, because that's what the NFL and really life is all about, right? It's about who you know and who you feel comfortable with and who's your inner circle. So I like that connection. Now, Nick in the background is also saying that the Carolina owner, David Tepper, is a huge pit booster. So maybe there's another Kenny Pickett connection there in addition to the Temple connection with Matt Rule.
Maybe if I can unmute my mic. Yeah. That's something that I didn't know either. That's news to me, and shout out to Nick for pointing that out to us. Like it's very interesting so far with what Carolina is going to do here. But I want to go back to number 3 overall here, guys. Let's talk about the Houston Texans for just a second here. Derek Stingley Jr. I really like this player. The tape in 2019 was about as elite as it gets, and 2020 didn't play. 2021 the tape kind of fell off there just a little bit. But as far as the tools are concerned, there's definitely a very good conversation for him of being the top cover cornerback in this class. I don't know if I like that fit for Houston. I think that Sauce Gardner was a better fit for them based on what Lovie Smith likes to run. Now, Eric, let's go to Scott here. We haven't got Scott here very often. Scott, what do you think specific? Or actually, never mind. Let's go to Eric really fast. What about Derek Stingley's fit in Lovie Smith's defense? Sorry.
Well, I was going to say that the Carolina pick.
It looks like that the Carolina Panthers pick is in and took Ikem Ekwonu, the first offensive tackle off the board. I think that's a smart pick for them. I mean, I like to say never underestimate the stupidity that Carolina can do at the quarterback position, especially after the last 4 or 5 years. But going Malik Willis here would have been scary. Going Kenny Pickett here would have been ridiculous. Getting a guy who can be a benchmark left tackle for you for the next decade is very smart. Again, if you're drafting in the top 10, you don't want to just like a guy like, yeah, he was the best guy available. You want to love a guy. And I know you want to talk about hometown, NC State right there. Raleigh's not too far from Charlotte, maybe an hour and a half. So good pick for them. I do like it. I do like the fact that Evan Neal, that's the one that surprised me. We talked about Kayvon Thibodeaux in his slide. The one that surprises me is that Evan Neal is still available. I thought he could go as high as number 1 overall, and now he's sitting right there at 7 for the New York Giants, and it makes a lot of sense for them to take Evan Neal right here.
Yeah.
There has been some talk about Evan Neal having some injury history that could slide him down the board, but really shout out to the Panthers here for taking a left tackle here. And a really funny, interesting statistic here is Jordan Gross, offensive tackle there for a number of years for the Carolina Panthers. He was just inducted pretty recently into the Carolina Panthers Hall of Fame there. Really good left tackle for them. Since he retired in 2013, the Carolina Panthers have started a different offensive tackle at left tackle every single year, which would be a decade of new offensive tackles every single year. What a wild statistic. They got a guy who's going to be playing there for the next few years at least.
And I just want to say I'm really glad to see Ikem Ekwonu be the first guy taken. I remember, back in November or December, mentioned him to Nick, and Nick was, arm length. But it's great to see him go. I mean, he answered those questions at the combine and everything. So I'm glad he is. I'm a huge fan of Icky. He was one of the guys before Denver was picking at 9. I started hoping he would fall there. Big fan of his. I like what he'll bring for Carolina. Now they just got to figure out the quarterback.
Yeah, and they don't pick again until the 4th round, maybe. So might be Jimmy Garoppolo, Baker Mayfield, same, who knows, season there in Carolina. We also got Nathan coming in saying it's just really echoing how bad this quarterback class is this year. Yeah, are we going to see one go in the top 10? All I know is thank God the Broncos aren't sitting there looking to take a quarterback here at 9 overall, because would have been painful. We would have been starting to talk ourselves into it. I know I was starting to talk myself into Malik Willis there potentially at 9. God, it's so much better to have Russell Wilson here. So quarterbacks keep falling. Don't worry. A lot of them are going to be picked before the Broncos pick at 64. But this class is as unfortunate as we kind of alluded to in a year ago, where not a lot of guys stood out. None so far in the first 6 picks.
Yeah. Wyatt Horning jumping in here asking, where do you gentlemen think that Baker Mayfield goes? Man, that's so tough to tell. We were just talking about him to Seattle. But with Carolina not having a lot of draft capital, I don't think that that's the way that they go. I mean, honestly, they got They got Ikem Ekwonu there just now, and it fills a huge need there. But they have nothing to give unless they're going to start giving a bunch of players. So I think that Carolina is probably out on the Baker Mayfield deal. I don't necessarily think that they have anything to give up for him. Seattle makes the most sense, quite honestly. They've got plenty of capital. They've got 40 and 41 if they want to give a second-round pick. I think they got 2 third-round picks in there as well. So they've got plenty of stuff that they can give up to get Baker Mayfield in there and compete with Drew Lock. That would be the way that I would go. Eric?
One thing I think that has been reported is that before making the pick, the Carolina Panthers spent a good portion of their time on the clock trying to move down from number 6. Seems like that they're willing to try to get a little bit more capital, let the offensive tackles kind of go a little bit, and or settle with the quarterback. Didn't happen. They just didn't get any offers they liked, and so they ended up going with Icky.
Yeah, really interesting to hear them do that. I mean, glad for Icky. Sounds like he's a really intelligent kid, been there at NC State for a few seasons, but it will be interesting to see how the board falls now. The Giants are back on the clock. They had been linked pretty heavily to Charles Cross. If Evan Neal does have injury issues that have cropped up that could push him down the board some, wouldn't be surprised to see Cross here, especially now that the cornerbacks are both off the board. Scott, are there any potential surprises here other than the 2 offensive tackles where you could see the Giants going?
Oh, we talked about quarterback, right? As a possibility, but it seems like it's got to be one of the 2 tackles. You made a good point before you came back on, just saying that they're picking twice. 2 out of 3, the tackles are there. So look for them to go possibly in a different direction at 5, then come back and take a tackle at 7. Let's beef up the trenches. You got 2 top 10 picks in a trench-heavy draft. Let's get an edge on this side and a franchise left tackle on the other. Man, you're set up pretty well. Now, again, talk about the quarterback position. You've hedged your bets for next year, where you might have to jump back in and get a quarterback next year when it should be a much better class, or you can go and hit the free agency or trade, because we've seen now people are willing to move quarterbacks. It might cost a lot, but they might have a lot. So I think it's got to be offensive tackle right here. I wouldn't be – that would surprise me if they went in a different direction, unless you go wide receiver. This is where the first wide receiver could come off.
And they have reportedly been shopping Kadarius Toney. Kenny Golladay was one of the worst singular contracts handed out 2 off seasons ago. It's definitely possible. Wide receivers are going to come off the board here pretty soon. So far, every single pick has been a position of value. We haven't seen any defensive tackles or linebackers or safeties or running backs or anything like that. It's been positions of value. Wide receivers would make sense coming up next. And I want to get to this by Damon Rattler here real quick, saying funny how some people think the quarterback class is weak. Watch one of them become the next Brady or something. Quarterback, we're judging these quarterbacks as prospects, but understanding that it is a projection. It's kind of like investing, right? Like, oh, this is a pretty safe stock. Doesn't mean it's not going to bottom out. You're going to lose your investment later on, but we have an idea going in as far as prospects. This is a pretty weak class, and the NFL seems to agree because so far 6 teams have gone, no quarterbacks taken. How long's the wait going to be? We're fixing to find out.
So when the Giants were on the clock at 5, they seemed to be having a debate about which way they wanted to go. And they got Kayvon Thibodeaux at 5. And the other guy they were debating about, they just got at 7 with Evan Neal, the big tackle out of Alabama. And so much for those injury concerns. I mean, Scott kind of made a joke earlier about the Giants leaking out the character stuff with Thibodeaux. Maybe they're the ones leaking the injury stuff with Neal as well.
So this actually goes back to a conversation really fast with Neal being the pick here at 7. I thought he was going to go at 5, but Eric we kind of exchanged some mock drafts the other day, back and forth, and I had Charles Cross going at number 5 overall to the Giants, and Eric said, watch out for Charles Cross to be the tackle that's starting to fall. And look at where we're at here. Number 8 overall, obviously the Falcons on the clock. They could potentially use an offensive tackle here as well. So Charles Cross is definitely a name to watch out for. I've seen him fall in multiple mock drafts, especially from guys like Joe Marino at the Draft Network or Kyle Krabs as well. I think Dane Brugler had him sliding there for a little bit as well. But Charles Cross dropping all the way down into the teens. Like, this is something to maybe keep your eye on. Scott, what do you think for the Falcons at 8, though? This is your time of the show, dude.
Is it? I would probably go Kyle Hamilton right here. We had a choice of several players, and it came down to Kayvon Thibodeaux and Kyle Hamilton yesterday when Nick and I did a full 32 pick mock, and I went with Kyle Hamilton. He's from Atlanta, went to Marist High School, which is about 15 miles from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. He is a team captain at Notre Dame. I'd guarantee he was a team captain at Marist also. 6'4", 220 pounds. So he's a jumbo safety that you move around and do a lot of things. Is it the best value position? No, it's not. Is this a guy that you can make the face of your franchise on the defensive side of the ball for the next 10 years when you've got a second year? And really, for me, it's really their first year because now Matt Ryan's gone. Kyle Pitts is here now. It's what was one of their picks. Julio Jones is gone. Calvin Ridley's gone. It's now a relaunch of the Atlanta Falcons, and you can do it with a guy like Kyle Hamilton. So I like that pick. If they don't go that way, I'd probably go Jermaine Johnson at edge.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, we haven't seen any trades yet either. Everybody's talking about, a lot of these teams want to trade down. Who's coming up? We're going to see some movement up here. A lot of hype for some movement. None yet. I'm hoping that we see a flash here that the Falcons are now off the clock and somebody else has come up, because this is a Falcons team that is probably a couple years from competing again, let alone contending. And that's just reality. I'm going to say that every week on the Forging the Falcons show. So I'm not just disparaging the Falcons fans here. They know where they are if they're listening to our show. But we'll be interesting here. I could see maybe Charles Cross, but I don't know what exact direction is here. I think the top 7 guys that I would be interested in here are the 7 that have gone off the board. So tough here. I guess Kyle Hamilton does make a lot of sense. Local kid in Atlanta. But this seems like we could have a surprise here with the Falcons. I'm not sure.
I'd still trade back.
Yeah, ideally.
I forgot to mention that. If I had my druthers, again, this is a team that needs multiple holes filled. If they could move back, that would be the best option for them. But again, we've talked before, who's the best player in this draft? Might be Kyle Hamilton. If you can come out of this with the best player in the draft, if you say BPA, best player available, they went Kyle Pitts last year. I'm not sure they were wrong. It was pretty close. So our pal coming in says, Scott, what do you think of Williamson, the wide receiver from Alabama, and next year get Bryce Young? I'd love it. The problem with that, our pal, and one of the reasons I don't want a wide receiver on this is because, one, he's coming off an injury anyway, so you'd have to redshirt him regardless for the most part. He might be ready to play, but he might not, and that's okay because you can't throw the ball this year anyway. If you're not addressing the offensive line really, you got worse at quarterback. You're wasting the first year of a wide receiver anyway. Then you're going to have a rookie quarterback. You just wasted the second year of your wide receiver. So if you go wide receiver here, you just wasted 2 years of 4 years of cost control for a team that's going to be really bad. So going wide receiver here is moronic, in my opinion. But we will see. We will see.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. Lance, if it is a wide receiver here, which one would you take? There's a lot of Jameson Williams talk, but I wouldn't be shocked if you see Drake London here. I know that they had a lot of size. I know that he's a really good big slot option as well. Maybe he could even play that Cooper Kupp role with his lateral agility and his ability to separate horizontally more so than vertically. And then there's Garrett Wilson, who's kind of a 3-level threat. Is there any wide receiver here who you would say, if they had to take one, that'd be your guy?
Well, if it weren't for the ACL tear, the obvious pick here is Jameson Williams. I mean, he's the best wide receiver in the class. I heard somebody on Sirius XM radio earlier today saying that he might be the best player in this class, the best overall football player in this class. I don't necessarily agree with that, but as far as the best wide receiver, sure. I mean, that would be the guy that I would definitely look at. Another guy, though, Garrett Wilson would be the other guy here because he's just more versatile. I think that he has the ability to go off, take the top off vertically. He has the ability to stretch the field horizontally, a really good route runner, really good hands. I'm not a huge Drake London fan because I think that he is really limited. Nick, what you got?
And the pick is in. The Atlanta Falcons do select Drake London from USC,
oh, man.
8th overall. Considered one of the better wide receivers in this class. Very huge, injured this season and wasn't able to test then, but his tape is really good. He's great at the catch point. And one of my favorite things about him is he is versatile inside, outside. The way the NFL is going right now, you see a lot more. The slots are changing. The Brandon Stokely's and the Wes Welkers of the world, those guys are starting to fade out a bit. You're getting a little bit more size or speed from that slot position. It's almost like a detached tight end. So going back-to-back playmakers here, weapons. I know that Scott's going to have a little bit of Thomas Dimitroff concerns here, but we got to hear from Scott here. Drake London's in. This is the pick. This is what you didn't want here from the Falcons, but Drake London is a good player. I'm curious to see how it all works out, but maybe a little bit ornamental considering the Falcons' needs.
Yeah, again, and I don't like the fact that, you're about to give a guy 8 figures worth of money and he wouldn't run a 40 for you. That bothers me. And that's about the wide receiver, that's about this wide receiver, not necessarily any wide receiver. However, my bias is towards the bigger wide receivers. Now you got a basketball team out there. You got a 3v3 team out there with Kyle Pitts and Drake London to go out and do that, which you might need because there's nobody who can throw on the ball and you can't protect your quarterback. So you're just going to have to take 3-step drops and throw the ball up in the air anyway. Your offense, I don't know that it got better taking a wide receiver at number 8. It would have been hard to get worse. But again, I just went through the reasons why it doesn't make any sense to me. You've got a gaping hole at right tackle. You got a gaping hole at left guard. You just got worse at quarterback. How are you going to throw the ball? How are you going to throw the ball? You can't run the ball either. Your running game stinks. Your pass protection stinks. Your quarterback just got worse. So I know, let's get a wide receiver. Makes perfect sense. Now, again, if you're moving this forward, wide receivers last a lot longer than a lot of different positions. And Scott, you're flushing 2022 down the toilet anyway. What difference does it make? What difference does it make is you still don't have your quarterback ready because it's going to be at least 2 years before you have a quarterback. And that's what I went through before this pick was I just gave you the reasons why it's not going to work in 2022. If you do get your quarterback, if you stink bad enough to get CJ Stroud or Bryce Young with the top 2 pick next year, which is very likely to happen, the Falcons could be a 3-14 team next year. They're not going to hit the ground running. They're going to struggle as a rookie on a bad team, as all do. Now I'm into year 3 of Drake London before I really even get to think about utilizing him. Those are wasted picks. It's a wasted pick for me.
Eric, what do you think?
I mean, I've gone back and forth on London. To me, I think he's best as a slot receiver. That's where I had him being one of those big slots. He was actually my highest graded slot receiver in that role.
Eric,
on the boundary,
do you take slots? Do you take them top 10?
No.
Take them in the third round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the value of the pick here.
Play outside.
I'm not a big fan of his game outside. I mean, we saw a lot of issues there last year, and so I don't like the value here. I mean, I think there's plenty of other players the ways they could have gone. Kyle Hamilton would have been the way I went the whole way, even though I know safeties aren't valued as much. Kyle Hamilton to me, even with that 40 time, is still the best player in this draft.
And I'm going to put it in the spin cycle here real quick for the Falcons. Why does this make sense? Where's the thought process coming from here? And you can look at the head coach, offensive scheme, and Terry Fontenot, the GM, where, okay, well, the guy who is inside-outside can play the slot from 11 personnel, but he can also play outside. He did plenty of outside at USC, especially this last season before getting injured. But you talk about Terry Fontenot coming from the Saints. The big guy for the Saints for a number of years was Michael Thomas, who dominated from the slot, from that big slot position. And then you also have Arthur Smith coming from Tennessee, who A.J. Brown essentially kind of played that big slot as well at 220. So I do see that, and more, I think some of the top slot receivers this last year, Tyreek Hill earned a lot of slot snaps. Devontae Adams earned a lot of slot snaps. There's more value to have in the slot if you can isolate those guys. It's not that he's just a slot guy, it's that he can do that. So again, it's not the pick I would have made. I would have been trying to trade back or probably have taken Kyle Hamilton there. Like you guys mentioned, maybe even a Jermaine Johnson or Charles Cross. But there is at least I think there is some logic to the selection there at 8 overall. And also the Falcons were aggressive with Deshaun Watson. Getting in another weapon here makes some sense if you're trying to lure in a quarterback next offseason. You have Kyle Pitts, maybe Drake London has a good year. Those are two fun weapons for that offense going forward. Again, it's maybe building a house on sand with the ornament kind of picks like the weapons, but I think there is at least some level of logic here where they went with that pick.
So I have a question for Scott before I get to that. I'll ask it while we wait for the Seahawks to make their pick. They seem to be fielding a lot of calls to try to move down or making calls. So you mentioned not having a quarterback. There's some rumors going around now about Baker Mayfield in Atlanta. So just wondering how you would feel about that.
I wouldn't mind Baker Mayfield in Atlanta, but Cleveland's got to pay his salary. For anybody else to come in as a free agent, the Falcons would have to pay them in Chick-fil-A coupons. So, which there is a Chick-fil-A in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's just not open on Sundays. And and the thing is I'm pissed off because it's stupid. That's why I'm mad. It has nothing to do with I'm a Falcons. But you should have heard me talk about Willian to Arsenal, talking about Chelsea. I don't like Arsenal. I can't stand Willian, but they gave him a $30 million contract. And I was pissed because of how stupid that was. This is dumb. This is not a good pick. again, there's reasons why I would have rather gone in a different direction, not the least of which is, a guy who you're about to give 8 figures worth of money to won't run a 40 for you. That's annoying. But again, and it makes a lot of sense. If you really believe that Jameson Williams was the guy, take him. I don't know that they did, but take him because 2022 is a lost year anyway. You're not getting anything from this team, from this player this year anyway. So get the guy with the long-term upside.
Right. The one thing that makes sense to me, we got the Seattle pick here in just a second here as well, guys. The one thing that makes sense to me about the Drake London deal, and yes, I understand, you got to quick throws and stuff like that. He's elite after the catch with the ball in his hands. He breaks a lot of tackles. He's a very tough, very physical guy to take down. I saw a lot of comparisons to him of Brandon Marshall, former Broncos wide receiver, former Jets wide receiver. You know the guy. I like that with Kyle Pitts working over the middle of the field, but it's so limited to that. Like, he's not a guy that's going to take it off the top vertically. He's not a super big body catch radius guy. Like, he's got to have it right on his body and then be able to work that way. Like, there's so many flaws to this pick, but I can understand why they would do that if they're trying to get the ball out quick. And we did get the Seattle Seahawks pick in. Eric, I'll let you do that. It doesn't sound like the Seahawks got a trade partner. It sounds like they're going with a really good pass protecting offensive tackle here.
Yeah, it was an offensive tackle that a lot of Bronco fans wanted before they made the trade for Russell Wilson. Seattle takes Charles Cross. I mean, dude's a good athlete. He's great in pass protections. I question him in Seattle a little bit, who's very much a run the ball offense, and that's where he really struggles. So they'll have to get him working, and for me, better effort. I walked away rather unimpressed with his effort as a run blocker. So I think it's good, decent value for them. It fills a huge need, but they get Charles Cross out of Mississippi State.
Yeah, I mean, good pick for them. Obviously, it's a team that has had offensive line issues for a number of years. I'm sure there's a bunch of fans here in Seattle right now. I heard them scream out in my basement here in Seattle now we go get an offensive lineman after we trade Russell Wilson. Thank you so much. I am curious if the Seahawks were hoping for maybe a cornerback or an edge rusher here with those guys coming off the board, but Charles Cross, good pick here, good pass protector, tested better than I thought he would on tape. He's a fluid mover. I didn't think he was going to be as explosive as he tested on tape, or as he did at the combine, but good pick for them there. Probably somebody who I don't think has all pro potential, personally speaking, but I think he can be a darn good pass protector. I'm curious to see if that Pete Carroll, wants to be 50-50 split, run the ball pretty heavily as well, if that's going to be the best fit for them going forward. But this fills a huge need. Obviously, they haven't brought back Dwayne Brown yet. Fortifying the trenches. So far, again, every single position in the top 10, value positions. Yeah, get the memo, guys. This is the way the NFL is going to be going forward, unless you have an alien in the top 10 kind of thing, like a Kyle Pitts last year. But Scott, what do you think about Charles Cross here? Would you have rather have gone Charles Cross instead of Drake London?
I don't know. After listening to Eric talk about Charles Cross, I had him way down on my board. I would have rather gone probably 3 wide receivers. I would have rather gone than Drake London, to be honest. But I wouldn't have gone wide receiver here for anything. Give me Kyle Hamilton. Let me see. You could probably have talked me into Trent McDuffie. Let me go down a little bit more. Jordan Davis. I would rather have Jordan Davis at 8. Again, maybe not necessarily the value position at a nose guard, but by God, if I want to rebuild a defense, let me give 380 pounds there, 350 pounds running 4.8s and jumping, 11 feet. Let me have that guy. There's just so many different ways I would have gone with this pick that I probably wouldn't have taken him. But on that note, guys, I am going to bounce out of here and let y'all have the floor. I'm going to sign out of the All Falcons account and the my Scott Kennedy YouTube account. If y'all wanted to follow along, go to Mile High Huddle on YouTube, and you can keep going. But I will be in the background, and Nick and I will be back tomorrow on Broncos for Breakfast after draft edition, where you can get reactions to the entire first round. So thanks for having me, gentlemen, and we will see you soon.
Well, thanks for joining us, Scott. And it's unfortunate that the Falcons went in the exact direction you did not want them to go. We all knew that you did. We're not a huge Drake London fan, but man, like the look on his face, guys. The look on his face was just so disappointed. It was awful.
Great.
Luke, we got you back in. Eric had to run to the bathroom, do some business really fast. He'll be back here in just a second here. Yeah. But Luke, your reaction over the last couple of picks here. We got Kayvon Thibodeaux. We've got Ikem Ekwonu. We've got Evan Neal. Obviously now with Drake London. What's it look like on your end here? How you doing?
Yeah, man. I like Drake London. I do. I like his physicality as a wide receiver. I think that he is still very, very raw and needs to polish for a couple years. And he's going to do that. But it's odd. Lance Zierlein compared him to Eddie Mack. And I thought that was kind of an interesting comparison. Love me some Eddie Mack. I like Drake London, but kind of okay, I guess. But that's the thing, right? When you're doing pro comparisons, it's dangerous. It's hard. You want to be bold. You want to be different, but you just don't know who these guys are going to be. I like Drake London. I think we saw an interesting comment in the chat saying that, hey, the Bengals went to the Super Bowl without an offensive line. Maybe that's the Falcons' plan. The Bengals did go, but they didn't win. And that's why Cincinnati is definitely going to beef up the offensive line even more than they've already done so this offseason.
Yeah. No excuses, I guess, for Drew Lock there, right? They still have DK Metcalf. They haven't traded Lockett yet. Got an offensive tackle there. Brought back Rashad Penny. We'll see how it plays out. But Cody W coming in saying, if we didn't get Wilson, who would the pick have been? This is a great question.
Wow.
Yeah. Luke, what do you think?
That's a great question. I haven't even considered it. Lance, go ahead.
So I want to kind of go with based on the board that was available here. Like this is a great question based on what we know now with the top 8 picks. I really wanted to see Kyle Hamilton paired with Justin Simmons. Like you get Kyle Hamilton to fall to 9. If that was the way that this would all have shaken out without Russell Wilson here, you get Kyle Hamilton, arguably the best player in this draft, to pair with Justin Simmons. Like, man, that's a dream scenario here. Nick, what do you think?
Nick loves him.
I love him, but we do have the 10th pick that's in right now. And I was going to say the guy who I thought was going to go 10, who the Jets were heavily linked to, but the 10th pick is in. Another wide receiver coming off the board here, Garrett Wilson. First Ohio State wide receiver off the board here. A lot of linkage. No Deebo Samuel on the move. I guess that makes sense for the 49ers to hold on to him. But I probably would have said Jermaine Johnson, Jordan Davis, or Charles Cross there with that 9th pick. And Kyle Hamilton makes sense too. Any of those guys would have made me decently happy. Would have been a little bummed with the run on edge rushers that did come off the board there, but just the reality of it. And we got Phil McLaughlin coming in here with the support. Thank you so much, Phil. Good to see you. So another wide receiver off the board here. A lot of people's number 1 wide receiver in this draft class in Garrett Wilson going to the New York Jets. We're going to see if Zach Wilson can turn it out there. Wilson to Wilson connection with the Jets, but a lot on the line there. And it makes sense for the Jets to go with an immediate contributor because that team starts 1-6. The general manager, the head coach, all that staff probably fired and gone. So Garrett Wilson makes sense immediately for them.
Yeah, it's tough though for me when you go with a receiver as slim and slender as this cat is. I mean, $183 at 6 foot. I love the skill. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's going to bust or anything just because he's 183 pounds right now, but it's such a concern for me in that division where historically defense has done very well. And we knew that the Jets were trying to reach at a wide receiver ever since the Tyreek Hill trade. And the Deebo Samuel thing, I don't really think that's going anywhere right now. I think that the whole Aaron Rodgers thing from last year, if there was anything that we learned other than he's a bigger drama queen than we already thought he was, and we can't stand him in Denver, but it's okay because we got Russell Wilson. The thing that we learned is when players are trying to get this emergency exit in the draft, it doesn't always work out that way. It takes longer to find a partner. And as Eric and you guys have all been alluding to, some teams are trying to trade down and some teams aren't biting. And we have yet to see a quarterback go off the board. You have a ton of linemen going, whether that's edge rushers or you're already getting offensive line going now. So it's interesting to see a draft where you don't have quarterbacks within the first 5 picks. You're coming up on the top 10 and here we are, still no quarterback. So I think it's just a testament of how accurate the forecasts for the quarterbacks in this draft class really are.
I think
really interesting here. And no quarterbacks taken officially in the top 10, as we see here a comment here from, here we go. Nathan saying not a single quarterback drafted in the top 10. LMAO. Yeah, thank goodness. Broncos getting out of the top 10 there this year. We'll see what happens. But now we have the 11th overall pick, the Washington Commies, the Washington Commanders. No, it's a trade. Eric. Oh, we have a trade. God bless. That's awesome. Let us know. Let's kick it over to Eric with sports. What's going on?
I haven't seen who it was that they're trading. It looks like the New Orleans Saints have moved up for it. Is this where the quarterback finally goes?
Ooh, what quarterback though is the question?
Malik.
Is it Malik Willis here?
Yeah,
I feel like it has to be Malik Willis here. Either him or Matt Corral. I don't think that they're interested in Kenny Pickett.
Do you move mountains for Matt Corral though? I mean, I'm curious to see what it's move mountains. We don't even know what the compensation is going to be, but oh man, here we go. First trade. What do we think?
All the tackles are off. Still, I think there's a chance it could be a wide receiver. They've been some interest there for Jameson Williams, but I think in the end, the name we haven't talked about here that a lot of teams like more than the NFL media seems to be is Cincinnati quarterback Desmond Ridder. I think we need to throw him in as well. He has just as good a chance to be the first quarterback off the board as any of these guys, so I wouldn't sleep on him.
But here's the thing. We got to try to figure out who are the Saints trying to jump in front of, right? They've got the Eagles at 15, the Ravens at 14, Texans at 13, and then the Vikings at 12. So when you start looking at positions of need, I mean, are the Texans wanting a quarterback at 13? And is this why the Saints feel like they have to leapfrog Houston? Baltimore doesn't need one. The Eagles seem okay with Jalen Hurts.
Well, what about wide receiver here? Like, are they jumping ahead to go get Chris Olave? Like, we just saw Drake London and we saw Garrett Wilson go. Like, the Saints or like Jameson Williams. Like, this is definitely an opportunity for them to go and get a wide receiver that they desperately need to have. So there's a lot of different ways that this can go.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's going to be in the quarterback in the end, and I'm just going to say Desmond Ridder. I got a gut feeling this could be I could be an idiot here in 10 seconds.
I was an idiot 10 minutes ago when I said that the Panthers were going to get Malik Willis. So, hey, man, this is the draft. Here's the thing. And I don't know about you guys. I'm just going to throw a quick question. I can't stand it when people call the draft a crapshoot. We don't know what players are going to produce or anything like that, but so much studying and effort and work goes into this. Don't call it a crapshoot. That just pisses me off.
Yeah, a lot of work. If you put a random stranger on the street drafting this kind of thing, and then an NFL general manager would mop the floor with him, no doubt. But it's definitely it's volatile and it's a projection. But who knows? The Saints are trading up, and CC is in the house, maybe breaking the news here, saying traded up for Jameson Williams. Wow, we will see if that comes to be. Trading up for a wide receiver would be interesting, no doubt. I love Jameson Williams.
It's worth noting the Saints managed to keep their other pick. They're sending a third and a fourth rounder.
Wow.
Wow. That's a great move. Like, and that goes to show, like, we were talking about this earlier with the rumors of Kansas City, like with Kansas City, potentially trading up. Like, it may not take 29 and 30 to trade up into the mid 15s, there's an opportunity here with this draft class being as weak as it is on the top side. Like, it's super deep, but nobody wants to trade up. So, like, if you're going to get anything, you're going to need to get a pair or three of like the mid-round picks to be able to get somebody to actually jump up and get you. If they're sending a third and a fourth, Eric, is that what you said?
Third and a fourth, yeah.
Yeah, like that's perfect. That's great value for the Saints to go up and get. If it is for Jameson Williams, that is a steal there. Like, they needed him to fall a long way. I know Philadelphia was potentially interested in him there. Maybe even Houston at 13. Like this is a good move for them because they didn't have to give up number 18 overall to do it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Still waiting for the official confirmation here on the pick. Still could be a quarterback. CC leading us astray. CC, what are you doing? No way they traded for Jameson, he says here on later on, but will be interesting. No doubt. Let's recap so far while we're waiting for this one to come in. I just got to say that the draft season, I was curious if it was going to be all the buzz and the different opinions while we led up to the draft held up being true, or if we were going to revert back to pre-end of the season combine hype. And I guess Travon Walker did rise. That's our post-season hype coming on, but Stingley going top 5. Kayvon Thibodeaux going top 5. All these guys that are going to drop. We're back where we were. I mean, these are some of the mocks that were being done back in mid-November at this point with the way these guys are coming off the board. So any thoughts on that, Eric, with the draft process? Is it just a big narrative machine? Are we just here filling the room with hot air? Are we contributing to climate change? What's going on?
I mean, no, I mean, there's so much data and stuff now that obviously there's variables that we can account for. We can't account for coaching, injuries, but I mean, this process is a process for a reason. A lot of us have put the work in, especially those in the NFL. They put the work in, they have their way down. And there's a reason why some teams have more sustained success when it comes to drafting than other teams, because they have their process and they stick to it. So it's not really a crapshoot. And like, I really hate that when the draft is called a crapshoot. It's not. It's just that there's variables that as human beings, we can't account for. We can't predict the future. We can't predict injuries. We can't predict this player getting drunk and speeding and hitting somebody and killing them. Like, we just can't account for these other variables. So it's not a crapshoot. And it looks like that the Saints pick is in. They did trade up for a wide receiver and Chris Olave.
Wow, that's you're seeing it. The league's a copycat league, right? You saw the Dolphins give up a haul for a wide receiver. Well, these cats here in New Orleans did not have to give up a haul to get a wide receiver. Talented cat out of Ohio State, and here we go. Ohio State, James Palmer, somewhere loving it.
I wonder if they're willing to, with keeping 18, if they're willing to wait on the quarterback, because I know they really like Pickett, they really like Willis, and they really like Ritter, and I think they'd be fine with any of the three of them. So at this point, there's not many threats between now and that pick to take those quarterbacks. And what teams that are wanting to move up for one of them, mainly Pittsburgh, obviously they can't take all three of them. So I think that was part of it. There's been a run on wide receivers. They wanted to go get their guy that's still available. I think that with the New Orleans Saints in particular, that the Williams injury had scared them off a little bit. But I think that a quarterback would be where I think they go next.
You're exactly right. And when you look at another quarterback team, I mean, you really got to go all the way down to the very last pick at 32 with Detroit.
No, Detroit is on the clock.
Oh my God.
Speak of the devil, quarterback is coming in, I'm sure, right?
Okay,
this has got to be it.
Malik Willis, I mean, it's got to be Malik Willis. He was the one that was rumored to be right there with Aidan Hutchinson at number 2, and that was the debate. Do we go Aidan Hutchinson? Do we go Malik Willis? Provided Hutchinson didn't go number 1 overall, of course. So it's got to be. I think it's got to be Willis here.
It has to be.
Go ahead, Lance.
It has to be Malik Willis here. They were rumored to have him at 2 overall. Like, there's a lot of chatter of that going back, even dating back to before the combine. Like, he's the most explosive athlete and at the position in this class, arguably the best arm talent in this class. There's a lot of concerns about his processing ability and stuff like that. But the nice thing about the Lions is they still have Jared Goff. Like, Goff can still play for at least this year. They're not married to him long term. They can groom Malik Willis underneath him for the next, at least this season, maybe even start him towards the end of the season. The Lions team is going to be bad enough that they can, trot him out there at the end of the season, let him lick his wounds a little bit and move forward with him going forward into 2023. Like, this makes a lot of sense. I'm curious as to what they gave up to move up this far from 32.
Yeah. And CC weighing in real quick here, saying Malik Willis makes a ton of sense. Trade up ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who showed serious interest in Malik Willis. And that is something I think we all know, that Mike Tomlin has had his eye on one Liberty quarterback, Malik Willis.
So to get to 12, the Detroit Lions sent 32, 34, and 66. They got 12 and 46 in return.
That's not a bad trade.
Fair.
All things considered, they hold on to their first round picks in 2023, and having 32 and 34 sandwich, I think there's a lot of value there. You know how teams absolutely love those first picks day 2 of the draft, because they sit there. It's like, oh my God, this guy's still there. I got to go up and get them. So I'd be curious to see if the Minnesota Vikings, who traded down from 12 there, we haven't even talked about the ramifications of them moving back-to-back years. Minnesota traded back. I guess the ghost of Rick Spielman lives on in Minneapolis, the king of trading back. But Really interesting here. Bringing it back to Malik Willis. We know that. I don't know if you guys have touched on this that much yet, but Malik Willis did work with the Detroit Lions coaching staff at the Senior Bowl, very hands-on with him. And there was a lot of love there. And like Eric mentioned, debate there in that locker room or in the war room for him at 2 overall. This is a great get for them. Malik Willis being the first quarterback off the bat. In today's NFL, I think you need a quarterback that has some sort of superhero trait. And Malik Willis is the only one in this class that I think has that. I mean, you've seen it this offseason. You can get Jimmy Garoppolo for a song. The Falcons gave nothing for Marcus Mariota. Okay, competent quarterback play is easy to get in today's NFL. So chase ceilings, chase elite play, chase arm talent, chase athleticism, chase frame. Malik Willis. I think it's not. Is it not going to be Willis?
It's a wide receiver.
They traded up for Jameson Williams?
Yep.
That is dumb.
With Jared Goff at quarterback, they traded up for Williams.
Dumb.
Wow.
Dumb. That is the stupidest pick of this draft thus far.
I'm in 100% agreement with you, Luke. This is,
and I want to go back real quick. One of our live streamers, right here in the feed, it said Detroit was going to screw this up and take a punter. Well, they screwed it up all right. Wyatt, well, it was our guy Wyatt here saying Lions were going to botch it. Yeah, in my opinion, they botched it. Eric, Nick, Lance, and I are obviously a little confused. What do we think?
They're just going all in on CJ Stroud. Like that seems to be the case. All in.
It has to be. It has to be that. Like, I did say that Jared Goff would be good enough at least for this year if you want to groom a quarterback to like a Malik Willis to come in. But like you trade up for Jameson Williams, a player that is injured coming off the torn ACL. Like I said, arguably the best wide receiver in this class, but he's not going to play for you for the first 4 to 6 weeks. This doesn't make sense for them. It's going to be a really good pair with Amon-Ra St. Brown, though. Like there's a lot to like there.
Yeah. I'm shocked.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I'm shocked about this. I love Jameson Williams, but the Lions moving up that far and giving that many picks up for a wide receiver, I think it's really good. Good wide receiver here, but it doesn't make sense to me. Moving that far, are you that much confident that the wide receiver is going to be that good when you can sit there and take another defensive player, another trench player, a defensive back, and a wide receiver there at 32 or 34? I mean, you're going to have a chance at Sky Moore. You're going to have a chance at George Pickens. You're going to have a chance at Alec Pierce. You're going to have a chance at somebody down there at 32 or 34. Where are you that confident to go up there and get Jameson Williams? And I know speed kills. It plays in any offense, but kind of shocking to me to see this, to be that confident in your evaluation. Go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
I have 3 quick points. First of all, Chiefs and the Chargers are kicking off the season.
Okay, cool.
Philadelphia traded up.
Is this going to be wide receiver again?
And at least Jameson Williams didn't land in Kansas City. Yeah. I think that would have been a little scary there.
Eric just said, like that was my biggest fear for this draft, was that Kansas City was going to trade up from 29 to get into the mid-teens to take Jameson Williams, because it may not be the most perfect fit to replace Tyreek Hill, but damn it, it's close. Like that would have been a great fit for Kansas City.
I'm shocked, man. I just think this is a very emboldened, and maybe Jameson Williams. They had a certain tier of wide receivers with Olave, London, Wilson, and Jameson Williams being the last one, where it makes sense then to go package those picks and move up. But it's the classic overconfidence in your analysis, and it's the opposite of the George Payton, where he'd rather take multiple swings of the bat at players. And there's been multiple studies out there that teams, it's the loss analysis. They can't imagine a reality where they don't walk away with player X, when in reality, it's better to sit back, let the board fall to you, take a wide receiver there and take another pick, or take 2 wide receivers, double your odds. I don't know. I don't know about this. I really like what Detroit had been doing, but this is a team that's a long ways away. I get it that speed kills. I get it that Jameson Williams is not also soft for a speed receiver as well. Sometimes you have the Henry Ruggs who couldn't beat press to save his life, so you had to kind of protect him, or Jameson Williams, not crazy physical, but physical for his stature. So I love the player, but moving up and giving that much to a division rival at that Lions and the Vikings trading here, I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Yeah, kids, if you want to play wide receiver, go to Alabama. You're going to get drafted in the first round. I mean, these SEC cats and DBs that are coming out of these schools, these wide receivers, you're seeing a run on them. I know we haven't seen a ton of corners, but the wide receiver run is happening. I thought a couple years ago was supposed to be the big wide receiver run. Well, we're seeing it again here in 2022, and I'll just say I am shocked. I did not see this many. How many wide receivers do we have right now? 4, 5?
4.
4 wide receivers through picks 13 with the Eagles on the clock right now. It's something I didn't see coming. I think, obviously, I don't want to paint it with the brush that it's a dependent position, because almost every position is a dependent position if you want to look at it that way. But teams are placing a significant value on the wide receiver premium. The good news for Broncos country, you don't have to worry about it. You got plenty of wide receivers. And as Eric mentioned, this cat is staying out of the AFC West. So always got to keep an eye on what the Chargers, the Raiders, and those stinky Chiefs are doing. And they're not going to get themselves one Jameson Williams.
Go ahead, Eric.
The Eagles sent number 15, 124, 162, and 166 to move up with Houston, who was really active today about trying to move out of the 13th spot. I mean, that was something that Nick, whatever his last name is,
Cosmider,
the GM in Texas.
Yeah.
Dang
it. Cesario.
Yeah, that seemed to be the way they wanted to go. Make the pick at 3, move down from 13, and acquire more picks. Still waiting to see who it is. But I mean, Howie Roseman has consistently been aggressive with draft picks and everything. So not shocked to see them up. And they were a team that was reported as really wanting to move up.
And just circling back to Jameson Williams, I know you guys keep talking about him going to the Chiefs, but also thank God that he's not going to the Chargers. I was thinking about it today, where Jameson Williams would be the ultimate piece to complete their wide receiver room there, because you have a slot merchant in Keenan Allen, who is awesome at the slot, a bigger body too for the slot position. You have Mike Williams, who they just brought back as a great X receiver. And then you bring a dynamic Z that can do stuff vertically for Justin Herbert, who has as good of an arm as Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he'd have been killer for either of those teams. I'm really happy that the Broncos don't have to deal with that defensively next year. I mean, we'll see what the Chargers and the Chiefs do. Fingers crossed on long snappers. We're still pulling for that. There's still hope. But Eric, what's going on?
So we questioned, I know Nick and we talked about it multiple times, about what the value is for an athletic 2-down defensive lineman. Apparently it's the 13th overall pick, as the Philadelphia Eagles take the freak athlete Jordan Davis out of Georgia.
6'6", 341 pounds. He ran a 4.78, 32 vertical jump. I think at the broad he had 123 or 122. So you talk about freak athlete. That's exactly what this cat is. This is like a generational size player with all of the talent in the world. I can't wait to see this guy play in the league. I know he's there tonight in Las Vegas, and he looked like a large man on the television screen. Can you imagine how big this cat is once he steps onto the football field? I think he's an exciting player. I'm really excited to see what he can do in his rookie season in the NFL.
Speaking of his size, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a picture going around of him standing next to Devontae Wyatt, who's no small man himself, and one of their coaches. And it makes Jordan Davis look like he's 7'5".
I'll see if I can find it.
It's probably like a chart, right? From smallest to biggest. That is absolutely crazy. The senior out of Georgia, man. And you're seeing these Georgia Bulldogs. They are well represented in this draft class. I absolutely love them. Again, when you look at comparing pro talent to these scouting prospects, I don't always agree with them. Lance Zierlein, who I respect, you guys respect, we all read. He had a Haloti Ngata comparison. I'll push back against that, because I see so much more athleticism out of this cat than with Haloti Ngata. No disrespect, but this is a guy that can move all over the line of scrimmage, and he's going to be a nightmare for opposing offensive coordinators.
Yeah, and it's something that Philly, they've needed that. They've needed that big guy up front. They need somebody who can help out those edge rushers that they have. Fletcher Cox, I mean, he's fine, but seems to be on a decline. Mm-hmm. They got Javon Hargrave, a guy, I wanted Denver to go get him, and he was a free agent last year. He started off the season hot, then kind of fell off the cliff a little bit. But
There
I
it
mean,
is.
Jordan here, I wouldn't be surprised if they're on the clock again. Another big need of them is a linebacker, and Devin Lloyd is still there too. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the way they go next. Philly, I mean, team that they can go so many though.
Lance got it. Lance got it up, man.
I found it. This is the picture of Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis, big number 99, standing on the left side of the picture there. That's Devontae Wyatt, and then one of the Georgia coaches. Like, this is an absolute gold mine photo. It's so much fun to look at. Like, that just goes to show you how big of a man that Jordan Davis is. And I don't want to be this guy, but does he actually play at 340? Like, he's got to be like Daniel Fa'alele from Minnesota plays at like 380. Like, Jordan Davis has to be pushing 400 pounds. This guy's a monster, absolute monster.
Yeah, it's shocking to see his size. His game film backs up his aggressive nature. I think sometimes he's a little trigger happy and needs to be a little bit more disciplined. But our guy KB82 coming in, the size chart at the zoo, dogging human polar bear, Jordan Davis. I absolutely love it. And then we got Michael coming in here, taller than Vince Wilfork. Yeah, speaking of beast, I mean, another mountain of a man in the league. And I know we're saying that, you know, bigger, stronger, faster at all kinds of positions, including linebacker, safety, D-line. Okay, you're seeing these guys that are coming out that are mountains that can move. It used to not be the case. It used to be the Vince Wilforks of, hey, go plug it up and penetrate the line. Now these guys are being asked to literally shuffle down the line of scrimmage and try to clean up running plays, continue to get after the pass rusher if they can. I love this pick.
It's interesting to me to see Philadelphia of all teams, and Howard Roseman is known as like the riverboat gambler when it comes to the NFL draft. There's like 64 total trades since he's been the general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles, by far the most in the NFL. Like, this guy likes to jump up and down, but to go up and go get Jordan Davis here, like, that's kind of interesting to me. Like, I would have liked to see them go and get like a Trent McDuffie to help that secondary. Like, there's a couple of different players here that would have made a little bit more sense to me than Jordan Davis. Now, I like to pair with them getting Fletcher Cox back, but at the same time, like, I struggle with the fit here in Jonathan Gannon's defense. Eric, what do you think on that?
Well, I think that part of the reason why they traded up is that Baltimore, along with some versatile defensive backs, they've been linked to Jordan Davis and Travis Jones quite a bit.
Right.
So I think that their plan was to get up above them. And I sitting at 14. So obviously, but I think they can make him work. I'm having a rotation on the defensive line. I think they'll go to more of a 3-4 base front, using Fletcher Cox more as that 4-I-5 technique, Javon Hargrave as well, with Jordan Davis in the middle, and just keep a lot of size up front and eating up a lot of space for those edge rushers. And as many concerns as I have about Gannon when, you know, Denver was, in my opinion, foolishly looking his way as a head coach, is not utilizing his players very well. So I question how well he'll be able to use them. Hopefully there's a plan. Otherwise, this could be a bad pick. And hopefully it's also not just falling in love with the athletic traits that he has and just going out and just getting that and just like, hey, yeah, we're just gonna stuff you in there and try to make you work art in the way we want you to.
Right. Cody W jumping in here. He's got a couple of super chats we never got a chance to get to. And I do want to give a big shout out to Cody, who's been a huge supporter of all of the Mile High Huddle shows. Our show, obviously, Dove Valley Deep Divers, Luke's show, Mile High Insiders. You've got obviously building the Broncos. Cody's been on each and every one of these shows, throwing around his massive support for us, and we appreciate you, Cody.
Thank you.
They can all keep taking offense for Denver's sake, and I agree with that. Let these defenders keep on falling, because that's where the Broncos need to rebuild this roster here. Obviously, the interior defensive line is a big need there for the Broncos. Obviously, the edge position there, you're going to get you're going to get a linebacker as well, potentially cornerback. Like, let these offensive players keep on going up at the high spots here, and let those defenders keep on falling, because it's definitely going to help the Broncos here. Dylan Von Arks here saying, is this going to be Kyle Hamilton to Baltimore? Yes,
Yep.
it is.
Yep, it is.
Man.
Baltimore
Ravens.
they interested in Kyle Hamilton. They were willing to move up for him. as he kept sliding, they kind of pulled back a little bit. They were targeting versatile defensive backs. Daxton Hill was another one that they would be looking at if Kyle Hamilton didn't fall this far. Travis Jones and Jordan Davis were two others. But, I mean, at this point, Kyle Hamilton is just crazy value for them. And I know for a fact that they absolutely loved him, and they were willing to look at getting into the top 5 to get him.
This is a crazy pick. Go ahead, Luke.
Yeah, well, look at the historic run at safety for the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, this is a great fit. This is what Broncos country loves about Justin Simmons being a safety for Denver. Now, he's not the same smacker, smash mouth, I'm going to just lay it out safety. He's a ball hawk. He's not Steve Atwater. He's not John Lynch, but it's a rich history in defense. The Baltimore Ravens with this Notre Dame cat, I absolutely love. I'm curious when Nick gets back to hear what he thinks, because I know Nick was really, really high on Kyle Hamilton, as he should be. He's a stellar athlete, but even more important, he's a damn good football player. He's got awesome instincts. He's always prepared. He's one of the smartest players you're going to watch on tape, and he's he's hardly ever out of position, something I really, really like about this safety.
I think the biggest thing here is that how does Baltimore always luck into like these top guys falling into their lap? They had
Ozzie Newsome is still very, connected and in the know, and like he's a wizard. He's like the wizard of scouting. I don't know. You're exactly right. I mean, they're so damn lucky.
It's just like Kyle Hamilton. When you watch his tape, you're like, that guy's a Baltimore Raven. Like you look at Daxton Hill and say, that guy's a Baltimore Raven. Like either one of those guys would be a great fit for what this defense likes to do. And to see Kyle Hamilton, a guy that most people were calling, I know Eric has him as the number 1 player in this draft. Has my number 2 overall player in this draft. Like there's a lot of people saying this is a top 5 pick, top 3 pick. It'd be crazy to see him fall from Houston. He goes all the way down to 14 to a team that has a huge need in the secondary for an elite athlete. And yeah, he didn't run the best, but he plays a lot faster than he tested. Like Kyle Hamilton is such a perfect player for this Ravens defense. It blows me away how they always seem to find that perfect guy that always slips right into their lap. And Hamilton's just another example of that.
Real quick, who did they hire for the DC after Wink Martindale left in Baltimore? Off the top of my head, I'm spacing it.
Well, let's see. I know they looked into CJ Mosley there for a minute.
Let me see.
They got Marcus Peters.
Mike McDonald. Okay. So first year defensive coordinator. What does he get? The smartest safety in the NFL draft. Nick, here we go. One of your favorite prospects goes to Baltimore, and Lance brought up one of the best points ever. How do the Ravens just tend to get great players like they're falling out of trees?
Yeah, Scott just messaged me like, what do I say? The Ravens always get my guys. So shout out to Shot, still working behind the scenes here. And they do. I mean, Kyle Hamilton, what a good pick here. After he had a subpar, I guess we'll call it, combine as far as the speeds go. His jumps were still fine, et cetera, et cetera. He's big. But after not running a blazing 40, playing the safety position, falls down the board a tad, from top 8 to, what is he, pick 14 overall to the Ravens. A great get for them. I'm really curious to see what this defense looks like now, going from Wink Martindale, blitz-centric defense to who's their new defensive coordinator? Is it the guy from
Mike McDonald? Eric came
Michigan.
Eric came in with that one.
He was with the Baltimore Ravens for like 7 years before he went to Michigan, and yeah.
So I'm curious to see if this defense changes at all, just from the very blitz-oriented Wink Martindale, like jailbreak style of defense with Kyle Hamilton in the back end, but great player for them. He's going to look great. I mean, just close your eyes and picture a defensive player in a Baltimore Ravens uniform. Typically, they look good. I do think that seeing Jordan Davis go 1 pick before, I'm curious if the Eagles believed that Jordan Davis was going to be the pick there for the Ravens to go up there and get him. But either way, Baltimore got to be happy with getting either Jordan Davis or Kyle Hamilton with that pick there. A lot of the players that we thought would be going off the board are still off the board. Lance, is there anybody that's left, though, that you are surprised about? Anybody that you think should be one of the next guys off the board, or somebody that you thought would have been picked by now?
Well, first things first, let's talk about the Houston Texans taking Kenyon Green, specified as as an offensive tackle per Eric here in our group chat. I'm skeptical on this one. I thought that they should probably just take in Kyle Hamilton rather than trade down. But as far as guys that I'm curious to see where they go, Trent McDuffie is a big one. I thought that he probably would have gone at this particular point. Arguably one of the best slot cornerbacks in this draft. A very physical player, smooth in coverage, great hips, great length. He tested really well at the combine. That's a guy that I'm surprised that hasn't gone thus far. We'll see if Philadelphia takes him here soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hop in real quick and say we've got a special surprise for you guys as part of our Mile High Huddle draft coverage. I'm going to tag out and he's going to tag in. He is one half of the co-host of Building the Broncos with Nick Kendell on Tuesday nights, every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Mountain. And guys, Carl's going to be coming in here in just a second. And I wanted to say, be sure to head on over to Twitter at Mile High Huddle, milehighhuddle.com. We're going to have this draft party going today, tomorrow, all of Saturday, all of our pod hosts. We're so pumped to have you guys. And thanks for having me in round one. Here's the man, the myth, the legend, the birthday boy himself tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It's our guy, Carl.
Hey.
There he is. How you doing, Carl? Welcome in. Just right off the bat, favorite pick so far?
Well, let me do a little catching up here for just a second.
Okay.
I would say I love what the Giants have done.
Mm-hmm.
Thibodeaux there at 5. I mean, he's got some issues there, but still a great player. Then Evan Neal at 7. Yeah. Man, I love that fit for them. And getting them a right tackle. I mean, he's played right tackle, left tackle, so they can kind of put him wherever they want. And I thought they did a great job just kind of letting the board fall to him. And I thought they were smart to take the pass rusher first. And the fact, hey, a couple of the pass rushers are already gone. Get our guy. We got a couple offensive tackles we probably like. Boom, they're at 7. And so, yeah, I really like what they've done. Looks like Kyle Hamilton just came in for Baltimore.
And I'm going to interrupt real quick for this. Hollywood Brown has been traded to the Cardinals with a 3rd-round pick for 23rd overall pick.
Whoa.
The Ravens jumping back into the 1st round here. This is interesting.
Well, anyway, I like the Kyle Hamilton pick because obviously he's top 5 player on my board. And somehow Baltimore just always gets things right in the draft. They just nail it every single year. And he's going to be a great fit for them on that defense. I just kind of stinks to see him go there. They're going to be a great team. I know they missed the playoffs this last year, but I think they're going to be right back in the thick of it here.
Yeah, and let's hear some more reaction here from this trade here. Hollywood Brown going to the Arizona Cardinals. I think this trade makes a lot of sense for the Cardinals, given they are a team that plays more 10 personnel than any other in the NFL by a lot. Thank you, Cliff Kingsbury, and that air raid scheme. And to see that run on wide receivers that happened, I know that Scott's probably still fuming a little bit about the wide receivers, but wide receivers are in, baby. Checking what's in this season in the calendar, what's hot and what's not. Wide receivers are hot, getting paid like crazy, getting drafted like crazy. A lot of value there. I know everybody keeps saying that you can find them every year in the draft, but you're playing more and more of them than ever, and it's not a scarcity argument. It's a impact argument for the wide receivers. So a lot of value. Wide receivers are hot right now, and curious to see what happens with the Ravens getting another 1st-round pick there. Is that so they sent Hollywood Brown and a 3rd for another 1st-round pick.
Yep.
Interesting.
And from my understanding is that they basically had the trade done going into today. It was just depending on how things fell on what the receivers were. And Hollywood Brown was actually in Arizona and was able to get his physical done, so this could actually be official. Because that's one big hang up with trading players during the draft is that they have to take their physical before that the trade could be official. So they were able to get that all done and banged out because they had it in the works.
Man, I think just wait long. Go ahead, Lance.
Well, I think the biggest thing here is it after losing Christian Kirk in free agency, and that we all know the god awful contract that he signed. That was their deep threat. Like that was the guy that they had to take the top off of the defense in Christian Kirk. And now they got a guy that's even faster, even more explosive, a guy that can really take the top off. I mean, we watched what happened in Denver with last year with Lamar Jackson to Hollywood Brown on that 49-yard touchdown where Marquise Brown was wide open after he blew past Kareem Jackson. Like this is a good fit. I really do like this because Marquise Brown is also a little bit versatile as far as being able to not only stretch the field vertically, he can go horizontal as well. He's a really good route runner. I question the size going over to the middle of the field, but I mean, I like the trade. I think that Arizona got a lot better here, even though they're not going to upgrade the offensive line. Eric, what's up?
And wide receivers are in.
Speaking of wide receivers, Jahan Dotson to Washington.
Wow. Why did they trade out of 11 and Kyle Hamilton to go get Jahan Dotson? I like to four with McLaurin, but they got a 3 and 4 for it, but they needed more help in the secondary than they needed a receiver position, in my opinion.
That wide receiver position, man, the game is interesting right now, given how much 11 personnel it is, how much of a rotation it is, and how these positions are getting paid. So I'm actually pretty shocked to see Jahan Dotson go this early. I know plenty of mock draft simulators that Scott and I did. We passed over Jahan Dotson with the Falcons 2nd round pick. Now he's going there 16. Doesn't mean it was an overdraft, but teams are starting to get a little bit panicky here with the wide receivers. How many are going to go in the top 50? It's pretty shocking.
I don't think so. I don't agree with this, but there was a lot of love for Dotson. That there were some teams that had him in their top 3 wide receivers. So I think that this was one of those situations where they were really high on him, and when they were on the clock, their top 3 were still on the board, or top 2 or whatever, and they were willing to take back, get a little extra ammunition. Maybe they knew that they were one of the teams that was highest on Dotson, or whatever the case may be. I think they were comfortable trading down and still being willing to go get Dotson.
Yeah, and a good comment here from Mark saying Hollywood Brown did play with Kyler at Oklahoma, so you have that instant chemistry there. We saw how much that instant chemistry mattered this last year for Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, so banking on that, especially that's even more true for deep threats. So good call there by Mark Schrader. Thank you so much for calling that one out. That's a great call, Mark. That's why, and you guys are so educated and smart. We appreciate you for keeping us on our toes and giving us those good factoids. That one's mine now. That's my claim. Mark, it's not yours anymore. I'm the smart one who thought of that. Moving forward, though, we have the Los Angeles Chargers are going to be on the clock here, but Jahan Dotson, man, I'm beside myself how many wide receivers. Carl, you're the wide receiver guy. What are your thoughts on how this is all playing out? Do you have a chance to make some money in the league here? I know you played wide receiver back in high school. How old are you? What's your 40? What's going on?
I'm on the south side of 40, so maybe I could get out there. Now, I mean, we're seeing with all these spread out offenses, you like the speed, you like the ability to get downfield. Dotson, if I remember right, he was a huge track star in high school.
Yeah.
And obviously you saw that on his tape as well, that, I mean, the guy's got speed to burn. And so for Washington, adding another weapon to the arsenal, I guess it makes a little sense. They still don't have the quarterback position completely figured out. I'm still wondering when is our first quarterback going to come off the board? Are we going to have one in the first round? I mean, I guess the Steelers probably are going to take one, but yeah, I wouldn't have taken Dotson quite this high. I mean, he is a great player, but I'm also starting to get into this idea of, with how much wide receivers are making in that second contract, do you really want to take a guy in the first round that you really are kind of pushed to pay him that second contract? And you might be paying him north of $30 million by the time, I mean, for sure, by the time the next 5 years, you'll be paying him $30 million. And I just, with the influx of how many wide receivers are coming out of the college game, I'm looking second round and beyond for wide receiver. It's just not a position I'm really big on for the first round, unless there's just that one guy that you're just like, we can't pass on this kind of talent.
So going back to the trade with Hollywood Brown real quick, saw a comment from Cliff Kingsbury talk about how Kyler Murray has absolutely loved Hollywood Brown since they played together, and that was a big factor as to why they went and got him. Yeah. There's been all these reports about Kyler Murray and the issues with the contract there, that this could be part of the way to, appease him a little bit.
Make your quarterback happy. I agree with it. And we got Kenneth coming in here. KB82, Kenneth Booker, our own Mile High Huddle. Good to see you, Kenneth. Thank you for joining us tonight. Saying, with the Jeudy speculation, what speculation? What do you mean by that? Can Denver get a late first for Jerry Jeudy? I think that any trade of Jerry Jeudy, put it in a time capsule. Let's dig it up a year from now. We'll see how this season goes. I think it'd be silly for the Broncos to trade him right now because his value is probably as low as it'll ever be. You had quarterback issues last year, quarterbacks that either were turning the ball over or not pressing tight windows. You guys can probably pick out which one is which there. But Jeudy, I would wait a season, hopefully see what he is a year from now. And if if you want to move on and teams are willing to pay crazy money or picks for him when you're low on 2023 draft capital, maybe we have a conversation then. But right now, I don't think it makes any sense.
I think the earliest we would see a Judy trade is just before the season starts, towards the end of training camp, as they've got to see him in the offense a little bit. They think that somebody else or KJ Hamler is good to go and they want to get him out there on the field or some other reason, and they're willing to move on from him then. That's the earliest I think that it happens. But personally, I think it's more likely to happen near the trade deadline or after the season completely.
And we have the Chargers pick in here, and we got Tom coming in quick saying, no Jermaine or McDuffie for the Chargers, please. You got your wish, and Scott and I will roast this pick tomorrow. But the Los Angeles Chargers are going Zion Johnson, offensive lineman from Boston College. They continue to address the offensive line to keep Justin Herbert upright. Solid player for them, good length. Is he going to play right guard for them? What do you think, Carl? Zion Johnson down there at the Senior Bowl this year, one of the standouts.
Yeah, it makes sense to put him there at that right guard spot. I mean, it's been really, really bad. I mean, he's played left guard as well, so I think that they could kind of move him all over wherever they need a starting position on that interior offensive line. I think he could play, and he does. He makes a lot of sense. He's smart. He's physical. He's consistent, and you're pretty much just saying, hey, our quarterback, we got to do everything possible to make him as elite as possible. And I give them credit for doing that, because there's a lot of teams. I think of like the Sam Darnold years in the Jets. They pretty much said, hey, you're our top 5 quarterback, but we're going to give you nothing to work with. Good luck.
AJ Brown traded from the Titans.
Oh my God.
Wait,
okay.
what?
He's heading to Philly.
Wow. AJ Brown of the Eagles says, wow, that is amazing. What a deal. That is a blockbuster. I'm waiting to hear what this is. We're going to remember this. This is the wide receiver draft.
What is this trade market, guys? What is this trade market? Like, seriously, there's been so many trades of players. Like, obviously, and like Nick said, this is the wide receiver draft. You've got guys trading up for wide receivers. You got Chris Olave going, Jameson Williams going, AJ Brown on the move, Marquise Brown on the move. Let's go back to this Jerry Jeudy conversation for a second here. Could Jerry Jeudy potentially be on the move? Like,
real quick, I want to jump in because we have the details of the trade. It's for 18 and a 3rd round pick for AJ Brown.
So the Titans are moving up to 18,
and they also
keeping their original 1st round pick.
Man, what a good investment! Second round pick. That whole day 2 of that draft was incredible. Terry McLaurin, DK Metcalf, AJ Brown. Good draft over there overall. And Jeremy's saying nobody wants to pay wide receivers. Eagles are gonna have to pay AJ Brown. Him with Devontae Smith. That's gonna be a very fun offense there. Eagles probably kind of realized they were a little bit SOL on wanting to get a wide receiver after the run that we had there from 8 to 15 or whatever it was, 8 to 16. So they go out and get AJ Brown, who has had some injury issues, but man, when he's healthy, one of the top 10 wide receivers in football.
Yeah, and Howie Roseman strikes again. I just mentioned it, like 64 trades coming into today. He's already traded up one time and traded for AJ Brown now. Like, Howie Roseman wheeling and dealing to fix this wide receiver position. They have Jalen Rieger in-house. They have Devontae Smith in-house as well. Now they get AJ Brown. Like, there's a lot of resources he's throwing at that wide receiver position to help Jalen Hurts grow as a quarterback. Like, the crazy thing out of this, though, the one thing I'm taking away from this is Titans moving up to 18. Could this be the quarterback spot? Could this be the first quarterback taken off the board here? Because are the Titans maxed out with Ryan Tannehill? They've been a very good running team. They've been a very good passing team, especially in the play action aspect. But is Ryan Tannehill the guy that can take you to that next level? Do they think that they can get a Malik Willis or a Desmond Ridder here that fits really well with what they want to do?
It's certainly possible. I feel like they've kind of maximized their ceiling with Ryan Tannehill, and he's set to make, somebody can look this up in the background, but he's set to make an ungodly amount of money next year against the cap for them. And would make sense for them to start to transition there, especially with all the pieces on their defense. Some of those guys about to get paid. They do have a little bit more room now with AJ Brown moving on, but will be interesting to see that, no doubt. And gosh, we're approaching the 2013 draft category of the latest wide receiver was taken. I think it was 22nd overall. EJ Manuel came off the board there in that 2013 class.
I think it was 16 to the Bills.
Oh man, so we're already past that.
Yep.
That's insane. God, quarterbacks might fly off the board here at the back half of the first round to get that 5th-year option, but really wild to see. And we have Kenneth Booker coming back in saying the draft is matching the free agency wildness. I think it is. And this is the thing too. Well, Scott and I done a lot of mock drafts in the morning and a lot of the morning shows, and we'll turn up the randomness on that. And people will be like, oh, this is unrealistic. This is unrealistic. If we would have put this in front of you just this morning and said, this is how it's going to play out, people would have said we're smoking crazy stuff out here. So that's the draft, man. Just embrace the randomness and the volatility, but know that crazy things do happen when teams are officially on the clock. So, Carl, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about these wide receivers coming off the board? We haven't had much talk of you. What's been your favorite wide receiver pick so far as fit and talent? Unfortunately, I guess fortunately, we haven't talked much wide receiver this year because the Broncos are set there. Thank you, George Payton, for paying Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick before the season, because my God, what would have those guys gotten in free agency this year? But how do you feel about these wide receiver fits so far?
Well, Garrett Wilson is the one that makes probably the most sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you go get your quarterback last year, go get him a weapon, and getting a guy like Garrett Wilson who has speed to burn, big play threat. Like I said, can win over the top, can win with quickness, and actually has pretty darn good hands for being a speed guy. And so I think that one makes a ton of sense at this point. Like I said, he is a little undersized, but he'll get a little bit bigger in the NFL, and it just speed kills. Speed transfers over to the NFL a lot of times. So I think he'll be fine there. I really don't like what the Falcons did. Sorry, Scott. I know I'm sure you guys have already talked about that quite a bit, but that one doesn't make a whole lot of sense with no quarterback. It's kind of the same with Detroit trading up to get Jameson Williams. I guess you're kind of hoping that you take Jameson Williams this year. You're planning on probably having another top 5 pick next year, get your quarterback then, I guess, and just hope that you have a great weapon for him. I thought that probably would have made a little bit more sense for the Falcons, actually, if they were going to plan on doing something like that as well. The Chris Olave one, not a huge fan to the Saints. Again, just the quarterback situation. How's that going to work for him? I like Olave. He is a very smooth player on the field. Does well to get in and out of his breaks, all that. I just, again, if you don't have the quarterback, why take a wide receiver?
Eric and I both have the next pick here for the Titans, I'm sure. And I'll just kick it off to Lance yet, because Lance, you haven't been tipped yet, have you? Yes, no, yay? No, don't look. Okay, so the Titans traded A.J. Brown. Who is the most A.J. Brown in this class?
Christian Watson?
No, more slot
Burks.
yak ability. Treylon Burks coming off the board here to the Tennessee Titans, going young, cost controlled. Definitely, I would say a lesser prospect, even though A.J. Brown fell to the second round that year. I think that was a reaction to the year where John Ross and Corey Davis went in the top 10. Then the very next season, the wide receivers plummeted down because the NFL is super reactionary. But Treylon Burks to Tennessee, man, the year of the wide receiver. It's not even just the draft of the wide receiver. It's the year of the wide receiver. I'm starting to get nervous that Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick are going to hold out before the season kicks off, being like, these guys are getting paid this. They're coming off the board like this. Pay me more. What are we doing here?
By my count, that makes 9 wide receivers, 6 drafted, 3 traded.
Let me see here. I'll count them down. You've got Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Jameson Williams at 10, 11, 12, by the way. You get Jahan Dotson, and then, Marquise Brown, Treylon Burks now, and then A.J. Brown. Yeah, that's 9. This is insane.
And the one everybody thought to be traded, Deebo Samuel, still has yet to be traded. And A.J. Brown got an extension, 4 years, $100 million, $57 million guaranteed.
Holy cow. That's a huge deal, and well-deserved for him too, because like Nick said, when he's healthy, this kid's just spectacular. Great route runner, great hands, great catch radius, has the ability to take the top off the defense vertically if you want him to. Great run after the catch ability. Like A.J. Brown getting paid like that. That's just good for him. Good for him, and hopefully now that he's in Philadelphia, he can have a quarterback that can deliver the football like Ryan Tannehill. Even though I was just talking trash on Ryan Tannehill, he's definitely not Jalen Hurts when it comes to throwing the football, and that's a big move for Philadelphia. Like, it's going to be a hard transition for him, in my opinion. Like, there's a lot of questions for Jalen Hurts for sure.
And as Jeremy says, this has been in the works if Brooks was there. Definitely, anytime you trade a player, you have to be ready to have them get the physical and everything so they can get official. This has probably been a trade that's been probably done for a day or two now, with Brown having got his physical and then being able to negotiate the contract. That was just dependent on Treylon Burks being there.
Yeah. And I love this fit for him. I really do. I mean, like I said, you kind of just sub one for the other, and now you've got 5 more years of cost control to work with, and you don't have to pay that big guy. And you got another pick on top of this to still add to it. So it makes a ton of sense for the Titans and kind of helps them where they can keep paying Derrick Henry. They can keep paying their quarterback. You know, they've got some expensive positions right now. And so I was kind of wondering, A.J. Brown, where's he going to fit into that whole cap situation for him? And now they don't have to worry about it.
I'm dumbfounded by the amount of wide receiver movement so far in the draft and the guys coming off the board here. I'm curious if it has any trickle down effect later in the draft, but teams that were hoping to get a wide receiver day 2, maybe there starts to be some panic creeping in here. And I know that the Chiefs and the Packers specifically, 2 teams with 2 first-round picks, yet still standing by with the wide receivers coming off the board. So curious to see how that plays out, if they end up taking a wide receiver or if they scoop up some other talent just because the overinvestment of the wide receivers they liked. Cody W. coming in with a $2 super saying, poor Rodgers is going to be running from Hutchinson, though. Yeah, I don't think Rodgers got to worry too much about the Lions just yet, but who knows? That NFC North right now does not look very good, guys. It just is what it is. Can we put the Broncos in the NFC North for a year? That'd be great. We probably win 13, 14 games up there next year. God bless. Eric, we talked about this before we kicked off the show, but I'm curious, just how the draft has played out so far. Who are the best players left on your personal board? Some names that stick out to me in my mind that are still maybe somewhat surprisingly on the board, but ones that could have easily been off by now. Jermaine Johnson, a lot of top 10 talk for him before the draft. He's still here. I know that his sack production this year was great, but his pressure rate was actually horrifying. How sustainable is that? You still have Trevor Penning. Some people mocked him in the top 10 prior to this draft kicking off here. You still have, the cornerback from Washington, whose name is escaping me right now. Trent McDuffie is still out there. Daxton Hill, who, I swoon every time I say the name Daxton Hill. So he's still out there. Who are some of the top guys left for you?
Well, you hit on basically 4 of my top 5 left. Well, Jermaine Johnson's my top guy left. Then Daxton Hill, Devontae Wyatt. Now, Devontae Wyatt was getting a lot of top 15 talk. Jermaine Johnson, you mentioned top 10. Up over the last few days, there was a lot of top 5 talk with him, specifically for one of the New York teams. Trevor Penning, there was a lot of talk there with the Chargers. Trent McDuffie, Travis Jones, Garrett Elam, Malik Willis, and Logan Hall are my remaining first-round grades that are still available.
All right, and Lance, what's it going to take for the Broncos to trade back up in the first round here? Is it going to happen? Are we going to see the Broncos with a surprise tonight?
I don't think that it's actually going to happen, but they've got enough capital that they really could do it. But it's going to take their 4 of their top 115 picks. You're probably getting 64, 75, 96, and 115 to get into the
or a receiver.
Yeah, you could potentially see you could see Jerry Jeudy in a package here. There's been buzz for a long time now about this Broncos receiving core. Even going back to specifically Tim Patrick when he signed his deal, it's a team-friendly deal. It's easy to move on from even after this year, even if you want to trade it right now. Jerry Jeudy could be another guy that you can move on from. I don't necessarily like the Broncos moving on from anybody right now because of KJ Hamler. You're just not sure that he's going to be ready to go. But if the Broncos wanted to do something like that, maybe even Bradley Chubb. If they want to move up into the first round, they send Bradley Chubb. They're looking at like a Boye Mafe and Arnold Ebiketie, maybe even who's the George Karlaftis is the other one I'm thinking of here as guys on the edge that they could trade up for. I don't think that's going to happen. I really do believe though that they are not going to be picking at 64. I do believe they're going to move up tomorrow.
And we have the Saints are back on the clock here, and they made a bet trading up to take Chris Olave there at 12 overall, I believe. Did they trade up to 11 or 12? Regardless, I think they actually traded up to 11, but they made the 11, bet that one of these wide receiver or one of these quarterbacks still might be here. Still not a quarterback overall. We're going to get all the way to pick 20 before a quarterback comes off the board, or are the Saints going to break the hearts of the Pittsburgh Steelers? A lot of fans hoping for Malik Willis there at pick 20.
This should be Trevor Penning. It is Trevor Penning. Okay, I was going to say this should be Trevor Penning here.
Wow. Man, so far. Carl, what do you think? I guess we just need to keep thinking how blessed we are that the Broncos landed Russell Wilson, because goodness gracious, this quarterback class, I figured one would come off the board here, but it's like, at least 3 are going to come off the board. Don't gaslight me. These quarterbacks aren't that good. And still available despite being, the rookie quarterback contract is a cheat code. So I'm shocked. I'm honestly shocked. I knew that I wasn't that high in this class. I knew the league didn't like them that much, but none off the board in the first 19 picks. Absolutely shocking.
Yeah, you usually see at least one team panic and just say, we got to go get our guy, but there's not a guy in this draft. Right. The people that were talking about how Malik Willis is better than Trey Lance from last year. Yeah, that's not true. That's not even close to being true now that the NFL, the NFL is showing you exactly what they think of this group. And I'm sure there'll be one taken in the first round just because of that 5th-year option. And like you said, cheap contract, and you just throw a dart at the board. And if you take him here at this point, it doesn't hurt you to take one next year either. You're just like, hey, we took a chance. They didn't work out. Let's take another one next year. But right now, it is a little shocking. At least one isn't off the board, because there are some very big quarterback needy teams, and they've all said, nope, we're good.
And with that, these last 2 picks, we've actually, in the last, 22 drafts, the last time a quarterback had been taken. Here we go. 1997, Jim Druckenmiller to the 49ers from Virginia Tech, went 26th overall. The first quarterback taken, 1997. Will we beat that? That is an insane thing. 1997. The game has changed so much in it since 1997, and still waiting on a quarterback here. And the Saints going Trevor Penning. Good for them. They get their wide receiver and they get an offensive tackle, both positions they were looking to get to target. And I guess they read the room right, going up for a wide receiver and then sitting here for Trevor Penning at 19 overall.
Yeah, you still have to question a little bit the trade that they made of giving up their first-round pick next year. Like, you still don't have a quarterback, and then you didn't take one this year, and now you added a wide receiver and offensive tackle to protect somebody that probably isn't going to be your long-term solution. And so some of that just doesn't make as much sense for me. I don't mind Winston a whole lot. I wanted the Broncos to take a shot at him. He can at least go out there and throw some touchdowns for him and stuff, but I still, like I said, I just don't know what their long-term plan here is.
It will be interesting. I guess now it comes down to quarterback watch. Are the Steelers going to do it? Eric, are the Steelers going to do it? If not, which other direction could they be looking? I know that they have TJ Watt, but maybe another edge rusher like Jermaine Johnson on the other side, keep them strong. And they have Minkah Fitzpatrick down there at safety, but adding a Daxton Hill on the back end really just leans Steelers for me as well.
They can go edge, and I think I wouldn't sleep on defensive line either if they don't go quarterback with Devontae Wyatt or Travis Jones. I know that they like them both, and I know that they really value having multiple defensive linemen, and they're a team that really likes to have a future replacement ready and waiting on the defensive line before they actually need the replacement. And Cam Hayward was linked at being out of Pittsburgh this year. Didn't happen, but now they're saying that it's going to happen next year. So that's a possibility. They just lost Javon Hargrave last year as well. Mm-hmm. So they're needing to restock on that defensive line a little bit.
Man, we'll see. Going to be crazy. I guess you do have Devontae Wyatt still there. You still have Travis Jones as an option as well. We know they love their defensive line and defensive play there in Pittsburgh. So it'll be interesting to see. Bringing it back to Carl here so far. Carl, what's been your least favorite pick of the draft so far, since you didn't start from us from the beginning? And let's leave Scott's misery away. Let's not say Drake London at 8. I think we're going to be able to talk ourselves into Drake London at least a little bit there. I think he's a good player, and I think there's more value to the big blocking inside-outside player that can do some slot versus a pure slot. But your least favorite pick so far?
Well, Kenyon Green there at 15. I know they're calling him an offensive tackle. I guess he could be moving to that position. We'll kind of see. I don't know. I understand they needed offensive line, and they need it pretty much everywhere, so they can just kind of put him in wherever they need him, kind of thing. But I don't know. I thought that was a little high for him. Jahan Dotson there, obviously to Washington at pick 16. Again, another pick that just not. I like him. I just wouldn't be taking him quite that high. If we're talking top 5, probably my least favorite pick in the top 5 is maybe Derek Stingley. I like the player, but some of the injury concerns are obviously kind of stick out. This last year, he was kind of up and down compared to when he first came into the college game. And again, there for Houston, when you've got some other needs of figuring out your quarterback position and stuff like that, I guess I would have rather seen them trade back, try to get as much draft capital as they could to set up for next year. But I like the player. I really do. I question a little bit that.
And the first quarterback's off the board with Kenny Small Hands Pickett going to Pittsburgh there. So go ahead and get all your memes in with the tiny hands, as you can see Nick doing that as well. It's raw. Value of quarterbacks, I get why they went that way. Mike Tomlin has a one losing season record
Something
season
like that.
I don't think he
or never has or something like that.
Yeah, he's never had. They went 8-8 one time.
And Kenny Pickett, if that's what you want to try to keep that record going, he's the safest option at quarterback. Going to be interesting to watch that battle with Mitchell Trubisky and Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, and Kenny Pickett off the board here. Scott and I did our predictive mock before this. I guess it was Wednesday morning, and we had Kenny Pickett actually being the first quarterback off the board, 11 overall to the Washington football team. Given their Carson Wentz decision earlier, I figured, hey, why not? Let's double down on the rash quarterback decisions. But the Pittsburgh Steelers going Kenny Pickett at 20. Gotta say, I'm shocked. I know it's the Pittsburgh to Pittsburgh connection, and he played at Pittsburgh, so people aren't as concerned about the weather, but the college football season is earlier. It finishes earlier in the year than the NFL season. And you're talking about a much smaller sample size of having potential bad weather games, unless you actually dug into the data to know what weather conditions Kenny Pickett played at. And then what his quarterback rating was, depending on if it was raining or if it was cold. I don't care. I'm still concerned about the hand size and the fumbling issue. He put the ball on the ground a lot at Pittsburgh, fumbled it a lot, despite not being a heavy running threat like a Desmond Ridder or a Malik Willis. So probably one of my least favorite picks so far by the Steelers. If I was a Steelers fan, I would be punching air right now. I don't think Kenny Pickett's a good pick for him.
I'm actually in agreement with you there, Nick, because Kenny Pickett did play a snow game. I don't remember who it was against. It was late last season, and he just looked like the ball came out of his hands funky. He lost his accuracy. We already know the small hands. He has 8.5-inch hands. I have 8.5-inch hands, guys. I'm 5'10" at 165 pounds. Like I'm a tiny guy. I cannot hold a football, and throwing it in the rain or in the snow is a bad idea for me. And you already saw he had Nick, you said he had high fumble issues, 27 total fumbles at his time in Pittsburgh over his 4 seasons there. Like it's a massive, massive issue here, guys.
So do you have an NFL size football? Because then I'm going to tell you to go get a bucket, fill it with some water, and then just stand behind at the thing and just pretend to throw a football a little bit. See how well you grip it. A little bit of experimenting in your life.
It's terrible. We don't have an NFL size one, but we have it's a college size one. And even with college, without gloves, and Kenny Pickett has to wear gloves. He's always done it. Kenny 2 gloves is like everyone says he's Teddy Bridgewater 2.0 because he doesn't have the big arm strength either. Like he's an accuracy guy out in the flats and stuff like that. Smaller hands, 2 gloves on his hands. And he turns the football over a lot. Like this is not a great move to me. I would have rather seen them go Malik Willis here.
He does have one elite skill though, the fake slide.
No!
Don't get Lance going on that. Don't get Lance going on that.
I'll mute myself for this because I'm going to swear on a live stream, and I cannot do that. Miss me with this garbage.
Yeah, I want to see him fake slide against Jordan Davis. Let's see how that ends. That would make me really happy. Or Kyle Hamilton or whoever. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say the new safety there in that division. Let's see him do that against Kyle Hamilton, see what happens.
Yeah. Nope. It's man, Kenny Pickett, the pick there. Getting that quarterback on a cheap cost control, I get it. The Steelers have a bunch of players on the defense they're going to have to pay pretty soon. TJ Watt's contract is ungodly, so getting a rookie quarterback contract there makes sense. But you have Mitchell Trubisky here on a 1-year deal, right? Like, why not swing for the fences? Yeah. I think even Desmond Ridder makes more sense there. So I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I've been wrong once before in my life, but we'll see.
Word is that they felt that Kenny Pickett was the smartest quarterback in this class, hands down.
I don't disagree with that. I really don't. Like his processing was really nice at Pittsburgh. They run a pro style scheme. Like there's a lot of multiple reads for him that he has to make, and he did a really good job transitioning. His mechanics are nice too, but I just there's so many other different flaws, and I'm not a huge fan of Kenny Pickett just in general because and. We're going to go back to the fake slide. Like you got to be better as your decision making. Doing something like that is going to get you killed at the NFL level.
And Patriots are trading back. Haven't seen who's trading up yet, but they will not be picking at 21. That's the pick we're at.
Yeah, that'd be right. 21 for the Patriots are. This would have been really good to see them go with a linebacker here. How about Quay Walker to the Patriots one time?
Devin Lloyd fits quite well with what they like at their linebacker position as well. But with this linebacker class,
McDuffie.
With this linebacker class, I don't think they need to get one at 21, especially with how they've fallen so far.
Yeah.
So
Eric, go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
I was going to say we're getting down to the final stretch here of the pick of the players on the board. We have the Patriots trading back here. It's the team coming up in front of Green Bay. I'm curious. We still have a good bit of edge rushers here. Jermaine Johnson, Boye Mafe, Arnold Ebiketie, Logan Hall. Then you get into your interior defensive linemen, Devontae Wyatt, Travis Jones. I'm pretty shocked to see these pass rushers, considering the contracts these guys typically get, still on the board. And also pretty interesting to see the cornerback market after pick 3 and 4 go completely dry after that. I mean, obviously the guys, the length, the tools, the boundary ability, as good as, his name keeps escaping me. I really love him. The cornerback from Washington.
Ooh, Chiefs traded up.
Excuse me?
Chiefs traded up with the Patriots.
The Chiefs traded up. Interesting. I wonder if this is Jermaine Johnson. It would make a lot of sense for them. Clark is an expensive player for them. Probably somebody they're going to move on from pretty soon. They desperately need to get after the quarterback. I'm saying Jermaine Johnson because I'm praying to God I don't have to hate Daxton Hill. But we'll see how it plays out here.
I'm praying I don't have to hate Boye Mafe because this makes a lot of sense for Boye Mafe, a guy that can rush the passer, line up all over the defensive secondary, like in the secondary. He can play at the linebacker position off the ball too. So if it's Boye Mafe, I'm going to be really upset here.
Another thing with it, and I saw somebody mention it in the chat too, is with the Steelers not going Malik Willis, going Kenny Pickett, it is the fact that they just didn't want to have to sit there and actually really go through the development process. They want to stay at a level where they can continue to contend, and they believe that they have a better chance with that with Pickett than they do anybody else.
Oh God, that sounds like Broncos bringing in Case Keenum or Mark Sanchez, or we'll see how that works out. I guess I didn't like Josh Allen coming out because I wanted somebody with a little bit more pocket feel and cerebral nature, and I was a dumbass. In hindsight, can I say that on here? I was saying that about Josh Allen, no doubt. So we'll see, but man, who knows? Pittsburgh, isn't this the first draft without Kevin Colbert, or is this Kevin Colbert's last draft? There's the GM.
I can't remember when he's retiring, but we do have the information real quick for what the Chiefs are giving up: 29, 94, and 121 to get to 21.
I'm happy about it. Less picks they have, the better. Hopefully they pick a bust
and
here.
Trent McDuffie.
That's who the pick is?
Yes.
Okay, well, interesting. Something that makes me interested about this one is the Chiefs were absolutely abused by size in the perimeter this last year at wide receiver. Jamar Chase owned them twice, 2 different games. Mike Williams made them, they call him daddy now in Kansas City in the back 7. So getting Trent McDuffie, who has 5th percentile arm length, is he going to be a safety in the league? I don't know. Love the intelligence, love the versatility, but I don't think this solves their issue of not having a matchup piece to handle length, and that's going to be a problem for them. Mike Williams, Tim Patrick, Cortland Sutton. I mean, good for them going up and getting a defensive back, but I don't think it's the type of defensive back that alleviates their issues last year.
I'm wondering if they're looking at him to kind of fill what Tyrann Mathieu brought to them, and then just turn around and look at like Kara Elam at pick 30 or another bigger corner.
Well, yeah, and to piggyback off of what Nick was saying, is getting beat on the boundary. Go to the playoff game where the Chiefs ended up beating out the Bills 42-36. Gabriel Davis had 8 receptions for 201 yards and 4 touchdowns. Want to talk about getting beat on the outside? Like that's how you show that you get beat on the outside. Like McDuffie's a better slot cornerback than a boundary player, so this I see it. They need to get better in the secondary regardless, but man, it's a little rough there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Phil coming in, not so rough when Phil's joining us, always supporting us on all the shows, morning, evening, doesn't matter, draft live. Phil's coming in supporting us. So appreciate you, Phil. And tonight's show obviously brought to you guys by MHH Super Chat Superstars and the Facebook supporters as well. Phil, one of our best Facebook supporters. So thank you so much, Phil. Phil says, I checked all the mock drafts I have seen, and this draft doesn't come close to any of them. Maybe that means we'll have picks to select from that we would never anticipated. Absolutely. It's the NFL draft. Expect the unexpected. It's why it's one of the best live TV events that is not actual sports in anywhere. I mean, some people, get their rocks off Survivor, the Bachelor, Love is Blind, who cares? But the NFL draft, unpredictable as always a lot of entertainment here. And Mark coming in saying, love the comment, Nick, but calling them Williams daddy spit my water out. I mean, he killed them. They had issues with boundary wide receivers with Link this last year. And you bring in Trent McDuffie, got his name right that time, third time's the charm, is one that doesn't alleviate that issue. Now, Eric's right. There are boundary cornerbacks later on in the draft, and Trent McDuffie is considered one of the most intelligent defensive backs in this class. He's versatile. He might end up as a safety. He might end up as a slot. I don't think you see him in the slot, in the boundary very much here, but smart player, good tackler as well, good instincts. He'll be a fine player for them, but again, they are going to have issues regardless. This doesn't help the Chiefs get better than last year. It helps them patch up a hole, like Eric said, of what they created moving on from Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, I believe.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, I think he's a great player, and he'll be a good one for him moving forward. I'm wondering what they're going to do at pass rusher. I have to think their next pick here in the first round has to be pass rusher because there's still a lot of guys on the board. I'm still surprised that they are there. The Jermaine Johnson, Arnold Ebiketie is another one. Boya Mafe is another. These guys would be huge for their defense and would actually, I think, add to their defense something that they haven't had for a while here.
Yeah, I just want to say, Mr. Boggins, I feel you with that. I was a huge Trent McDuffie fan. He was my number 2 corner. Even with the size issues, I just like the versatility that he brought, and he played bigger. He played physical, big fan of his. And now I have to actively root against him. My heart hurts with that one too. I'm with you.
Oh, did Johnson just go off the board?
I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's see here. Oh, my phone died. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the latest news on Twitter really fast. Regardless, Kansas City with all the ammo that they had what 29, 30, 50, 62, somewhere in the 90s, and then 103, I believe, was something that another one that they had. They didn't need to pick all of those picks. That this roster is still pretty well built. Yeah, they have a lot of holes, but at the same time, they have they don't need to have 12 rookies on this roster for them to move up and go and get a guy like Trent McDuffie to fill a huge hole in that secondary. I actually like that move for them, regardless of him not playing on the outside. Like Eric said, the versatility to play inside, to play outside, a very physical corner, a very good coverage cornerback. Why not go and get one of the best players in this draft? I believe that I had a top 20 grade on Trent McDuffie. So for them to get a player like him is a good move for them. And they didn't have to give up the world. They still have that later first round pick to go and get an edge rusher too. So it's bittersweet for me because I like the idea. I like the process behind it. I just hate seeing the Chiefs get better in that way.
Yeah, and we do have a pick announced here. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to say, Phil, Chad and Zach are currently in Vegas enjoying the draft and doing a meet and greet with some of Mile High Huddle's community that's there in Vegas as well.
Yep, and we do have another pick here that's coming up here. The Packers going with the height, weight, speed pterodactyl, first linebacker off the board here over Devin Lloyd, Quay Walker coming off. Really good to see Quay Walker, the non-Nakobe Dean, Channing Tindall linebacker there. I know a lot of recent mock drafts mocked Quay Walker to the Broncos all the way at 64. I think his odds went from plus 400 to plus 200 just in the last week of going in the first round. And you pair Devondre Campbell, there with the Packers, who is from Minnesota, also a guy with tremendous length, one of the best linebackers in football. I think first team All-Pro this last year with Quay Walker. I mean, the Packers linebackers, they're going to be able to, touch hands and cover the whole, hash mark to hash mark there when they're in a 4-2-5 look going forward. So Quay Walker, good pick for them here. I'm not the biggest proponent of linebackers, but around here, getting somebody of the height, weight, speed, length of Walker, I'm okay with the pick here for the Packers.
Yeah. Before I get to Quay Walker, Baltimore traded down with Buffalo. Buffalo's on the clock at 23 with Baltimore at 25. As for Quay Walker, I'm not shocked he's the first linebacker taken. I'm pretty sure I put it in our group chat on Facebook that there's a good chance Quay Walker's the first linebacker taken. I mean, there's so much love for him and his potential with his athleticism. I mean, so many freak athletes coming out of Georgia this year. We saw Travon Walker go number 1. Quay Walker being the first linebacker is no surprise. And it's not just because of what he brings, but because of concerns with Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker's teammate there at Georgia, and Devin Lloyd. Nakobe Dean doesn't have the modern size that you look for a linebacker, tall and long. And then with Devin Lloyd, there's a lot of concerns about him being able to read and break down blocking concepts, especially going sideline to sideline with those stretch runs. And there's been nothing but praise for Quay Walker's football IQ, his work ethic, everything. And this is just it's a standard Green Bay Packers Red Star dude.
Yeah. And I want to grab this super chat from Cody, who's been showing all of the love here lately. The way it's falling, I can see the Broncos moving up to move up in the second or third round. Yeah. We talked about it earlier. All these offensive players, guys like Jahan Dotson going earlier. It's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this plays out. But there's a lot of players that I like to see falling here. Devin Lloyd being one of them. Nakobe Dean being another one. I'm curious to see if Devontae Wyatt is the pick here for the Buffalo Bills. But the way that it's falling, I can definitely see Denver moving up here in the second round.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who the Bills are trading up for. Jermaine Johnson's still falling. Should have stuck to my guns a little bit more on that one than I originally did. Thought he was closer to George Karlaftis than the top guys in this draft. But then he showed out at the Senior Bowl. I'm like, okay, length, tools, I get it. But curious here, is there a chance for them to go defensive line? It seems like a team that the Bills, pretty much no matter what, are going to say, needs? No, I'm going to take back-to-back offensive tackles or back-to-back edge rushers. Could we see them? This is an area for Devontae Wyatt, for a Logan Hall, for a Travis Jones. I think defensive trenches are definitely possible here for the Buffalo Bills.
I think there's a reason why they wanted to get above the Dallas Cowboys, who've been linked with edge and defensive line so much. Mm-hmm. So Jermaine Johnson, I think he's an option, even though they just went and got what was his name from last year?
Gregory Rousseau, and they also took Carlos Basham.
Yeah. Even despite that, they still could use additional help. Logan Hall, he fits their style that they look for with the versatility on the front, on the defensive front, and Devontae Wyatt as well. I mean, they have go ahead, Carl.
Oh, pick is in. Yeah. Elam.
Kareem Elam. All right. Cornerbacks and wide receivers. Guys, the game is changing. I think this is the big takeaway here today. It's a space game more than ever. You still want to have the trenches, but we're seeing more and more teams build outside in with the wide receivers going in now. A lot of cornerbacks as well coming off the board, even though this cornerback class isn't amazing. But Kareem Elam, I think if Scott can check me on this, probably not. This goes way back, but I think we originally did a top 10 big board. And I think in my first top 10 big board for Broncos for Breakfast, I had Kareem Elam going in the top 10 in my top 10 big board. Length, solid player there. He had no idea. Who remembers? But Kareem Elam going there to the Bills. Good for the Bills. I mean, God, this is a team that they've been screaming to take cornerbacks for years opposite Tre'Davious White. Now they get one. Interesting to see how they utilize him. Very much a press cornerback coming off the board here before Andrew Booth. But I like Kareem Elam. This is a good pick and definitely one of the better boundary cornerbacks in this class if you're looking to play press, in my opinion.
I think this is kind of a response also to the playoff game. You know, you just got burned and you had no secondary after White went down. And so it does make sense. And like I said, last year, I mean, they got Epinesa. They took the two guys last year. So I think they're good at edge. I mean, they're not great. Some of those guys haven't really proved themselves at this point. Yeah. I think Wyatt on the interior probably would have made more sense, in my opinion, than the edge guys. But yeah, Elam fits with what they like. Big, physical. He's going to be able to muscle some people around. And Cowboys, they can't get their cornerback. Last year Broncos took their cornerback right before they got their guy, which worked out for them if we really think about it. But yeah, so again, Cowboys getting kind of sniped. Gotta wonder how their war room is going right now.
Yeah, so Kareem Elam, the pick there for the Bills, cornerback from University of Florida. Solid pick for them. I guess somewhat surprising, in my opinion, that based on what I saw on tape, that Kareem Elam goes before Andrew Booth, but some concerns about Andrew Booth. 1 year of tape, also didn't test because of injury as well. I mean, drafting a position that is dependent on the athleticism and those thresholds as the cornerback position is, and not having the data and the tape for Andrew Booth could put him down. Eric, I'm going to kick it to you. Andrew Booth, what do you think about Andrew Booth falling at this point? Is there a chance that he could fall even further down the draft boards?
Well, real quick on Elam, that one thing that teams are doing is they're not ignoring the 2021 tape. They're taking it with a grain of salt because there was some supposed issues there with the defensive staff that he had. And so they feel like he didn't give great effort, which to me is actually more of a red flag. But they're really looking at his 2020 tape, where a lot of people had him as one of the best corners in his class based off that 2020 tape.
Yep.
As for Andrew Booth, I mean, there's a lot of concerns there with the injury. There's concerns there with his attitude and effort. A lot of these things come out. And seeing him fall, it seems to be that there's actually weight to it. There's been some discussions that he'll be there in round 3. And he's one who, if he's there at 64, I'd actually pass on him if I was Denver.
You'd pass someone at 64.
That's surprising to me, because I would take him at 64 in a heartbeat.
That's hot. That's a hot take. His recovery ability and his athleticism flashes on tape. There could be something else there behind the scenes, but they don't all move like Andrew Booth. So do you want to add on to that?
Yeah, it's stuff that, off the field issues that, I mean, I guess you could say I overvalue off field issues that I hear about a little bit. But with what it is, it's not, super bad like Sam Williams, Ed Ingram. It's not like that level, but it's bad enough to be concerned about it, especially with a young coaching staff that Denver has that's largely inexperienced and could be inexperienced with handling those types of personalities. And I think it's worth noting here that Andrew Booth at one point was my top corner. And then the medical stuff, the off-field stuff, and it's not just off-field. I want to highlight the medical aspect of it too. There's a lot of concerns there about if he can actually finish out a rookie contract even.
Well, I know that he had the double hernia surgery there, so that's a big thing. I didn't realize that there was red flags with him as far as his character off the field concerns are concerned. So that's kind of news to me, but still the player, the recovery speed, the length that he has, the versatility that he has, and the need for the Broncos at the cornerback position. Like, seriously, if Andrew Booth is there, hopefully you can get him to come back from that double hernia. So it would be interesting to see them pass on from a player like that caliber at 64.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Gosh, it's crazy. So Dallas is on the board now. We got Roy Fletcher saying, the way the board is falling, I wouldn't move in the first if I'm Denver. Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. Cornerbacks have kind of started flying off the board there. I didn't think any of these guys were in play for Denver. It'll be interesting to see how the first 10 picks of day 2 play out. But still a lot of edge rushers, which I think sets up nicely for the Broncos. Now, that said, it's still a long way to pick 64. Who knows? But still all the edge rushers, tight ends, only one linebacker so far. Only one safety as well. There's some really good safety options still on the board, and only one interior defensive lineman. So interesting to see how it plays out. We have the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. Carl, is this where Tyler Linderbaum comes off the board, or are we going to see a defensive lineman?
I think they still want to add to that defensive line.
Yeah.
I think it kind of sets up like they did last year. Cornerback goes off the board. Okay, well, let's add to our pass rush. We still need to add to it, and because it's good. But you got a couple guys that could be leaving after some contracts run up, and could be an interior guy. They might be pretty good on the edges, but that interior pass rush, I think they could add somebody there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we have a comment coming in here. What picks do the Broncos have tomorrow? Right now, as it stands, Broncos have pick 64, which is the last pick of the second round, which they got in the Von Miller trade. They have pick 75, which is their own pick, earned from not having the best year last year. And they also have pick 96, which is the last pick in the third round. That's not a compensatory selection. also from the Von Miller trade. So despite the Broncos trading all that draft capital for Russell Wilson, I read they are 17th in the NFL this year in terms of draft pick value, thanks to the Von Miller trade. So I know it's tough to see Von Miller be traded. I know there was a little bit of contentious feelings there in Broncos country, but because of that trade, it made it possible that the Broncos could bring in Russell Wilson and still have avenues to add to this roster into the draft this season. So that's a win-win trade. I don't think, it's not always a one side has to win, one side has to lose, but I think the more we move on from that Von Miller trade, the better it looks in hindsight. And I shout out to George Payton for not reading into the mirage that was this team after the first 3 weeks of the season prior to the Browns game as well, understanding that, if we can get a second and third round pick and give ourselves a chance to get a quarterback, a better chance to get a quarterback, and then still, have some capital to play with after that, it'd be great. So 64, 75, and 96.
Yep.
So the Cowboys are on the clock here. Is this where Jermaine Johnson's fall finally happens? Eric, what's going on? Why is Jermaine Johnson still on the board? We're talking this week. The Athletic beat writers for New York were saying Jermaine Johnson's in play at 4 overall. If that was true and that wasn't complete garbage, sorry, I keep peering over to look at my TV over here, then he would be off the board by now. What the bleep is going on?
I think it was just some word being put out trying to get other people to fall a little bit. With Jermaine Johnson, I think part of it is people are looking at, I've talked about it before on Twitter that sacks aren't everything, that pressure rate matters, the number of pressures, and the analytics in that aspect aren't very favorable for Jermaine Johnson. NFL teams really lean into those analytics more and more as the years go on. So that could be a big reason why. It could be looking at how he was used at Georgia a little bit. It could be multiple things. I haven't heard anything medical there. I haven't heard anything off the field. So unless I just haven't heard it, and it's there, it doesn't seem to be that. So it's definitely something with on field, and I would bet that it has to do with the pressure rate.
And I want to circle back to what you meant by sacks are more valuable than pressures. Yes. But when it comes to analyzing players and prospects, especially, pressure rate is more predictive than sacks. Sacks tend to be volatile year to year. So let's go. Yeah. Let's hear Eric.
You were right, Nick. I didn't think it would happen. Tyler Smith goes in the first round.
Dang it.
Tyler Smith to the Cowboys.
That's
not great news for the Broncos fans that are hoping for an offensive tackle. Tyler Smith, Tulsa, offensive tackle, one of the youngest players in the draft, has absolutely no idea what he's doing with technique right now, but the athleticism, the body type, the length, the raw power of Tyler Smith is amazing. And this is a ball of clay. And I love getting him here in Dallas because you have Tyron Smith there. You have Zach Martin here. And this is the team that has been their offensive identity has been predicated on the power of their offensive line and the success of their offensive line. So I get this a lot. This is a very low floor pick for the Cowboys. But again, it's the offensive tackle conversation. The reason that you don't find offensive tackles outside of the first round typically, or the reason it's so hard to get guys the farther you get from the first round, is because the body types and the athleticism don't fall. They're easy to identify, and they don't fall to day 2. They don't fall to day 3. So this is one of the guys getting picked up off the board here. Interesting pick by the Cowboys. I'm actually a little bit shocked, but it makes some sense, especially after what Jonathan Cooper had 20 sacks versus the Cowboys last year. But getting some more offensive tackle depth makes some sense.
Getting Steele off the field, I think, is a big thing for them.
Oh, man, he was rough. God. I think I don't want to disparage Jonathan Cooper too much on here, but I think that a lot of Bronco country's opinion on Jonathan Cooper is hanging heavily on what he did versus that Cowboys game, which was, I would say, a pretty big outlier compared to what he looked like in most of the other games. Now, good for him, taking advantage of a bad offensive tackle who's typically playing right tackle and playing left tackle for the first time in that game, but did not look like that in any other game. And man, he killed the Cowboys. They're going for a young offensive lineman. And again, Tyler Smith, so young, 20 years old, raw power, interesting pick there. Lance, looks like you got something to say. Let's hear it.
Well, it's just so interesting there because Terrence Steele is not a player that you want to have starting at the right tackle position. Tyler Smith, as raw as he is as a pass protector, there's a lot of grab and hold that you're gonna have to deal with him because he stops moving his feet when he initiates contact. But you got guard and tackle versatility there. You're banking on the massive upside of this kid. Like it's a fun player to watch, but also at the same time, he's so frustrating just because there's so many technical refinement issues that you have with him moving backwards with his hand placement as well that I like the pick. I like Tyler Smith because he is, like you said, a moldable ball of clay, but the issues here are so huge. I would have rather seen them go like a Bernard Raymond, who also fits the scheme very well there. An athletic mover. He was a former tight end, and then transitioned to the tackle position there. I also would have rather them gone Devontae Wyatt here because they need to add to that defensive line as well. Like there's a couple different issues that I have with this pick, even though I do like it because the high end upside of Tyler Smith at tackle there really does intrigue me.
Yeah, Carl, do you have any thoughts on Tyler Smith? I think he had Carl. Oh, there you are. Eric left that. There you go. Everything changed. I was looking at the TV for a second. Carl, you're still there. Good to see you, Carl. Do you have any thoughts on this pick? Tyler Smith, very young, penalty machine at Tulsa, but when he did get his hands on guys, it was over.
Well, I don't know if you saw my face when the pick came in. I was upset just because this is one of the few guys I thought would be good for the Broncos to try to trade up to, like in the 50 range. I was hoping he'd maybe make it to around that area. I love the player. Like I said, he is that raw ball of clay that could become something amazing in the NFL, but he needs a year. And I don't think the Cowboys have a year with a quarterback that's been injury prone, an offensive line that's been struggling. You need this guy to start day one for them, where with the Broncos, he could have a redshirt year because you got Billy Turner, you got Tom Compton. You could have one of those guys start for the first year, work with him, make him a little bit better player. But oh well, I just now I'm struggling to see my desire for the Broncos to trade up at 64. There might be still some players like if Mafe falls, maybe I'm looking at that one. Jermaine Johnson, if he continues to fall, maybe there. But for the most part, like I said, this one I would have been happy for the Broncos. For the Cowboys, I don't think this one makes quite as much sense.
And I do have an interesting tidbit here from Charles Robinson, been an NFL reporter at Yahoo for a number of years. Said that from an executive, Jermaine Johnson isn't, quote, sliding. The media had him vastly overvalued. He's a good player, but he's not elite. He also needs the right personality fit too. And Jermaine Johnson also going to be 23 or 24 years old this year for a position where it typically falls off pretty dramatically at the age of 30. So that second contract becomes a little bit of a question mark there. Has he already had a bunch of development? Went the community college route, went to Georgia, then went to Florida State. So long path to the NFL, but still surprising to see him here. This is about the exact range last year where the Baltimore Ravens went with Odafe Owe. Maybe opposite of Odafe Owe makes some sense there. With the Ravens add two height, weight, speed monsters, Jermaine Johnson and Kyle Hamilton here. Eric, I know you have a little bit of connection there with Baltimore. Do you have any thoughts on this pick? I know that we talked to Daxton Hill earlier. They wouldn't go Daxton Hill after taking Kyle Hamilton, would they?
I don't think they would. I think the name to watch here, based off of what I was told with them at 14, is Travis Jones. And if it's not Travis Jones, then there's going to be some family issues here. But Travis Jones is the name to watch.
And that would make sense after getting sniped for the likes of Jordan Davis. Can you tell us what you said earlier about Jordan Davis? Is that off the record? We'll keep going here. Joshua Lawson, go ahead.
No, word is that Eric DeCosta was actually on the phone with Jordan Davis talking about how to get him there when the trade came through with Philly, that they were moving up, and then while they're on the phone, hit Jordan Davis's phone ring, and it was Howie Roseman. So
sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it also be like Joshua Lawson coming and supporting us with the stars on Facebook. Thank you so much, Joshua. Joshua, we appreciate you. If you guys want to be like Joshua, make sure you get the stars in, and we are going to have a raffle at the end of the month, which is soon, for a Broncos jersey again. I believe that's what I heard last from Chad. So make sure you guys are getting those in. Jermaine Johnson still on the board. We're in the home stretch of day one of the NFL draft. You always feel like, oh man, I still got a lot of energy. How's this going to go? So I could still go another, 3 or 4 rounds tonight. We're great. And then you get to Saturday and it's like the 7th round and they're taking punters, it's falling out of your chair. But man, we're getting there. We still have Baltimore, Tennessee, Tampa Bay left, the next 3 picks. Carl, do you have any thoughts about which direction you would go with these selections?
Well, who'd you say is next here? Sorry. Tennessee.
We have Baltimore first, then Tennessee, then Tampa
Baltimore,
Bay.
then Tennessee. Yep.
Okay. I mean, Baltimore, edge rusher still makes a lot of sense for them. You can never have too many pass rushers. They seem to like to load up every couple years on the pass rush position. I could see. I'm trying to think of
What about wide
some
receiver
names that are still out there.
Hollywood Brown.
Well, I'm trying to think, what's the next wide receiver that's still out there? Sky Moore? That could make some sense, I guess,
Christian
for him.
Watson.
Yeah. Christian Watson would make a ton of sense.
Well,
go ahead.
There's going to be some issues. Nick's going to be happy.
Tyler
It's going to be an
Linderbaum.
issue for the Broncos. Tyler Linderbaum to the Ravens. I know that there was conversations with Jackson or with Baltimore about Lloyd Cushenberry there for a while, but Ravens got a center.
And I know that from talking to some people at the NFL Combine when Eric DeCosta was talking about centers and offensive line in general, he pretty much just blossomed on the stage talking about Tyler Linderbaum and his personality here. There must always be a good interior offensive lineman from Iowa in Baltimore. I think that's the law. Years of future Hall of Famer Marshall Yanda there at right guard for them, the best right guard in the NFL during his time. Now you got Tyler Linderbaum there. Really going to be fun to see him blocking for Lamar Jackson. I'm curious. Hopefully we have some foot races on the boundary, not against the Broncos, but watching Tyler Linderbaum hit a safety, 30 yards down the field for Lamar Jackson rushing the football. I'm happy for Tyler Linderbaum. Good pick for them. Great player. And center, maybe a devalued position, but Linderbaum, smart, tenacious, tough, really unique player. So awesome.
He's exactly the type of center that Harbaugh wants, that he needs. He would be a good fit there with that offense. Like it's a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
And yeah, I like Tyler Linderbaum a lot. There was some injury stuff that popped up with I believe it was his foot.
Yep.
Some potential concerns there. But apparently the Ravens, they cleared him, completely cleared him. And I think that was off the wait for a text message back, but that seems to be the big change there.
Yeah. And they've also taken some really high floor guys. You think about that, the bust rate for these two players that they've taken is very, very low.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're back in the first round.
I think the biggest thing with Tyler Linderbaum to the Ravens is it's such a good scheme fit because they like to run that inside zone. They like to the zone read stuff. And Tyler Linderbaum, as far as an athlete, is elite. Like this guy, he may be undersized, maybe short in his arms, but at the same time, he plays with power. Like you can see that he converts his speed to power. He converts his athleticism to power. And he doesn't miss when he eyes his target, he lands every single time. And when he's on the move, that's where he's at his best. And that was the big problem with Tyler Linderbaum, was that he is not a power kind of a guy where you just put your head down and just go. You got to get him on the move and transition that speed, that athleticism to power. And this works out so well for them. I like this pick a lot.
I will push back a little bit on the power just because it's different. It's a speed to power combination here. He is powerful at the point of attack, but it's not like so much power versus power. He can be overpowered by mass and length. But if he can get his with leverage, I don't know if you've probably seen the viral high school clip of him wrestling Tristan Wirfs and flipping him and pinning him. So he's got some power. But it's different. Like you don't want him protected. Eric, I see you. One second. You don't want him unprotected with going against Jordan Davis without guard help. So
right.
A little nuance there, but yes, Eric, go ahead.
So Jets are on the clock.
Jets and back up.
Yeah. And all the talk was Jermaine Johnson at 4-10. We've been talking about Jermaine Johnson. Is this finally where Jermaine Johnson goes?
If he doesn't, I'm going to be mad at them. Somebody's been lying too much.
Yeah. Well, it's not just lying too much. It's a lot of people are buying the lie.
And it is. It's the pick is Jermaine Johnson. It's happening here. The Jets and the Giants football might be interesting in New York. And actually, they're showing Tristan Wirfs being flipped by Tyler Linderbaum right now on ESPN. So that's awesome. Shout out to high school wrestling in the state of Iowa, in Solon, Iowa. Solon has the famous hay toss championship every year. A lot of fun to go to that if you're ever in Iowa, in Solon there. Big Grove Brewery. Shout out to Big Grove Brewery. Jermaine Johnson, man. Jets doing a good job here. Pick 4. Can you recap the Jets here for me? Carl, do you remember what they've gone here?
Yeah, they've got Ahmad Gardner at number 4. Then at number 10, they went Garrett Wilson, wide receiver from Ohio State. And now Jermaine Johnson, Florida State edge player. And, all these picks make a ton of sense for him.
Yeah,
I really do like it. Like I said earlier, the wide receiver pick that makes the most sense to me is Garrett Wilson. Go get yourself an elite wide receiver that can separate and help your number 1 quarterback that needs some playmakers. Ahmad Gardner, I had him as my top cornerback in this entire draft. I think there's very, very few question marks about what he has in his game. And now Jermaine Johnson, again, another great edge player for him that they can work with. But before we continue on that, I want to get to Anthony Edwards, $9.99 super chat here. Thank you so much, Anthony. Says, appreciate your takes on a night with no picks for us. Great show. Way better than watching the draft NFL Network. Man, that means a lot to us to hear those kind of things. I mean, that's why we love doing this, even on a day that the Broncos most likely don't have a pick. You just never know. Maybe something crazy happens, but no, we really do appreciate that.
And there's still a lot left. I mean, we'll still be here all day tomorrow and all day Saturday. And unlike ESPN and NFL Network, we'll try to keep talking about the picks as they happen instead of going off and talking about the first round picks when it's day 3.
Yeah. 103,000 jumping in here with the $5 super chat. If I'm being honest, I want some more teeth for our defense. Fingers crossed. Keep up the excellent work, fellas. And Hannah, thank you for that. And thank you for your support. We appreciate that. Obviously, the Broncos need to address the defense. They've got a need on the interior defensive line as far as the pass rusher is concerned. The edge is definitely a huge concern. Linebacker, cornerback, even potentially a safety. Like there's holes to address all over this defense. And we definitely hope that the Broncos are going to look at the defensive players that are continuing to fall. I mean, we saw Jermaine Johnson go here, but Arnold Ebiketie is a guy that's continuing to fall. Logan Hall is another guy. Roger McCreary is still on the board. You've got Chad Muma. Both of the linebackers and Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean are still available. Like, let's keep this defensive fall going, because the Broncos desperately need to attack the defensive side of the football.
I want to go back to Tyler Linderbaum real quick after a couple text messages. Apparently, the Ravens had a top 10 grade on Tyler Linderbaum, provided he cleared medicals. And at Iowa Pro Day, Eric DeCosta was there, and he took one of the team doctors there and checked up on everything, checked up on the foot, and cleared him. And there you go.
Yeah, and the thing about Tyler Linderbaum, he's not historically, but he has really terrible length. He's tiny, and he's not a scheme fit for every team, but he moves like a linebacker or a safety. I mean, his historical 3 cones, 10-yard split, short shuttle. Cam Jurgens right there as well, but I don't think Cam Jurgens plays with the same leverage and the like there. So Eric, give me the finger again. Keep giving me the finger when I'm talking, man. I'm telling you. No, I'm just kidding. Keep going. What's going on?
All right. I don't want to interrupt, but okay. Jaguars traded back up into the first round and are on the clock.
Interesting. So with traded with Tampa Bay?
Yes.
Okay. So Jags on the clock here. Man, the Jags really need wide receivers, but who's going to be? I mean, God, all the wide receivers are gone. So
is this Daxton Hill here to help out that
secondary? Malik Willis, because the chat was telling us Trevor Lawrence was a bust.
Jags on the clock.
Or are they trading up for a linebacker, a Devin Lloyd? They definitely need a linebacker here as well. So with Lloyd falling, with Nakobe Dean falling, I mean, there's a handful of players here. I like Daxton Hill though. This is a prime value for him.
Get him off the board before KC picks again. Amen to that. Sign me up. Oh, they already took Trent McDuffie, so who knows? But I have no idea what the Jags will do here. They could really use defensive tackles as well. Their defensive line has been pretty terrible. Yeah. They took Travis Etienne over Christian Barmore last year, which is just still stupid to me. But Eric looks like he got more to say. Just say it, man.
You said tackle. I just want to say Fa'alele.
That would be a shocking one here. But if it is,
I mean, it'd be a good way. It'd be a way. I don't know if that is, but it'd be a way to appease Patterson, because I know that he's a fan of him.
Interesting.
That's an interesting piece of information.
What do you think here, Carl?
Well, I think, like I said, defensive line makes a ton of sense. They need cornerback, so like a Kyler Gordon could make a little bit of sense for him there. They need center help, and are they looking at Cam Jurgens? I doubt it, but that I really hope not, because I would love to see him for the Broncos. Like I said, wide receiver, Christian Watson is still there. Go get your quarterback, his number one wide receiver. That would make a ton of sense. 6'4" guy for him to throw it up to. That would probably be where I would go if I was the Jaguars.
Yeah. I mean, Puma's listening some interesting ones here. You got Devontae Wyatt still here. He apparently had some character issues. He's also a little bit older, from what I've gathered as of late. So knocking him down. Kyler Gordon might make some sense here as well. We've seen the cornerbacks kind of start to go a little bit dry, but Kyler Gordon's probably the best remaining. I think Daxton Hill's actually as good of a cornerback, but I'll digress. And Bernard Raymond, the Jags do have two options at right tackle in Jawan Taylor, who's been there the last few years, and they also drafted Walker Little in the second round last year, or early third round, who's still there, but we'll see how it plays out. So definitely some options still available. Yep, and let's keep it going here. And Eric, do you have any information so far? We're starting to get to the end here. What are the last, or what are some of our favorite classes so far? Eric, I think you probably have some information on the Jets that you're interested in.
The Jets, they apparently almost took Johnson at 10 and supposedly gave Zach Wilson a call, and he was a deciding factor, and that all three players that they ended up drafting had top 10 grades from them.
Man, well,
that's a great draft for the Jets. It really is. They had eyes on Jermaine Johnson at 4. They had him on at 10. They had Sauce Gardner at 4 as well. There was rumors that they would wait for him, take Jermaine Johnson at 10. They were widely connected to wide receivers, including Drake London, who went to at 8 to the Falcons, but also Garrett Wilson. Like, for them to get that kind of a draft haul, even spending, I'm not sure what they spent to move up into the first round again to go get a Jermaine Johnson, but they had 35 and 38, I believe is what it was. If they gave one of those up to move back into the first round to get Jermaine Johnson, like, this is a home run haul for the Jets. Like, they are killing this draft.
And it's Devin Lloyd.
The Jaguars, yep.
So they trade up for a linebacker. I mean, they didn't have to trade up very far, so it probably didn't cost too much capital.
33,
but
106, 180.
Yeah, that's not terrible. I'm going to go up and get, I think there's a pretty obvious tier delineation there. Quay Walker and Devin Lloyd. And Devin Lloyd's a good player for them up front. They definitely needed some help moving on from Miles Jack. Their front seven has been a mess. Adding Travon Walker and then Devin Lloyd, talk about some length and some attacking downhill players. Maybe not helping Trevor Lawrence so much there, which is a bit concerning as far as the capital there. I guess they use free agency to do that some, but not a bad pick by them. And I know that early on in the process, some of us were pretty big Devin Lloyd fans. He dropped a bit as we went on, but Devin Lloyd, a good linebacker, 2 linebackers here in the first, what are we at, 27 picks in the draft? Sounds about right. Still no tight ends, still no running backs, and only 1 safety to date. 2 interior offensive linemen, 3 interior offensive linemen, depending on what you think of Tyler Smith. Playing out positionally wise about what you'd expect.
4, depending on what you think of Tyler Smith.
Who was the other one? Tyler Linderbaum.
Kenyon Green, Zion Johnson, Linderbaum.
Oh, I forgot about Kenyon Green there. Yep. So looking back, and I'm going to pull up the draft so far. And gosh, Carl, take over for a second. What are you thinking so far with the Green Bay's up next? Is this finally a wide receiver for Green Bay?
More?
You would hope so. I mean, at some point, you got to try to make your quarterback halfway happy. I guess you did make him happy by paying him $50 million a year, and maybe he doesn't care as much now at that point. But, you need weapons. There was talk of them trading for Darren Waller. That still hasn't happened. Maybe that's what they do with this pick, is they trade it to the Raiders, which would be crazy to see them get back to the first round here. But Christian Watson, again, he makes a ton of sense. Sky Moore, another wide receiver there that is still on the board for a lot of people, or on every team. But there's not really any other wide receivers after those 2. Then there's kind of a big drop off to the next tier. George Pickens, but I've heard there's a ton of concerns with him off the field, on the field, even attitude. I mean, we saw him take a swing at a person on the field at some point. So I can't see them going in that direction. That'd be a lot of attitude there for Green Bay with having Rodgers and Pickens. But I still think they got to go some kind of weapon here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks left, so we're rounding it out here. Lance, what's been the most shocking pick so far in the draft for you, in your opinion, and why is that?
Let me scroll through it really fast. Zion Johnson to the Chargers is definitely one that I did not expect with Trevor Penning on the board. The Eagles trading up for Jordan Davis is another big one to me that was just kind of more, not necessarily shocking, but more intriguing. Like, why would you trade up for a 2-down interior defensive lineman with what you guys need? And like they needed cornerback help. They had Trent McDuffie on the board, Andrew Booth Jr. as well. There's also they need wide receiver as well. Treylon Burks was still there. Honestly, I got to go back to Derek Stingley Jr. though. Like, he doesn't fit necessarily the best in what Lovie Smith wants to do defensively. I thought Ahmad Gardner was a better pick there, and they needed offensive line help in a bad way. And having your run of all of the offensive tackles, obviously you had Ikem Ekwonu, you had Evan Neal, you had Charles Cross there. Like that to me would have been a better direction to go to. And then hopefully you can get a Trent McDuffie at 13. They obviously traded out of that, but those are the ones that are the most stand out to me is like, wow, why would you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Eric, what about you? What's been the biggest surprise for you so far in this draft? Doesn't have to be any specific player. Can be a trend we've seen. Can be a move that wasn't made. What sticks out? What's shocked you today?
I think it was the run on, not just the run on wide receivers. They're from basically 8 to 12, but it was the fact that the Saints and the Lions made these trades to get up there to get these receivers and what we viewed as a talented class. And then Jahan Dotson going in the first round. I know NFL teams seem to be higher on him. I mean, that was one of the bigger reaches according to my board. So yeah, it's just this run on wide receivers. And I got to point out how funny it is. Big thing on Twitter right now is how the New York Jets got their guy in Jermaine Johnson. You're not going to see any team that didn't get their guy. And the Packers selected Devontae Wyatt.
Oh man, Packers going with another defensive trench player. I'm sure their fans are just losing it right now. Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt. We're down to the final 4 picks here of the first round of the draft. I guess the shock of the draft so far for me is the Detroit Lions trading up from 32 and 34 to go up and get Jameson Williams. And I love Jameson Williams. Don't get me wrong. Before his injury, I was even sending out tweets like Jameson Williams at 9 overall ? Because like that speed kills and he's phenomenal. But to go up that far when you don't have that quarterback, to go get Jameson Williams, who might not even be ready to play for a bit this season, shocking. Absolutely shocking. Not shocking. The support coming in from Damian Clark Warren saying, in y'all's opinion, who's a good fit at linebacker for the Denver Broncos? Carl, what do you think? Who's a good fit for the Broncos at the linebacker position?
Well, we got Chad Muma is one that's been very much kind of connected to the Broncos. Troy Anderson's another that's maybe going to be there at pick 64. Channing Tindale, another linebacker there from Green Bay, or not Green Bay, Georgia. Sorry. Green Bay just made their pick. I could see him being one. I think Eric has talked about how he could actually go before Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Aren't you the one that talked about that, Eric?
For what one?
That Tindale could actually go before Nakobe Dean.
Yeah. I think Nakobe Dean could see a slight fall because he just doesn't fit the modern linebacker.
So I think those are a few names, if you're looking at pick 64 for the Broncos, that make a lot of sense.
Yeah, good fit for the Broncos at the linebacker position. I'd like to see who is there still at pick 96 or later for the position. Honestly, we did a mock this morning, Scott and I did, and I took somebody who is a height, weight, speed freak, but has some issues with instincts, has some issues with physicality, but like legitimately one of the freakiest players in the whole draft in Brandon Smith in the 4th round. And I know he's got some issues as far as processing. Is he going to be an overhang safety type? Is he going to be an edge rusher? I don't know. But in the 4th round, I figured that was enough tools there for me to lean into him and take a swing on that player based on what I know about him. So I guess you can make the argument for Troy Anderson or Chad Muma if they fall to 64 for sure. Both those guys, decently local kids, but want to see what the rest of the board looks like at pick 64. Lance, what do you think? Let's answer the linebacker question here from our guy, Damian Clark Warren.
To me, it's Troy Anderson or Chad Muma. Like even at 64, like those are the guys. me being the local Wyoming guy, go Pokes. Yeah, like Chad Muma, Eric pointed him out to me a while ago. He's like, "Hey, Lance, give me some names to watch." I was like, "Okay, well, check out the Chad Muma, yada yada." He's like, "Yeah, Chad Muma is better than Logan Wilson," and it turns out look at where he's at. Like it's absolutely correct. This kid is very physical in the running game. There's some instinctual recognition stuff that he needs to work on, but he's fluid enough of an athlete. He can cover in space. I really like Chad Muma. Troy Anderson, though, is so athletic is the word I'm looking for. Athletic enough to cover in space. He has a length and the relative athletic score to move around and stuff like that. Like, even though he has to learn a lot, that kid's just a good football player. I mean, he was a quarterback in college. He was a running back in college, all Big Sky at linebacker, all American at linebacker, I believe as well. Like that kid is spectacular at 64. Probably not 75 though. If he's there at 75, by all means, let's get that guy.
Yeah. We'll see how it plays out. Eric, what do you think here? Linebackers for the Broncos, 64. Is that a possibility? And are there any names that we haven't touched on that worth a shout out?
At 64, I don't think it's a possibility for Denver. Just doesn't seem to be where they're looking based on what I've heard. But I mean, this is the Broncos and George Payton. They've done a pretty good job of letting false information get out. And so hard to say. Ideally, they're not taking one till day 3, in my opinion. I think this is a good linebacker class. I think some guys are going to fall.
And two names that we didn't discuss that I just want to shout out real quick. Christian Harris from Alabama, also somebody who's probably going to go round 2 or round 3, and Leo Chanel, very unique player, kind of a little bit more old school glass eater. But man, he is so strong at the point of attack. I think he broke multiple Wisconsin lifting records, and not the lengthiest guy, not the tallest, but his ability coming downhill is different than any other linebacker in this class, in my opinion.
And the most athletic. I mean, his RAS score, 9.99.
We got a New England shocker coming up here. New England Classic. Are you kidding me?
Cole Strange. Wow.
All right, we'll go back to the most shocking pick.
For lack of a better way to put it, the Quinn Miners of this thing. He's a small school offensive lineman.
Wow.
Went to the Senior Bowl, absolutely killed it. And all the conversations I had seemed to be like 3rd round, just like Quinn Miners. No, 29th to the New England Patriots. It makes sense. He fits with what they want to do. He has some versatility on the front that the Patriots value. Going as part of an talented offensive line, they needed a center. And with Mac Jones, I mean, 2 young guys that they can sit there and grow together. Real quick, Hannah 3000 came in and said, what's going on with Karlaftis, guys? Basically, I don't think the NFL was as high on Karlaftis as most media were.
Yeah.
I know I've been talking about for a while with the guys about Karlaftis going a lot later than expected. Got some pushback from Nick there early on, especially. But yeah, it's just there's issues with his length. The other issues have been popping up throughout the process. I think he goes early 2nd round, still top 50, but maybe even top 40. But that just seems to be the issue. That
I'm loving how these edge rushers that are still available. You've still got Arnold Ebiketie, you still got Boye Mafe, you still got Logan Hall debating on where you think he's going to go. I think there's a good chance that Logan Hall comes off the board here at pick 31, though. So we'll see on that one. So hopefully, and Drake Jackson still available as well. Another guy that we shouldn't sleep on totally for the Broncos here. So, man, I'm having a hard time processing this Logan Hall pick and, the Cole Strange pick. I thought Cole Strange would be available round 3 for the Broncos at pick 96. So who the heck knows? But interesting pick there by the Patriots. Dante Scarnecchia is not there anymore, right? He's retired.
He retired.
Yeah,
So this is not a Dante Scarnecchia pick. We'll see how this plays out. It's kind of hard to question. Go ahead.
It fits the mold of what he looked for. So
yeah. And he did an interview on the Athletic Football Podcast, football show pretty recently talking about, are they big enough? Are they smart enough? Are they tough enough? Cole Strange at the Senior Bowl, he got beat a lot, but he never lost twice at the Senior Bowl. He'd lose a rep and then he'd go back out there and win that next one. He'd learn something from it, get stronger, and then go back out there and win. So will be interesting to see how Cole Strange does from Chattanooga, also school famous for, did Terrell Owens play at Chattanooga? I think he did. I think he got kicked out of whatever school he was at first, then went to Chattanooga.
I think you're right on that.
So, yep.
He did.
He did. Hey, go Nick. What do I know? But good job, Nick. But we have a few more picks left. I guess I'm gonna have to say I didn't answer the question earlier. What's the most shocking pick so far? But it really got to be Cole Strange there. I think that's
it does
50 pick, 60 pick swing on where I thought he'd go.
And when you look at how their contracts are, it makes sense too, because I believe James Ferentz, David Andrews, and Isaiah Wynn are all free agents after the season.
Not Chattanooga. I'm sorry, guys. They have a choo-choo train chatting along here. Chatting along, whatever. Chattanooga. Excuse me. Love the choo-choo train.
Yeah, I love the Chattanooga giving you the work here, Nick, because that's what we do here at Mile High Huddle is give Nick the work.
And here we go. We got Diamond Rattler giving us the news here. This was going to be my hot take getting on out of here, actually. But Woody Page already getting on top of it. The Broncos will trade up in the second round to get a player they have listed as a first rounder. I think they're going to have this. There's a little bit of work here on this one. A player they believe that was going to go in the first round, not a first round grade. I don't think they're going to trade up for a first round grade player after the pick, 18 in this draft. Most of the first round grades were gone, but a guy who's, first one or two, as the scouts will put it, definitely possible. I think the Broncos are going to trade up with the way these edge rushers are sitting here. You're going to come off the board here pretty quickly. But we'll see. What do you think about this, Eric? Any chance of the Broncos maybe trading up with how things are playing out right now?
Logan Hall, Arnold Ebiketie, Boye Mafe. Pay attention to that.
Not Daxton Hill?
I don't think so, no.
Not Travis Jones?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, I'm going to cry a little bit, but it's okay. No, it's okay. Those are all good names. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the chat is savage. The chut is savage here, not the talking to the the live stream chut here. 2 more picks left. Three more picks left. Kansas City's on the clock here. Kansas City went with unless they traded back.
Here's your boy,
George Karlaftis.
George Karlaftis just went to the Kansas City.
Yep. Look at that face.
He makes it into the first round.
Well,
at least I will say it. At least it's not Dax Hill. I will take George Karlaftis here. With Frank Clark, I like the edge rushing pair there, but with Dax Hill, they needed another hole filled in the secondary, and Dax Hill was the perfect guy to go there. Lewis Cine was another guy that I was looking there. But I'll take George Karlaftis with the length concerns. With he's got speed to power, but he's not like the most powerful player. He doesn't have the hind end to hold up in the running game as well. So it's an okay pick to me, but at least it's not Daxton Hill. I will say that.
Yeah, this is I guess the biggest bummer here for me with this pick here is that you're starting that run on edge rushers early. And there's a lot of guys that I like there that you were hoping to get there to 64. And now, George Karlaftis would be there still. Arnold Ebiketie, Boye Mafe, Josh Pascal, Drake Jackson, Logan Hall. We could see easily 2 of these, or I guess one of these next 2 picks, or both of them, being defensive tackles, edge rushers, and really starting to put George Paton in a little bit of a bind. At that position, if that's what he's targeting here. You boys do want to stick around for about 5 to 10 minutes after this, though. I don't know if Eric's face is frozen or no, he's moving. Okay.
No. He's shocked.
I saw the video reaction of Trent McDuffie getting called, and oh my God, it's bad.
Oh, he's bummed out? Or
no. There's 2 women holding young babies there that are crying and spazzing out, and they're holding the babies up and going like this and dancing and celebrating.
God. Well, shaken baby syndrome is a thing. Let's not do that, guys. Huna coming in here saying, y'all see Woody Page's tweet about the Broncos trading up? Yes, I did. Yes, we did. We had a talk here earlier from our good friend here, Diamond Rattler, talking about here. Broncos trading up for a guy they believe would go in the first round. We'll see if that plays out. I could see it. I think I said that before the show. I wasn't sure if I was holding on it or not, saying that I think the Broncos, if they can package one of their 4th round picks and pick 64 to go up in, let's say, 10, 15 spots to go up and get an edge rusher that falls, definitely makes sense. But this has got to be prime trade back opportunity here for the Bengals and who's picking 32? Is it
Detroit?
Detroit.
Yeah.
They traded it. Is it the I don't even freaking who's picking? Who's on first? What's on second?
The Vikings.
The Vikings. Vikings trade back again. Give up a team. Only one quarterback taken so far. That 5th-year option is looming over. Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell. Everybody's saying, at least 2 quarterbacks going to go, maybe 3 in the first round. We're not here yet. Are we going to see a quarterback still?
Cincinnati's on the clock. Vikings are at 32.
Okay.
Yep.
Are we going to see a trade back and maybe a quarterback come off, or is that Vikings taking the quarterback?
Well, I mean, new coaching staff, so you don't have Mike Zimmer there, who absolutely hated Kellen Mond. Still possible that they take one, but I mean, this is prime position for one of those falling quarterbacks to move up for a team that didn't get one and grab one of them and get that 5th-year option, which even if they don't have first-round talent, if you have a high second-round grade, having that 5th year of cost control on them makes them a 5th-round talent, essentially.
Watch the Seattle Seahawks trade up from 40 and 41 here to go get Desmond Ridder at the end of the first round at 32. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. I'm still having a hard time getting over Cole Strange. What's going on here? Dylan Parham's still there. Cam Jurgens, the offensive tackles. Cole Strange, I mean, Chattanooga. There you go, Chat. If I'm going to learn anything, it's getting that pick right here. So
I guess the one thing is that they learned something at the Senior Bowl. They learned something at the Combine, and this is a typical Patriots pick. They're going to get a guy that's versatile, a guy that fits what they want to do, a guy that can play all over the offensive line as far as right guard, left guard, center. Fills a pretty big need for them. And he's a glue guy. Apparently he's a pretty good leader from everything that we've heard out of Chattanooga. This is a guy that is not overmatched by anything that he's faced with. This is the premier Patriots pick that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years. Like a glue guy that just fits what they want to do. And it's a surprise in the first round for sure. I didn't think that he was worth a first round pick, but it makes a lot of sense if you go outside of the box and think like the Patriots do, which is something that nobody else would do.
Right. But isn't that kind of the point of Bill Belichick, the coach, has to cover up for Bill Belichick, the GM?
And that's
so many of.
Go ahead.
Daxton Hill to Cincinnati.
Oh, man, what a good pick.
That's
God,
a great
Rich
pick.
Get Richer. I love that one. Got to text my Bengals friend real quick. He's beside himself because he was really hoping for Tyler Linderbaum. So Dax Hill's a great pick for them, and they could use that. I mean, we saw that last year. They had issues in the secondary. It's probably one of the things that they could improve for sure. Chidobe Awuzie is fine there. They have some okay safety options. Reed hasn't been paid, or who's their safety that's amazing? Bates hasn't been paid yet, has he?
And there's been some talk that he wants out too,
because he wants a contract.
Yeah. He
hasn't been paid yet. So, I'm really happy that Daxton Hill is going to Cincinnati. Unfortunately, it's a team that's probably directly in the path of the Broncos making the playoffs. But we talked about it entering the draft here. This probably pick 20 to pick 40, a lot of good players in this class this year because of the sick bug year last year. So yeah, Jesse Bates III and Daxton Hill, going to be a very fun secondary there. Good. They might even challenge the Bills for the best safety duo in football this year, who have Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde. That's putting a lot on Daxton Hill, no doubt, but big Daxton Hill fan here. Happy to see him go in the first round. Edge rushers still falling down the board, but there goes one of my favorite players, actually 2 of my favorite players in this class, and George Karlaftis and Daxton Hill going to AFC rivals, unfortunately.
So I want to interject here really fast. I don't necessarily know that the Bengals are going to play Dax Hill at safety. They still have Von Bell there, and they have Jesse Bates as well. They desperately need another cornerback here. Eli Apple was terrible last year. Vernon, was it Trey Waynes or the Hargreaves kid or whoever the hell the other cornerback was? Dax Hill projects as a quality cornerback as well. This is a versatile pick that you have for the secondary to put him all over the defensive formation. This makes a lot of sense for the Bengals.
Yeah.
He'll be a safety.
He'll be a safety. Okay. Well, then never mind. Disregard everything.
I mean, you'll probably see him drop down into the slot, but yeah, he's going to be a safety. They're not going to put him on the boundary. He's going to be that versatile defensive back on the inside.
I think if anything, you see Von Bell become that third safety. for them, where he comes on the field. He's a little bit more box usage. The Daxton Hill can do a little bit more slot and single high stuff. So love Daxton Hill. Good player here. Shout out to the Big Ten. Back-to-back picks there. Good defensive players. Always want to get the Big Ten propaganda out there because obviously SEC's number one, but Big Ten's right behind them. And we're coming up to the last pick here. Minnesota Vikings. Are we going to see two quarterbacks? When was the last time one quarterback was taken in the first round? Was that 2013 class with EJ Manuel? Then I think Geno Smith went next.
I think
Is
so,
that it?
yeah.
Ugh, not a good quarterback class, guys. Really happy. Thank you, Russell Wilson. Thank you for existing. Last pick here. Let's go around here. Minnesota Vikings could use edge rusher, could use cornerback, could use offensive line, quarterback, maybe a dark horse here. What are you thinking, Eric?
With what they need, and I mean, it's a little bit difficult because I mean, I'm not very familiar with what the Vikings are going to be doing. I can't remember who they hired to be their head coach, or their defensive coordinator. They brought in O'Connell, right?
Yeah, it was Kevin O'Connell.
Let's see here. I think that this pick will be on defense. I think. And I know that, I mean, there's the whole stuff with the one edge rusher that issues with there. They ended up restructuring his contract, so they could look at edge. They have Dalvin Tomlinson, but they could use a guy next to him and better the depth there. They can use some additional help in the secondary. Like, that defense is kind of rough. They have some key pieces, but overall it's not that great. So
yeah, absolutely. That would make some sense there. Harrison Smith is getting a little bit old. Could we see Lewis Seen come off the board here? A really good athlete from the safety position coming downhill and tackling. Could this be a linebacker as well? Eric Kendricks, I remember last year there was some talk about him being shopped. He's getting older for the position as well. Very expensive. Maybe we want to get younger there and cheaper there. So a bunch of options here. Really interested to see what the Vikings do. 2023 traded back from 12 all the way to 32. Without getting a first round pick in the future. Not the best. If you asking me to move from 12 to 32 to not get a future first, but I guess this is a draft where people aren't trading for quarterbacks. So you don't get that, what's the word I'm looking for? Inflation for that kind of trade, but will be interesting. Now, Carl, what are you thinking here? Rounding out the draft, last pick here, Minnesota Vikings, new man on the Minnesota Vikings, right? That somebody had to make the joke. Who's coming in?
Well, I think Kyler Gordon makes a ton of sense. Cornerback for him to add to that secondary, get lots and lots of speed to help him out there. Mafe makes a ton of sense there at the edge position, as Eric talked about a little bit earlier. Ebiketie as well. Maybe they just say, hey, we're not going to be great this year, David Ojabo. You know, you just say we're punting for 2023. We know we're just not going to be that great. He makes a ton of sense. Yeah, I agree with Eric. It's probably going to be on the defensive side.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping for another quarterback here, just for the sake of more quarterbacks off the board. Although, that being said, we were pretty hard and fast on a year ago, this 2022 quarterback class being trash, and people were kind of pushing up against us for that one. So maybe we'd rather be right than wrong, right? 2022 quarterback's bad. Let's have only one quarterback go and the only one come off the board at pick 20. And Kenny Shrimp Forks Pickett. I'm gonna grow to regret that one. Talk too much disparaging on him. He's fine. He tested as a solid athlete. Actually, I was actually surprised what good an athlete he was there. Let's get this ball rolling. Come on, TV.
So let me throw in here.
Go ahead.
Eric kind of touched on it. They need another player to line up next to Dalvin Tomlinson. Travis Jones makes a lot of sense here. Like, you need another 3 technique, another 5 technique, a guy that can get after the passer on the interior of the defensive line. The edge class is still falling, so why not see if you can get an elite interior defensive line prospect here? And Travis Jones makes a lot of sense here.
And so does Logan Hall.
Yes, he does.
Slightly different, obviously, different type of body type and its skill set. But Vikings a couple years ago were absolutely dreadful in the trenches in the defensive tackle position, and they could definitely use some fortification there at that position, especially because they own the only good wide receivers in the division right now, right?
Lewis Seen, you hit the nail on the head with potential replacement, and then they need somebody next to him too. After they lost Harris, their I can't even remember who their other safety is.
Harris and Smith. They had Harris there, and they had Smith. as well. So
they replaced Anthony Harris with another Harris.
They have Harrison Smith and they have Anthony Harris.
No, Anthony Harris bolted to Philadelphia like a year or two ago.
Harrison Smith. Oh, Anthony. Okay. I don't even know then. Either way, it's been bad. But Scene coming in here. And we got a dope hat saying Benjamin Flores. Thank you. Broncos for breakfast rocking it there. Carl's wearing the Building the Broncos, but that's okay. Yeah, we got all the good gear here in the Valley Deep Divers too. And then there's Eric, who's wearing the tie. So he outclasses us all. We're wearing hats and collared shirts, and he's wearing a tie. So Lewis Scene, another safety off the board here. 3 safeties off the board. And we can, I guess, begin our recap and start our preparation here for tomorrow. Probably another 5-10 minutes here, guys, before we get out of here. So if you guys have any questions for us, we're going to be paying attention a little bit more to the chat here before we get on out, because we're not going to just be reacting to what's going on. We're going to be reacting to you guys. And as the board sets up, I'm going to kick it off to Lance first. Lance, with the way it's set up right now, who are your top guys that you're hoping for tomorrow for the Broncos at pick 64 that are still remaining? Obviously, pick 33 to pick 64 is a long way to go. It's like, it would be like saying right now, who is it? Minnesota picking at 32. Oh, you know what? If Aidan Hutchinson there, I'd really like him. Okay, well, you have a lot of picks to happen before that. Calm down. But who are you interested in here?
So obviously Travis Jones is a guy that I'm super interested in. I don't think that he's actually going to get there. I have an early second round grade on him. Bernard Ryman, the offensive tackle out of Central Michigan, is another guy that I have ranked really highly. He's my 33rd overall player on my board. You have Arnold Ebiketie is another big guy. Boye Mafe. Like there's a lot of guys at the top of the second round that I really like for the Broncos. But if we're moving to guys that I think that are actually going to be there, Abraham Smith, the offensive tackle out of Washington State, is another guy, an elite pass protector. Moves really well. I think he fits the scheme very well in the running game. There's some physicality to his game. He likes to grind guys down to the ground. I like him a lot. Roger McCreary, I know that Carl is really high on him. Nick, he might not be because his arms are super short and the 0th percentile, but at least his tape looks good. So I'll take a cornerback and say what?
That's most important. The tape being good. He's physical.
Yeah, he's physically, he's a good tackler. I think he can slide down to the slot and fill that third cornerback role. Christian Harris, though, there was a mention of him earlier. I was watching him a couple of days ago, and that's a guy that I really like for the Broncos. He can move all around. He's very physical in the running game. The problem is he's not the best tackler in open space, and I find a big issue with that. If you're at the second level, you better be a good tackler, and Christian Harris is definitely not the guy there, but at least he fills that covers linebacker role. Obviously, we know Chad Muma, Troy Anderson, but those are the guys that I'd be looking at.
Yeah, what are you thinking there, Carl?
Ebiketie is very much near the top of my list for the Broncos. Kyler Gordon for the cornerback position. Again, long, lots of speed. Mafe are easy choices. You said Travis Jones is another. Logan Hall, Roger McCreary, Jalen Petrie, still there. I know that's somebody that a lot of us are pretty high on. You said Raymond. Pascal is another that could be there. Perion Winfrey. I know during our mock draft that we did on last Sunday, like a lot of us were pounding the table there at 64 to take him. And then he ended up being there at 75. I don't think he'll be in this actual draft, make it to 75, but again, another guy that can get after the quarterback. If the edge guys go quick, maybe that's a guy that you add to the pass rush. So those would be some names I'd be looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with any of those names. I'll throw out some other ones just to be different so we can cover our bases here. Some guys that are still available that would interest me down there. Andrew Booth, I can't have enough cornerbacks. I know there's questions about him still with the lack of testing, but the length and movement skills are different than most cornerbacks in this class. So if you want to bet on traits for a rare position, especially with the way the wide receivers are getting paid and targeted right now, you got to have somebody to combat that. So right. He's still there. If he fell down, maybe some interest there. Another safety that's I really like in this class, dealt with a meniscus injury this last season, but very physical, played a lot of box reps too. Jaquan Brisker at Penn State. If he fell down, you could do a lot with Jaquan Brisker. And some more names here that are still interesting to me. Haven't really talked about him too much here today, but Cam Jurgens, if he fell to 64, I'm surprised that Tyler Linderbaum went round 1, to be completely honest. And then Cole Strange before Cam Jurgens. That shocks me. But Cam Jurgens, obviously an interest down there. And I wouldn't be against Scott's guy, Abraham Lucas, at 64 either for the Broncos. 50 starts at right tackle, had, I think, over 90th percentile, 3-cone, and short shuttle, which typically are pretty good correlators for success at the next level, good length, good body type as well. So some of the other names here, and we talked about some of the best right tackles here. Bernard Raymond and Abraham Lucas are the only two I'd be interested in taking at 64. After that, it's a bunch of no thanks for me. Other names are Drake Jackson for me and Josh Pascal, some interesting names.
So question real quick.
Yeah.
Geared towards the Andrew Booth thing, and maybe Eric can answer this a little bit more, but do you think now the Broncos have enough leaders in the locker room to be willing to take a chance on a guy that they know has some high character issues?
It's definitely possible. My issue is that, I mean, it's not only just a rookie staff. George Paton values character. He has a high value for it. There were players last year that a lot of Bronco fans wanted that were off the board as a result. I know there's players this year that are off the board that some fans have talked about. Gut feeling is Booth is one of them.
Gotcha.
Oh, and another cornerback I want to talk about, a defensive back, Cam Taylor-Britt. I think Mel Kiper mocked him to the Broncos there at 64. If he's still there at that selection, I think he's definitely in play for the Broncos.
So, I got another one. I really quick. I got another one for in play for the Broncos. If you want to talk about
another one,
right? Height, weight, speed, athleticism, length, everything you want from a cornerback. But this kid is raw as raw gets. Tariq Woolen out of UTSA. Like, if he's there at 64, you got a boundary corner, a guy that's super fluid. He played the wide receiver position, it understands route concepts, but not quite enough to like see it in front of him and relay the traits that he does have. But if you're betting on traits at 64, like Tariq Woolen is a guy that you really have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
So since we all kind of had the similar reaction to it, I don't know if you guys saw Les Snead and McVay's response to Cole Strange. They were asked about it, and they said, and we wasted our time watching him thinking he'd be there at 104. There seems to be a similar response to that out there. Anyways, for guys that are out there, I mean, most of them have been talked about. Travis Jones, Logan Hall, Mafe, Raymond, he's fallen a little bit. There's issues with his age and his arm length. Kyler Gordon, Ebiketie, I'm a big fan of. Couple running backs, but at this point doesn't really seem to be there. Jaquan Brisker and David Ojabo. I know that there's a lot of Bronco fans that want him if he happens to fall there. Ultimately, I think Denver's going to move up, and we could potentially see a player go for that. I mean, we saw how wide receivers go, and sending a couple text messages and emails about, and it seems like that there's a lot of unhappiness with how the receivers went off the board so quickly, which could boost the value up for some of the Broncos wide receivers, and they could potentially move one. Again, I don't think it happens, but it's a possibility. Something to keep an eye on as we go forward, because I know that George Paton would like to keep those extra picks and not really use a lot of them to move up. So definitely could see a player in there. Could see a certain center from Denver be moved as part of that trade as well. But basically seems that they're looking at other ways to move up without just throwing a bunch of picks away.
Yeah, and we got Dennis Chandler saying, get some rest, guys. I'm sure tomorrow will be busy for you. It absolutely will be. So we're going to start wrapping it on up here. Final word. I'm going to go with Lance first. Final thoughts. You can, whatever you want it to be, but this is considered a sign out before we really do sign out and do more work, because we got some articles to write before getting ready for tomorrow.
So I'm going to take your talking point, Nick, here. The wide receivers, like just the wide receiver movement that we saw in today's NFL draft. We got Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Treylon Burks was in there. Jahan Dotson was there. Christian Watson was there. Then we got the trades, Marquise Brown, we got AJ Brown, we got another one in there that it's missing my name right now. But just the wide receiver impact of today's draft was insane. The edge class as well was crazy, but the movement in the wide receivers, it's shaken up the day two because a lot of high quality defensive players are falling into day two. And I think that the Broncos can strike on that. They definitely need to think about moving up in tomorrow's day two.
And Carl, answer this one, then give me your final thoughts before we get on out of here.
Cody W is saying, if no linebacker in second, Bonito in the third. I don't mind Bonito in the third. I don't like him there at 64. You know, he's kind of just one of those tweener guys. Are you playing him back? Are you playing him as an edge? Or what are you kind of doing with him? I don't mind the player. It feels like you just went and got a guy, Randy Gregory, that can bend around the edge. I'm not sure Bonito kind of fits with what you want because you just have no good edge defenders other than Chubb for the run. So that's my one big concern with him there. But like I said, in the third, I'm probably okay with it. There at in the second, probably not my guy. But final thoughts, probably one of the craziest first rounds we've seen in a long time. And Blake Williams, happy birthday to you. And I'll be celebrating tomorrow with all of you guys. My wife was like, so what are you doing tomorrow? I said, I'm watching the draft. She's like, do we get any time with you? I said, you get me, but you get me with a screen in front of me watching. So she knows draft is very important to me. She still says I kind of tricked her because she didn't see me do a draft before we got married. And then we got married and she saw me with my first draft and was like, oh my gosh, what did I sign up for? But Puma, thank you. And tomorrow, what time are we starting tomorrow? It starts at 7 Eastern, 6 Central, 5 Mountain, 4 Pacific. So depending on what place you're at, and I think we start 15 minutes beforehand, right? Oh, sorry. Let's get Alaska time.
Thank you.
Another hour.
Is it 3 o'clock or 4
Yeah,
o'clock?
it's 3 p.m.
3
and we're going live 15 minutes before.
I mean, why don't we talk about like Hogwarts or Narnia? Alaska doesn't exist. Are you kidding me? What's a make-believe land?
Hey, what time is it in Cambodia so that Peter Middleton can join us in there?
Probably the middle of the night.
Yeah.
That's like I said, just craziest first round. Obviously, with the wide receivers, only one quarterback going, and not till pick 20, and not the one we thought it would probably be.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see top of the second. Do some teams start going crazy, trying to trade up, get their quarterback now, thinking, hey, at least we'll take a chance on him in the second. We weren't willing to spend a first round pick on him. Are we going to see another crazy day tomorrow? Or our team's kind of going, okay, we've done all of our big trades. We're kind of done now. I don't know. Obviously, the Broncos could be the benefactor. Now they're the one team that can trade up. They got lots of draft capital. But, I'm excited for tomorrow. Excited to see what the Broncos decide to do. And it's going to be a big day. So tune in, everyone.
Before we get out of here, guys, I want to ask a big question here because obviously we're seeing a lot of movement in this year's draft, obviously with the wide receiver position and stuff like that. If there was any one player that you wanted the Broncos to trade up for in the second round, who would it be and why? I'll start with Eric here first, and then we'll go Nick and Carl.
Any one player.
Any one player, like the one specific player that's still available that you would trade up for from 64.
Honestly, probably Boye Mafe or Arnold Ebiketie. I can't pick just one between the two of them.
Nick's mad. I'm Nick's mad.
My whole meaning of life is to make Nick as mad as possible. So
you're doing great. God, keep it up. I would say the same. I would maybe Arnold Ebiketie, Boye Mafe, but then there's the tier right after that for me, which is Drake Jackson, Josh Pascal. It would depend on the cost. I don't want to give up more than 64 in one of those fourths. And if that can get me up to Boye Mafe and Arnold Ebiketie, hallelujah, God bless. We're going to be doing laps. But I would do that for Drake Jackson or Josh Pascal as well to ensure that you get one of those guys. Maybe even Logan Hall for some inside-outside versatility. But those are the names that stick out to me.
All right, I'll be a little different here. Jalen Petrie.
There you
Just
go.
because he's got that safety slot corner ability that he can bring to the table, kind of be your Tyrann Mathieu that you can have on this defense, kind of that versatile guy. I think he'd be great for this defense, really round out that complete secondary and just make the Broncos have at least a top 5 secondary, if not the best secondary in football.
I like that. The one that I would do it for would be I'd give up 64 and 96 to get into the 40s to go get Bernard Raymond. because that outside of edge, that's the biggest need that you have. And you still have the opportunity at 75 to go and get an edge player, whether it is Nick Bonito. And I know I know how everybody feels in this room about Nick Bonito, but I would be at least willing to do that, to go and fill that right tackle spot with a player that has incredibly high upside and learns fast. He went from tight end to offensive tackle. If you can get him and transition him to the right side, there's athleticism there, the physicality is there, the length is there, everything you want from your right tackle. If Bernard Raymond's available and the Broncos trade up to get him, I would be all aboard that.
Except length.
Yeah.
And youth.
Yeah,
he's like
talent. No, just kidding.
At 20, he's going to be 25. I will admit that he's 25. He spent some time in the Austrian military, I believe, is where he was at. But the ability of him to learn, and at offensive line, the age doesn't necessarily, like, it matters at 25, but at the same time, offensive linemen have a longer shelf life than even an edge or even interior defensive line. Like, you have the ability to have a guy that can learn and grow with the position and be a high quality right tackle for you for it may not be a decade, but 7-8 years. Why not?
Yeah, but then you can get a younger guy who actually can give you that decade.
Yep.
That has length.
Last question here from Kenneth Booker. Then we got to wrap it up because I got to be live again in 9 hours and we still got work to do tonight. Would you trade up for Andrew Booth Jr.? Eric, answer this one and then give me your final thoughts on today. Then we're going to scroll credits.
I wouldn't. There's been enough there for me with the character stuff. When Clemson had Darion Kendrick, I mean, he ended up getting booted from the team for off-field issues. There was a nickname about them being the terrible duo. So I have issues with that, issues with how he took to coaching, and a bunch of issues on the field as well with freelancing, not listening, not doing what he was supposed to do. Anyways, guys, as Nick said, we got to wrap it up. We all got work to do. Well, y'all may have work to do. I get to go sleep. Tomorrow, Lance and I will be here hosting the show. Nick will be joining us full time with the rotating out for the fourth person. So hope you guys join for that. We'll be here, and maybe we'll have to wait a while. Maybe not. We'll see. I want to say thank you all for the compliments on how I looked. I appreciate it. Now, if only the chat can get these three slobs to dress up too, that'd be nice.
got my Bronco polo on here. All right,
up, not down. But thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. Always like to dress up a little bit. I mean, I used to do it every night for the pods, but made it more special by just doing it for the draft. So thank you guys for that. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for all of your continued support, not just for the draft shows, but every show that we do. You guys are awesome and super appreciative, especially from me, as you guys and your support allows me to do this full time and have the best year of draft coverage from me that I've been able to do. So
it's a lot of fun when you have the quarterback in place. Isn't that true, guys? That's my big takeaway. Thank God, Russell Wilson. Thank God, George Payton got the wide receivers locked up, got the quarterback. We're having fun, no pressure. And we're going to be having even more fun tomorrow because who knows what the Broncos are going to do. Make sure you guys tune in again. We're going to be live 15 minutes before again, and who knows when the Broncos pick. Make sure you're following Lance on Twitter at Sanderson MHH, Carl on Twitter at Carl Dummler MHH, and Eric on Twitter at Erick Trickel. Also, guys, make sure you find Eric or Carl on Twitter. Make sure you wish him a happy birthday tomorrow as well. Shout out to Carl turning, what is it? You look really good for 82, Carl. I got to say.
Thank you. My youth kids all said at one point they go, "Oh, you're 38, right?" And then next thing I know, they said, "You're in your 50s, right?"
Oh my God. I mean, that might have been you just blinking and then like looking up.
I know. Yeah. My back went out just talking to him.
Well, there's another reason why we call you Father Carl, and it's not because you just happen to be a pastor. So there's that.
Well, guys, make sure you're following us on Twitter. You can see the names there. Also follow us at Huddle Up Pod and at Mile High Huddle. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you guys are joining us on our Facebook communities at facebook.com/Mile High Huddle, as well as our Facebook community, facebook.com/Mile High Huddle Pod. Please subscribe, like, and share to our show on YouTube. We're going to be live again on Scott's channel tomorrow morning, breaking down the Drake London pick. Hopefully Scott is feeling a little good about that one, sleeping on it a little bit after seeing the chaos that was the wide receiver market in this draft class this year. Also, if you guys listening after the fact, or not even after the fact, if you're joining us right now, go to iTunes, find the Huddle Up podcast on iTunes, Mile High Huddle, scroll down, leave us a 5-star rating and review. We're trying to bump those numbers up. And after the draft, we're going to scroll through and get to a bunch of the questions on there and comments on there as well. So we'd appreciate that. Good job today, guys. We're going to get out of here. I got work to do still. I got to be live at 6:30 a.m. with Scott as well. And Erick's got one last thing because he's always going to have the last word. Okay.
Dang straight I do. Anyways, I was just going to say, I didn't hear you mention them or anything, but make sure you guys are following Scott Kennedy and Luke Patterson on Twitter as well. And thank them for their joining us tonight. I mean, they did a great job, and we're happy that we'll probably have them back over the next few days. I know Saturday the plan is Nick, Luke, and myself on for most of the day, with Lance and Carl jumping in and out. So make sure you guys are following them as well.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Well, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Should be a fun day for the Broncos. We'll see when they're picking. We'll have some new Broncos tomorrow. Christmas draft miss is 3 days long, so we're gonna have a lot of fun. You guys have a great night. Choose compassion, choose kindness. Go Broncos.